We will start in 5 minutes, sir. The participant is still joining. Ayushi, please start.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So, a very good morning to all our distinguished guests, esteemed faculties, and fellow participants. Innovation is the bridge between imagination and reality, and in science, it becomes the foundation for a healthier tomorrow. When we engineer materials for life, we shape the future of medicine, healing, and hope. In the spirit of research and innovation, I welcome you all to the International Conference on Recent Innovations in Biomaterial and Tissue Engineering 2024, hosted by the Department of Chemistry and International Student Affairs at Harcourt-Butler Technical University, Kanpur, in collaboration with the Department of Biotechnology, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, Greater Noida. and the institution's Innovation Council, IIC, HBTU, and Galgotias University. This virtual conference provides a unique platform for researchers, scientists, and industry professionals to discuss cutting-edge advancements in biomaterial and tissue engineering. Experts in biotechnology, chemistry, material science, and engineering will present their research findings, discuss challenges, and explore potential collaborations. We have assembled a distinguished panel of experts from around the world to share their insights and knowledge. I encourage all of you to participate actively in the conference session, network with your peers, and explore the opportunities for collaboration. I now request everyone to please join us for the Saraswati Vandana before we start with the inaugural ceremony. To commence the event, I would like to request Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Organizing Secretary and HOD, Biotechnology Department, Galgotias University, to share a few insights about IIC and Department of Biotechnology at Galgotias University, Greater Noida.
Thank you. Thank you so much, IOC. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Gaurav Kumar, and on behalf of the organizing committee and the Galgotia University family, it is my privilege to warmly welcome you all in this international conference. Before we begin today's program, I would like to take a moment to share the innovation and entrepreneurship culture and some remarkable achievement of our university. The Institute Innovation Council at Galgotia University has been established under the Ministry of Education Innovation Cell in the academic year 18-19, and since 20, the IIC Galgotia University has been recognized with 4-star rating by the Ministry of Education Innovation Cell in previous 3 years for its outstanding efforts in fostering the innovation and supporting the startups through a variety of campus activities. The university is proud to be one of 17 governing members of the IIC Consortium in Uttar Pradesh. In 2023, the university was selected as a mentor institute with funding support from the Ministry of Education Innovation Cell. As a mentor, we have provided guidance in the IIC to the 5 institutions, including 4 belongs to the government institute, that is Gautam Buddha University, SSV PG College Hapur, RG PG College Meerut, Tikaram Kanya Mahavidyalaya Aligarh, and Soviet University Meerut. In the NIRF Innovation Ranking 2023, the university achieved position among the top 50 universities in India. The IIC Galgotia University has conducted more than 280 events that focused on the entrepreneurship, innovation, and IPR in collaboration with the various departments and schools. Additionally, we actively participated in Kapila, adopted the National Innovation Startup Policy. We have developed the Yukti portal for the submission of the idea and innovation from the faculty and student, and we attracted more than 2,000 idea and innovation as well as a startup that has been submitted on our Yukti portal. We have established an IPR cell that support free IPR filing for the student and faculty members, and ranking among the top 5 patent filers in India. We have also established a student-driven e-cell Bio-Innovator Guild for Sustainability with over 250 student members. The Galgotia University also has an incubation center registered as a Section 8 company that can support the 100 startups in pre-incubation and incubation stage. We have also a strong network of 150 plus alumni entrepreneurs. They are also associated with our university for providing the mentorship and support to the incubated startups. We have trained more than 30 faculty members and 20 students for the Innovation Ambassador training. They have received the Innovation Ambassador tag from the Ministry of Education and AICT. They are also engaged in the promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship among the campus. We have hosted some flagship events of the ministry like Toycathon, Smart India Hackathon, Hardware Edition, the ID Boot Camp, and School Innovation Contest. Now, the Department of Biotechnology within the School of Biosciences and Technology at Galgotia University is a center for academic and research excellence dedicated to shape the future of biotechnology under the leadership of our Dean, Professor Abhimanyu Kumar Jha. With a faculty team of over 20 distinguished members from the premier institution, the Department of Biotechnology offers a vibrant learning and research environment. The department provides a diverse range of programs that include BSc in Biotechnology, BSc in Medical Biotechnology, and BTech Biotechnology. In postgraduate program, we are providing MSc Biotechnology, MSc Medical Biotechnology, MSc Industrial Biotechnology, as well as PhD in Medical Biotechnology. Serving more than 500 students, the department combines an industry-relevant curriculum with the state-of-art laboratories and resources to ensure the student to acquire strong theoretical as well as practical knowledge. These programs are designed to meet the dynamic need of biotechnology sector, preparing students for successful career in the academia, industry, and research, and the department actively engaged in cutting-edge research with faculty members that are contributing significantly to the scientific advancement through impactful publication and projects. By fostering a spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship, the department creates a nurturing environment for aspiring biotechnologists to become the leader in their field. With this holistic approach to the education, research, and industrial collaboration, our department stands out as a vibrant community for the innovation and discovery. As we embark on this enriching journey of knowledge, exchange, and collaboration at this international conference, I am confident that the discussion, insights, and innovations shared here will contribute significantly to the advancement of biomaterial and tissue engineering. Thank you and wish you all a successful, inspiring conference ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us about the endeavors of IIC and the Department of Biotechnology at Galgotia's University. Moving forward, I request Dr. Santosh Kumar, convener, and HOD Chemistry Department, HBTU Kanpur, to share with us about the Department of Chemistry at HBTU Kanpur.
Thank you. A very good morning to Honorable VC Sir, Pro VC, HBTU, Deans, distinguished guests, and scientist, faculty member, and dear delegates. We are gathered here today for a two-day international conference on recent innovations in biomaterial and tissue engineering organized by Department of Chemistry and International Student Affairs, HBTU, Kanpur, and Department of Biotechnology, Galgotia University, and Institutes Innovation Council. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this international conference as a convener. I am glad that you all have joined this conference and thrilled to represent a team that thrives on excellence, innovation, and collaboration. Now, I would like to give insight on Department of Chemistry. Department of Chemistry is one of the oldest department at HBTU Kanpur, established in 1924. Our department specializes in chemical sciences, nanotechnology, photocatalyst, polymer chemistry and material chemistry, medicinal chemistry, drug delivery, and environmental chemistry. We are deeply committed to advancing knowledge, fostering creativity, and addressing the challenges. Through our research, education, and industry partnership, we aim to make meaningful contribution that resonate globally. This virtual conference provides an unique platform for researchers, scientists, and industry professionals to discuss cutting-edge advancement in biomaterial and tissue engineering. This conference aims to address the latest innovations in biomaterial design, development, and application for tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. This conference is an excellent platform for sharing idea and networking. I am confident it will inspire new perspective and drive impactful outcome for our shared endeavors. Thank you all for joining us today. Let's make this event an inspiring and memorable experience. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us about the history and the developments of chemistry department at HBTU. I would now like to invite Professor Abhimanyu Kumar Jha, Dean, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, to address the guests and participants.
A very warm good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. So I would like to welcome all the participants on behalf of the organizing committee, and we are very glad to have formally gone ahead with this collaborative activity in the form of this international conference with HBTU Kanpur. And this is a great moment because we have collaborated for a very good purpose. And this conference on recent innovations in biomaterials and tissue engineering is going to be very helpful, and it is going to provide a platform to the budding young researchers as well as the great scientists across the world to deliberate upon this burning issue of regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine is having very good components of tissue engineering and biomaterials. Now, the biomaterials, as you all know, these are the materials which are used in tissue engineering, and there is a lot of hope for the people across the world, the mankind, to develop some good biomaterials for the benefit of mankind. And this is going to be helpful for all of us. So let's deliberate upon all the issues and let's move forward with this conference. I would like to congratulate all the participants because they have got a good opportunity in the form of this conference. And I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee, including the members at HBTU as well as the members at our university, for making it possible. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. We deeply appreciate your esteemed presence, which truly elevates the significance of this occasion. Next, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Ashish Kapoor, Dean, International Student Affairs, HBTU Kanpur, to say a few words.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, as well as all the participants. It is my immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the inaugural session of this international conference. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence in this two-day event. In today's fast-evolving world, collaborations among experts from different backgrounds and specializations is absolutely essential. Science and technology are something that allow us to transcend borders, unite researchers, academicians, and students under a shared vision of innovation and progress. So I hope that this conference serves as a powerful platform where diverse perspectives can converge to inspire valuable discoveries. Now, coming to the theme of the conference, biomaterials and tissue engineering, these are the fields that exemplify the need for collaborative endeavors, addressing global healthcare challenges and improving the quality of human life. It requires contributions from various disciplines, whether it is chemistry, chemical engineering, biotechnology, or anything else. So, by bringing together the brightest minds from all the various disciplines from across the nation as well as from outside India, we can create the opportunities to exchange knowledge, work together for cutting edge technologies, and drive solutions that are sustainable and impactful. The synergy which can be created by pooling intellectual and technological resources, it can lead us towards accelerated innovation and a broader understanding of the complex problems that the humanity faces. So I'm very confident that this conference will catalyze new partnerships, inspire innovative ideas, and open avenues for both national and international collaborations. It is an opportunity for all of us to learn from each other and contribute to a collective pool of knowledge that will eventually propel the fields of biomaterials and tissue engineering to new heights. So I would like to commend the organizing committee for their efforts in assembling such a distinguished group of speakers and participants. So I encourage all the attendees to actively engage in all the sessions, ask questions from the experts, and explore potential collaborations. We should remember that every interaction that we have today, it has the potential to pave the way for future breakthroughs. So once again, I heartily welcome you all and wish you a very productive and inspiring conference. Let us make this gathering the beginning of a very meaningful collaborative effort and a shared commitment to advance science and technology for the benefit of humanity. Thank you, and I wish the conference a great success.
Thank you, sir, for your encouragement. Your thought-provoking remarks have truly motivated us to engage more deeply with the conference themes. Moving forward, I invite Professor Manoj Kumar, Dean, School of Basic and Applied Sciences, HBTU Kanpur, for the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor to welcome Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Deepak Parmar, Harcourt Butler Technical University, HBTU Kanpur, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor K. M. Babu, Galgotia University, Greater Noida, faculty members, eminent speakers, students, and all the participants in this international conference on recent innovations in biomaterials and tissue engineering, jointly organized by Harcourt Butler Technical University, HBTU Kanpur, and Galgotia University, Greater Noida. We are truly excited to have such a distinguished group of speakers, experts, faculty members, and students gathered with us today. So this conference will serve as an incredible platform for the exchange of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. In these 2 days, we will explore a range of critical topics that are shaping the field of biomaterials. I am confident that the insights shared during sessions will inspire new ideas, foster meaningful discussions, and help us all towards advanced biomaterials design development and its applications. We have an eminent speakers and panelists who share a wealth of their years of experience and expertise in this field. Their contributions will no doubt leave us with valuable perspectives and actionable takeaways. I encourage you all to engage fully and share your thoughts and experience and take advantage of the network opportunities available, whether you are here to learn, collaborate, or simply connect with other faculty members and researchers from various institutions working in the same field. I hope this conference will become a rewarding experience for you all. I finally would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, partners, and volunteers for their continuous support in making this conference possible in a very short span of time. Whether this dedication, Without their dedication, this conference would not have been possible. So once again, thank you all for being here, and we look forward for a productive and inspiring conference. Have a great day ahead and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivation and for sharing your invaluable perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to one of the highlights of today's event, the release of the souvenir. I kindly request all the dignitaries to please join us for the release of the digital souvenir. Thank you all. Next, I invite Professor Dr. K. Mallikarjun Babu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, for the inaugural address.
Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And see, this is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here on the inaugural function of International Conference on Recent Innovations in Biomaterials and Tissue Engineering. This particular international conference is being organized by HBTU Kanpur and Galgotias University. What a combination if you see a 100-year-old university coming, tying up and co-hosting, co-organizing one of the best conferences, right? I'd say that Galgotias University is about 13 years old, 13 plus. We are in 14. Now, HBTU has a vast experience and vast years of standing as well. And it is a well-known university. And now the paradigm shift, what is happening in a higher education era is education, research-driven innovation, and of course, collaboration and outreach. Now, all these things are focusing more and more how universities need to function. Universities needs to be hubs of research arena, research and innovations to be generated at the universities. So now Galgotias University is thriving hard, providing a kind of ecosystem, which is first foundational ecosystem comes in from a educational ecosystem, which is a quality education, and then followed by a strong research abilities. So building research abilities from undergrad program itself really a game changer at Galgotias University. This brings an ethos and the faculty are highly qualified and immersed into research, and on an average, we publish a good number of quality publications in quality journals, right? Q1 to Q4. So on an average, about 1,500 publications per year, it will go in a quality journals alone. Coming to overall journals publications, if you see, it will be crossing more than 3,000. So what we are interested in to really collaborate and just collaborate and conduct multidisciplinary research. So this conference indeed have the similar kind of principles of promoting multidisciplinary experience, and this is a very cutting edge area. Biomaterials and tissue engineering are the one particular foremost hot topic, I should say, in healthcare engineering, healthcare sector, and healthcare sector is booming up with lots of innovation, because this is the one which directly helps the humanity and the well-being of mankind. So when such kind of conferences are moving ahead, and a lot of participation and enthusiasm I could see through this particular international conference, right? So I would like to say that there are a good number of keynote speakers been invited to this particular conference, and they'll be speaking in this particular conference. And not only the keynote speakers, we have invited speakers into this conference, and many distinguished professors will be session chairing in this conference. So that actually really tells us the kind of efforts the organizers, both at Galgotias University and HBTU, have made a collective effort, a strong, hardcore effort. So, and also it is a truly international conference, friends. So that, how I should say that? So, professors and speakers are from various countries, South Korea, Japan, Spain, USA, and of course, from India as well. So now the materials play very important role, be it engineering or healthcare or any other sector. Materials is having, materials keeps on being on innovation, keeps on being changing. The range of different materials, right, for their compatibilities, biocompatibilities, right, are improved cellular interactions, or tissue construction, all these things are very important in the medical applications. And of course, medical applications without integration of engineering is not possible. So now, so this together go hand in hand. So this is a truly multidisciplinary kind of a conference in the propelling innovations in biomaterials and tissue engineering. So I am very happy to be here, and I also thank the HBTU for their collaboration with Galgotias University, and Galgotias University, the School of Biotechnology and Sciences, and our innovation cell, IIC, have collaborated very strongly and bringing in an effort to show the kind of cutting edge research that is happening in this area. And I congratulate this Dean of the school, Sri Professor Abhimanyu, School of Biosciences. And then we also have with us the Dr. Gaurav Kumar, right, our head of biotechnology, and all the distinguished faculty members of Galgotias University and HBTU who have been an integral part while developing such a finest conference. And I'm pretty sure and assure all the participants during the next 2 days, what you are going to see is a true real innovations that are happening in biomaterials and tissue engineering. So have a nice collaborations, deliberations, and let's bring out something new as a takeaway for the entire humanity out of this, from this particular 2 days deliberations. And definitely, I'm pretty sure that the organizers are going to be focused, and these particular conference of this kind should never stop, should never rest, and this should continue in such a manner where true and real connections do happen and true and real research do happen. With that, I wish all the very best to the conference, International Conference on Research, Recent Innovations in Biomaterials and Tissue Engineering. Wish you all the very best, and I thank the organizers, Dr. Gaurav and Professor Abhinija, for having given me this opportunity to be here. And one more thing I would like to say, not only that, Galgodias University is also striving very hard to place itself into the international domain. And I'm very pleased to say that we have figured recently in the QS rankings as well as the Times Higher Education rankings. We are the very young university to achieve this kind of milestones, to enter the QS rankings and THE rankings with a very, very reasonable and remarkable rankings. So this is possible, this entire thing is possible by the faculty of Galgodias University and students, and of course, without the leadership, right? Our Honorable Chancellor Sir and our Honorable CEO and Honorable Director of Operations and esteemed colleagues of mine and students and alumni are also integral part of such kind of activities. So now I wish all the very best to the International Conference, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address, which has highlighted the importance of collaboration and innovation in our endeavors. Moving forward, I would now like to invite Professor Deeptik Parmar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, HBTU, Kanpur, for the presidential address.
Can you hear me now? Actually, I'm connecting with my mobile. There seems to be some problem with my laptop.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate both these institutes, HBTU Kanpur and Galgotia. So Professor V.M. Babu, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgotia University, then Professor Santosh Kumar from Department of Chemistry, Dr. Gaurav Kumar from the Organizing Secretary from your university, Professor Abhimanyu Jha from the School of Biotechnology of Galgotia University, Professor Ashish from HBTU Kanpur, Professor Manoj, the Dean of the School of Basic and Applied Sciences from HBTU Kanpur, and all Ania Ayushi also, and all other dignitaries who are there. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers, HBTU Kanpur and Galgotia University, to have come forward to organize this particular conference. It gives me added benefit to the fact that, it's possibly for very few times, maybe I think 3 or 4 times, that we have gone for such a collaborative activity with Galgotia or any other university for that matter. We do have collaborations with IIT Kanpur, but to have collaboration with other, that's not been the case in recent times. So I congratulate the organizers for having taken this initiative to have a collaborative university, collaborative activity with Galgotia also. So congratulations to both the organizers. With being a online activity, it has its own challenges. So we really do not know. Galgotia has not seen HBTU Kanpur. HBTU has not really seen Galgotia University. So it gives an opportunity to both of them and an anxiety to both these institutes to interact, maybe in physical mode. I request officials from Galgotia University, all the organizers, the teams members, and of course, my colleagues from HBTU Kanpur to visit each other institute, to have a feel of what these people are doing. I have been to Galgotia University once in an inspection visit, probably that was sometime in 2016 or so. That was a very short visit, but I did really like the campus. I wish we have had that kind of campus, but then we have altogether a different kind of campus. You can actually, as on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of the HBTU Kanpur family, I welcome all officials from Gehlot University to visit HBTU Kanpur for some time, whenever the time permits. I'm sure you'll love it. It has got a legacy of over 103 years. We celebrated the centenary celebration in the year 2021 when the Honorable President of India, Ramnath Kovind, happened to be the chief guest, right? It's also important for the fact, you see, we are the old institute. We have our own limitation being a state government funded institute. But despite that, we've done wonderfully well. Like we have 2 campuses, and lush green, beautiful campus. May not be that nicely maintained, but just to see, it gives you a feeling that yes, we are actually living around 40, 50 years back in a medieval kind of India. If you see the main building, you'll really like that. Having said that, the HBTU has been doing all good things in recent times, despite limitations of being a state government college. We got a NAC A+ ranking in our very first cycle. And also it would be important to mention that in the year 2009, right, HBTU was ranked 9th in the country in terms of its research output. And I'll tell you a very interesting trivia there. The biggest reason for that was the basic sciences department, because at the engineering department, we are more inclined towards teaching of UG and PG classes. There was not really much of research, but when it comes to physics, chemistry, and mathematics department, they had a lion's share for that credit, because all the publications, the projects which we had at that point in time, it was all because of their efforts. And of course, there were few from engineering departments also. Right? We have in the recent years, as Dr. Santosh is there, Professor Ashish is there, they are all our new recruiting. We are very happy to know that in the last 2-3 years or so, we have recruited around 65 odd faculty members, all with excellent academic and research credentials and with educational qualifications from top institutes. Actually, many of them have got Google citation and in excess of 2,300. Not many. See, it's not a very easy thing to do all these things as an assistant professor or associate professor. But I'm so very happy to inform that out of the 60 odd faculty members we have recruited in the last 2-3 years, many of them have got excellent research credentials. Right. The topic for coming back to the topic for this particular conference is, just let me see. It says International Conference of Research, Innovation in Biomaterial and Tissue Engineering. It's a very topic which is very pertinent. It's a very new topic actually, yeah? And there has been so much work going on across the world in biomaterial and tissue engineering. And both these are very important because at the end of the day, you want to do something really for the mankind. See, what is engineering? We actually want the engineering has no use if you actually confine it to solving differential equations, partial differential equations, and then keeping it confined to your thesis or so. It's not really going to serve the purpose for the mankind, right? It's important that we actually focus more on such topics which would pave the way for doing something really good in the field of healthcare for the mankind. Then only engineering will actually have a true utility of what we actually need to do as a server of the society. It's also important that when we actually develop any biomaterial, I've been informed, see, look, biomaterials have been there for last 20, 30, 40 years or so across the world. We have been sometime in the 60s or so. We had pacemakers were there, we had heart valves were there, we had implants were there, we have plastic surgery were there. But it's also important to understand that we need to seek whether these materials which we are using have
Sorry, you are muted. Sorry.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So it's important that the material that we are using, it does not have any adverse impact on the human body. Then only it would actually be good for the society, for the mankind. I'm very sure. Yeah, there's something that I actually missed. I'm also inviting officials from Galgotia University to interact and collaborate with HBTU faculty members. I'll tell you one thing. It's not about biotechnology department or physics department, chemistry. At this point in time, if I recall, we have people from mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electronics engineering, chemical engineering, biochemical engineering, plastic technology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics. These are the departments where faculty members are actively involved in doing research related to material. Maybe some of these departments are actually doing research in the field of biomaterials specifically, but otherwise composites, plastic material, heavy material, we have been doing a lot of work in the field of material. I'll invite officials from Galgotia University to visit HBTU Kanpur campus and interact and collaborate with other faculty members of the department to pave way for having more fruitful collaboration in time to come. Fine. I have been informed by Dr. Santosh that several public papers were received, and after thorough technical scrutiny, you have actually arrived at around 70, 80 odd publications for oral presentation. That's a very good number. I was just going through your souvenir and I found there are papers from across the world. You have people from Portugal, you have Spain, you have Korea, you have France, and that actually has given it a truly international character, actually. So I would like to congratulate both the organizers, HBTU Kanpur and Galgotia University, to have taken this initiative to be organizing this conference. My advice to all the participants also would be to actually keep attending all these sessions and keep asking, have an interactive session so that actually they can learn something from the talks which are planned for the next 2 days. I'm sure the deliberations which we'll have would pave the way for taking the biomaterials and the tissue engineering to greater heights in time to come. I hope you have wonderful time in 2 years' time and you get interesting lectures and interesting topics so that you don't get bored like a typical online webcam. I once again congratulate both organizers and hope you have a wonderful session in next 2 days. Thank you so very much and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words, which have set the perfect tone for our conference. I would now like to invite Dr. Sumedha Mukherjee, Coordinator and Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Galgotia University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ayushi. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to extend the heartfelt gratitude on this event of international conference. First and foremost, I extend my sincere thanks to our chief patrons, Professor Shamsher, Honorable Vice Chancellor of HBTU Kanpur, and Shri Sunil Galgotia, Sir, Chancellor, Galgotia's University, for their unwavering support and guidance throughout the materializing of this conference. I also thank Professor Diptik Parmar, Pro-Vice Chancellor, HBTU Kanpur, for his thought-provoking presidential address and for his continuous encouragement in fostering interdisciplinary research. Thank you so much, sir. We are also grateful to Dr. Dhruv Galgotia, CEO, Galgotia's University, for his continuous encouragement, empowering us resolutely to organize this conference without any hindrance. And my sincere thanks to Professor K. Mallikarjuna Babu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgotia's University, for his inspiring inaugural address, which set the tone for this conference. Your words, sir, have indeed energized us all to strive for excellence in research and innovation. I also thank Dr. Nitin Gaur, Registrar, Galgotia's University, and Professor Dr. Avdesh Kumar, sir, for their kind help and motivation for transpiring this highly coveted event. We are deeply grateful to our speakers of the inaugural session, to Professor Manoj Kumar, Dean of School of Basic and Applied Sciences, HBTU Kanpur, for delivering a warm and heartfelt welcome address. Your vision has been a guiding force throughout. A special thank goes to our Dean, Professor Abhimanyu Kumar Jha, Dean of School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotia's University, for his encouraging words and also for his explaining the relevance of this conference in the current scenario. I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Ashish Kapoor, Dean of International Student Affairs, HBTU Kanpur, for his insightful remarks and support in making this event a reality. I would also like to thank the organizing committee, led by Dr. Gaurav Kumar and Dr. Santosh Kumar, for their tireless efforts in ensuring the seamless execution of this event. Your hard work has brought us all together here under one roof to share and learn from the latest advancements in biomaterials and tissue engineering. I also thank our other member of the organizing committee, Dr. Slok Jindal sir, for his tireless efforts in registration and organization of this event. To our speakers, chairpersons, and guests, thank you for enriching this conference with your presence, wisdom, and expertise. Your participation is invaluable in driving this dialogue forward. Lastly, but not the least, a big thank you to all of our participants, sponsors, and especially our volunteers for your enthusiasm and dedication. Your collective efforts have been the backbone of this conference. We deeply appreciate the contribution of our volunteers and the moderators that have been working behind the scene for a very long time now. Thank you, Ayushi, for conducting the inaugural session flawlessly. A big thanks to Ravikant and Mridul for all the hard work and the sleepless nights they have put in, and all our student volunteers whose the list will be too long to take now, but all of you who have been working tirelessly for the success of this event, I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. As we move forward into the technical sessions, I hope we continue to explore, innovate, and collaborate for a brighter future in biomaterials and tissue engineering. I hope you all enjoy the coming sessions and learn a lot. Thank you all once again, and I wish you all a fruitful and engaging conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. In every layer of a scaffold, there is hope. In every innovation, a story of resilience and human ingenuity unfolds. International collaboration is the heartbeat of innovation, and this conference is a testament to the power of shared knowledge. With this, we conclude the inaugural session and we extend our warm thanks to all our dignitaries and participants for gracing the occasion. Let's look forward to a fruitful and engaging event ahead, and we will start with the technical session 1 sharp at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Yes, can we, all participants can switch on their camera for a group photograph. Yes. Can you end the slideshow, Mridul? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. The technical session 1 will begin at 10 a.m. sharp. Yes, Ayushi, please start technical session 1.
Welcome to the technical session 1 of International Conference on Recent Innovations in Biomaterials and Tissue Engineering, jointly organized by the Department of Chemistry and International Student Affairs, HBTU Kanpur, in collaboration with the Department of Biotechnology, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, Uttar Pradesh, under the aegis of Institutions Innovation Council, IIC, of both institutes. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished chairpersons for the session. Our chairpersons for this session are Professor Devnani sir from HBTU and Professor Ashish Kapoor sir from HBTU. Professor Devnani sir is Professor in Chemical Engineering, Dean's School of Chemical Technology of HBTU Kanpur. He obtained his master's in chemical engineering from IIT Kanpur and PhD from IIT Roorkee. A scholar with over 2 decades of teaching and research experience. Professor Devnani's expertise includes composite materials and sustainability. He has authored several research papers, 2 books, and holds 2 Indian patents. He has also been an invited speaker internationally and currently serves as the IQAC coordinator at HBTU. Professor Ashish Kapoor, Professor and Head of Chemical Engineering at HBTU Kanpur. He earned his BTech and MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Madras. He received his PhD from University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, UIUC, Illinois, USA. Professor Kapoor is an expert in microfluidics, lab-on-chip technologies, wastewater treatment, and biomass valorization. With over 12 years of industry academic experience and more than 75 publications, he is also the Dean of International Student Affairs. Thank you, professors, for joining us and sharing this session. With the chair's permission, we would like to now begin with the technical session 1. Sir, may we have the permission, please?
Yes, you can start the technical session.
Thank you, sir. Let's move forward with the first talk for today by Dr. Vipin Kalia, sir, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Konkuk University, Seoul, South Korea. His talk is titled Bioplastics in Medicine. Are Polyhydroxyalkanoates, PHAs, the future of biomaterials? Now, I would like to invite Professor Devnani sir to introduce the first keynote speaker for today's session.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone in this first technical session. And it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Vipin Kalia, a distinguished scientist in the field of microbiology and biotechnology. He is currently a professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering, Konkuk University, Seoul, South Republic of Seoul, Republic of Korea. Under the National Research Foundation, he has been serving in this role since 2018. Dr. Kalia holds an MSc and PhD in genetics from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, ICAR-IARI, New Delhi. Prior to his current appointment, he had a long and illustrious career at the CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, Delhi, where he served as Chief Scientist and Deputy Director and CSIR Emeritus Scientist from 2017 to 2018. An accomplished researcher, Dr. Kalia's areas of expertise include microbial biodiversity, bioenergy, biopolymers, genomics, microbial evaluation, quorum sensing and quenching, drug discovery, and antimicrobials. He has published over 200 scientific papers, which have garnered more than 14,670 citations, with an H index of 66 and I-10 index of 180. His work has appeared in prestigious journals such as Nature Biotechnology, Biotechnology Advances, Trends in Biotechnology, and Renewable and Sustainable Energy Reviews. Dr. Kalia has edited 16 books with leading publishers such as Springer Nature's CRC Press and contributed 35 book chapters. He served as the editor-in-chief in the Indian Journal of Microbiology and continues to be an academic editor for reputed journals including Journal of Microbiology and Biotechnology, International Journal of Molecular Sciences, and Frontiers in Bioengineering and Biotechnology. Dr. Kalia is a fellow of the National Academy of Science, the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and the Association of Microbiologists of India. He is a life member of 6 scientific societies. His contributions have been recognized with numerous awards, including the Professor S.R. Vyas Memorial Award, the ASME IUSSF Indo-US Professorship Program, and the Faculty Research Award in Microbiology. He has also received the INCA Bilateral Exchange Programs, DBT Overseas Associateship, and the J.V. Bhatt Award multiple times. Dr. Vipin Kalia is an exceptional scientist whose work continues to shape advancements in microbiology and biotechnology on a global scale. I would like to invite Dr. Vipin Kalia to deliver his keynote talk.
May I start, please?
Yes, sir, you can. Mm-hmm.
So may we have the first slide, please? May I have the first slide? I have submitted the slides to Dr. Santosh. So you are requested to run them. Hello.
Dr. Santosh?
Yes, sir. Please just give us a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Sharing in a second, sir.
Okay, okay. No problem. No problem. May I start, please? Hello.
Yes, sir. You can start.
Okay. So nice of you. Thank you. So I'm thankful to all of you for organizing this international conference on recent innovations in biomaterials for tissue engineering. And there are 2 organizations which have come together. So it's very good that HBT, Kanpur and Belgorod University have put together their efforts in this very interesting and upcoming field. So at the beginning, I must confess that although I have been recognized and by the organizer as an expert, but on the internet, there is much more information available than I can ever learn. So students are requested to first listen to me and then search the internet later. Because most people nowadays, they are very eager to verify what I have stated is true or false. So they jump upon to the Google, check whether the statements made by us are really true or just, flukes. But don't jump slides. I will request for each slide that then only please shift to the next one. So although this conference is targeted very, specifically towards tissue engineering, but in my opinion, it should have been, given a broader, how do you say, area to communicate and participate, because agreed that tissue engineering is very important, but there are many associated activities which are important. So since the organizers wanted it that way, so I will come to it in a sooner or later. So, bioplastics in medicines are making their inroads. And here, as was narrated in the last few moments, that I am a genetics man, I am a microbiologist, I am a biologist basically. So I am not a chemist, and my chemistry level is very poor. So excuse me for if I, oh, no, please don't jump slides. I will request for each of you to come to the next slide. Huh? Please listen to me. So my area of expertise has been largely about how bacteria hello. डॉक्टर संतोष जरा समझाओ भाई लोगों को. Okay, please. It seems there is some trouble with the managing the slides. Hello. Hello.
Sir, slide is changing.
तो मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा, स्लाइड तो आपके पास है सर.
Yes, sir.
I am not running the slides. You are running the slides.
Sir,
I am only speaking. So it should not jump, na? Please
okay.
go back to the first slide.
Okay.
Come to the first slide, please.
Yeah. I will request for each slide to move to the next one.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Please have patience. So, as I said, that I am a microbiologist and a biologist primarily, and my chemistry is not very good. So, if you feel at some stages that, oh, he is not a very good chemist, so I may be excused for that. And now we will try to convey that polyhydroxyalkanoates are the bioplastics of the future, and we will try to justify that are they good biomaterials for use in biomedicine field, although they have other uses also. For example, in agriculture also they can be used. They can be used in environment also. So in fact, their usage of the bioplastics and biopolymers is much broader than medicines, and that too specifically to tissue engineering. So, but since interest is largely tissue engineering, I will come to it in sooner or later. Next slide, please. We, right now regularly and frequently talk about world population, a basic problem. Then obviously with population increasing, there is a demand for food, and they are exponentially growing. When these demand for food is more, there is obviously energy requirement is also very high, and the production rate of energy is lower, so there is an energy crisis. And when you consume a lot of food and a lot of people consume it, there is a lot of waste generation as well. This all together leads to environmental pollution. So these are basically the global issues. Now, we as individual scientists and with limited abilities and limited capabilities, we cannot handle everything. But we will try whatever we can contribute. So in the last 3 decades or so, rather it's now almost 4 decades, I have been making small contributions. So I will tell about some which I are going to prove helpful to all of you. Next slide, please. Plastics, plastic production, it is increasing every year. In fact, they are anticipating that by year 2050, it will be 1.5 billion tons per year. Now, basically, if we ask this question, that are plastics good or bad? In fact, if they are all very bad, then people would not have used them, which means they have some very good utility. And in our daily life, almost if we look around, everything is made of plastics. So which means they must have some good properties, flexibility, and stress resistant, etc., so that we can make products of the choice which we want. So which means plastics are in fact important. For example, if the computer or the fan or etc., which we have around us, if they were biodegradable plastics, then you go today with the intention that it is there, but tomorrow if bacteria come and eat them, there will be no plastic things left with you, which means it is dangerous. So it is necessary that every plastic should not be degradable. So plastic, as I said, if the production is high, then obviously it leads to some waste generation also. And recycling of waste is, easy said than done, because it is mixed indiscriminately. And the other troubles are that plastic wastes are non-biodegradable. They accumulate in natural ecosystems in quantities which are unmanageable. We are not able to handle and dispose them in an environmental friendly manner. Obviously, if it is not disposed, it gets stuck and it is getting piled up, it will lead to environmental pollution. If you burn them, then it is still dangerous. So which means, and the more you produce plastic, the more use of petroleum and natural gas leads to energy crisis. Now, how to circumvent this waste? So the potential is to produce bio-based, means biological, and biodegradable polymers. Now, they should not be immediately biodegradable, otherwise they will be of no use. So which means they should have some life before they get degraded. So here the best candidates, there is a long list of candidates who are competing for such biodegradable polymers. So I will not talk of all of them. So polyhydroxyalkanoates, which are called PHAs, are the ones which are produced completely bio-based and completely biodegradable. Then we have polylactic acid and polycaprolactones, which have their own benefits and utilities, but compared to PHAs, they have some limitations as well. So next slide, please. Now, why PHAs, So in brief, it is called eco-friendly and biodegradable. Now, there are bacteria which will normally not produce any bioplastic. But when there is a stress condition, stress largely in terms of nutrients. So if there is too much of carbon, so which means carbon rich, and limitation of nutrients like potassium, magnesium, oxygen, phosphorus or nitrogen, then there is a shift actually in the metabolic pathway of the bacteria. Normally, carbon will go towards producing energy and leads to the, how do you call it? ATP production. But under stress conditions, bacteria want to utilize, if there is too much of carbon, why you not store it rather than metabolizing it, So they divert the metabolic pathway from TCA cycle to PHA production biosynthesis. So this is the basic crux of where lies the difference between a PHA production and non-PHA producing bacteria. So same bacteria will not normally produce PHA, but under stress condition, it will. So now what are the environmental advantages? So unlike traditional plastics, PHAs do not rely on petroleum. So that is the major incentive for producing PHAs. So, and which enhance their sustainability, because petroleum-based products are not sustainable. PHAs exhibit properties which are quite similar to, not exactly, quite similar to fossil fuel-based plastics, the normal plastics which we call it, or the conventional plastic. So which makes them suitable alternatives to plastic. Now, since we are more interested in biomedical applications, so I will jump to biomedical. So they are ideal because they are easy to sterilize, and obviously, since I have been talking of their biodegradability, it is very high. So medical devices, particularly implants and drug delivery systems, are very important components where these PHAs find major applications. Wound dressing, for example, PHAs can help in delivery of the drugs and making, pads which help to replace the conventional non-biodegradable dressings. Then artificial ligaments and tendons and bone grafts, etc. So I will come to tissue engineering a bit later. So the focus is that the PHA application in biomedical fields is in tissue engineering, drug delivery, wound healing, and biocontrol. Next slide, please. So we will continue with the justifications for PHAs. But what is the issue still? The issues are that we do not have a robust microbe which can produce PHAs in large quantities. Okay, why? Because the PHA content in a cell is invariably very low. Exceptionally, it goes to high levels. And you have to really manipulate the microbe to jump to higher levels. Otherwise, it will be only 1%, 2%, 3%, 5%. So people will be struggling. But there are bacteria which can produce up to 90% of the total biomass as PHA content. But that's an exception, not as a rule. So which means if we have a large amount of biomass from the feed which we use and a high PHA content, then maybe we can make it economical. Now, then there are problems with the recovery and purification of the product. Because these bacteria, gram-negative bacteria are easy to lyse, but gram-positive bacteria are difficult to lyse. So there is an extra cell wall which is to be lysed for recovery of PHA. Then, metabolically, this is not the only pathway which is operating in the microbes. There are many pathways which compete for the key molecule, which is acetyl-CoA. So acetyl-CoA after glycolysis is not consumed only by PHA synthesis, but also for TCA cycle, energy generation, as I said, and many other pathways. So acetyl-CoA is the limiting factor in this process. So what are the solutions to this? So which means if we can modify cell morphology, which means make bigger cells, they will have many advantages, which will enhance the cell biomass. And obviously, bigger cells will be easy to settle, to purify, and how the centrifugation energy required will be less. So manipulate metabolic biosynthetic cycle, which means you have to inhibit many associated pathways so that we focus only on PHA pathway. Then synchronize product synthesis with cell lysis. PHA synthesis will not continue uncontrolled. So after a certain stage, it will start degrading, which means before it starts degrading, we have to recover them, which means the cell lysis should be synchronized with the end of the product, PHA synthesis. Then we have to modify downstream processing. So which means it's a very complicated phenomena. And to make it economical, we have to link PHA production with other valuable products. Because bacteria will not only produce PHA, but it will produce many other things. So we have to exploit and see how the end product of PHA biosynthesis can be used for producing many other. For example, methane is one of them, as people know very well, that if we recover bacteria, then still fatty acids are left, which can be used for methane production. And it can be linked to hydrogen production as well. Next slide. So now, before we get into producing them in large quantities, talking about all of them, let us find out if there is a market and how much is the demand. So bioplastics, as I said, PHAs, polylactic acid, and PHBs, and biopolymers from natural sources, they have been valued to be $73.6 million in 2021 and are projected to go up to 167 million by the year 2027. Here, since the focus, as I said, is again on tissue engineering, the market is around $9.9 billion, expected to growing at the rate of 14.2% every year. And by 2027, it may reach 9.9 billion USD, which means this area and this symposium has a relevance, and it's not just for only academic purposes that we are talking of tissue engineering or biopolymers. So there is a very big market, and incidentally, it will not be the job of only one kind of scientist. It is to be a multidisciplinary. So microbiologists, geneticists, molecular biologists, chemists, they all have to come together. And even, those mechanical engineers, etc., we may need civil engineers, we may need their helps also, because it is to be upskilled. So most people, biologists, don't know how to upscale it. So bioplastic demand is going to be approximately 130 tons in the terms of consumer goods, packaging, agriculture, electronics, food packaging, and finally our biomedical tools. Next slide, please. So these biodegradable polymers, PHAs, are gaining attention for diverse applications. Microbes, since, as I said, synthesize PHAs. They ferment largely sugars to fat as storage compounds. So PHAs are actually storage compounds. With the help of certain synthetic enzymes, which are, for example, PHA synthase is one of the most critical enzymes which is important. Then it is an eco-friendly alternative, non-petroleum, low carbon footprints, because nowadays we talk of global warming and instantly we think of carbon footprints. So it has low carbon footprints. So energy efficiency, because biological production is invariably done at a normal temperature and pressure. So unlike chemical processes, this has a higher energy efficiency and environmental acceptance, because we are not using anything toxic or non-biodegradable in the process. And my previous lecture, actually I had talked about how bio waste can be used, from food or vegetable waste, etc. Can be agricultural waste, can be used as feed for producing PHs. And then medical suitability for medical devices and implants, because it is important that implants, when we put inside the body, if they can be naturally degraded, biodegradable, then we don't have to remove them after a certain time. So biocompatibility has to be very high, because when we put anything in human body, so if there is an immune reaction, then it will reject the implant immediately. Then it can be sterilized without damage. So that is the best part. And cost effective, it is really not cost effective, but if we put all the efforts in place, then it can be categorized as inexpensive and viable for large scale production. Then, as I said, recovery varies with bacteria, polymer properties, solvents used, and cell lysis methods. So these are many activities where we need many different kind of people. Next slide, please. So PHAs, there are not only one kind, there are many kinds. So bacteria normally produce polyhydroxybutyrates, which are called PHBs, which is highly crystalline form of PHA. But despite its limited characteristics, it still can be used for controlled drug delivery. In contrast, the use of copolymers of PHAs is much more wider applications. They are stronger and are less crystalline and are ideal for stress-bearing devices like surgical sutures. And their biomedical potential, they are non-toxic in nature. PHAs offer safe medical applications, including implants, due to compatibility with human tissue, because biocompatibility is very, very important. Then sustainable synthesis, as I said, that they can be produced from renewable resources, including bio-waste. So for which I have a different forum is required to describe which bacteria and which bio-waste and under what conditions it can be produced. So then there are certain challenges also. PHAs are water soluble and less stiff, which limits their usage in tissues. So high production cost. Presently, the cost is very high, and it's restricted by the need for specialized equipment. It cannot be produced just randomly and anytime and anywhere. There is a continued research aims now to improve the cost efficiency, adaptability for broader biomedical applications, which includes scaffold modification. So PHAs which we produce cannot be used directly for biomedical applications. No. They have to be modified. So here the role of chemist is very critical. So biologists can produce PHA in large quantities, but they are still not good enough to be used as for biomedical applications. They have to be modified, either structural modification or some, as you say, functional modification of the molecule has to be there. Next slide. So diverse scaffold techniques are required for production. For example, electrospinning, co-precipitation, salt leaching, 3D printing, solution casting. There are different methods by which people produce these scaffolds. So electrospinning applications produces fibers and nanofiber scaffolds for PHAs, like, there are copolymers of PHA 3B and 4HB, 3-hydroxybutyrate and 4-hydroxybutyrate, or PHB or PHB and butyrate and valerate copolymers are used for membranes, vascular grafts, patches, and hydrogels. Then there is a advanced 3D scaffolds. Here, salt leaching and 3D printing techniques create bioactive scaffolds and bone grafts. Next slide. So this is in brief how people use different methods for producing. So as I have listed them, that there is a solvent casting, particle leaching, salt gel method, gas foaming, and lyophilization and nanocomposites. So you can see that polymer, solvent, solutions, etc. They keep on changing different combinations, and then some have been used as molding, solid evaporation, salt leaching, or you can use foaming and then freeze drying, deionized water washing, etc. So there are, depending upon which method you are using and what is the raw material, there are different combinations which can be used for designing bone scaffolds. Next slide. So various innovations have been put in place which showcase PHAs versatility in biomedical applications. For example, bone regeneration to cardiovascular. So there is a wide range of applications. Composite engineering to enhance the mechanical strength and degradation rates. We have to make composites of PHA. They cannot be made only pure PHA. Pure PHA which are produced by. So which means the hair chemist can come into play a very significant role. So bone growth, for example, there another copolymer with composite rather with the zirconium oxide and Herafil are composite pins. They can be used increase bone growth to by 30%. So then drug delivery scaffold. Copolymers of PHB and PHV, butyrate and valerate with bioactive glass. Another composite offers controlled drug delivery because drug, when if antibiotics, for example, which people use, if they are given, they are used in a burst. So which means only some material is used, the rest goes waste. But if it is a controlled one, then the same antibiotic can stay in your body for a longer period, and high compressed stability it gives this, how do you call it? If you have a copolymer, which is a composite. So 3D pen is hydroxyhexanoate and butyrate copolymer, and bioglass are composites. They feature improved bioactivity and pore architecture and bone formation because it is very important for cell growth and now for enhanced cell growth, PHB, which is called 3-hydroxybutyrate with nano hydroxy acid boosts cell proliferation and differentiation. Now, 3-hydroxyoxygenate based cardiac patches mimic cardiac muscle strength and support cell viability. So which means in medical applications, you have to use them in a very, modified form. Next slide. There are certain limitations of the natural polymers which make PHAs more beneficial because natural polymers, collagens and fibrin lack adequate biodegradability, although they are used a lot for biomedical application, but PHAs have more benefit. So as I have already narrated these, so next few slides we will give you the biomedical application in diverse fields. So research focus is PHAs are a key research focus for creating functional and biodegradable material. So you have to be very innovative and use skills from diverse fields to make this research progress in an economical and innovative manner. Next. So as antibacterials, PHAs as antibacterials. So you see 3-hydroxy acids, hydroxyl acids. They are actually degraded forms of PHA. So these chiral compounds are derived from PHAs, these and hydroxycarboxylic acids such as 2-alkylated 3-HB and beta-lactones serve as pharmaceutical building block for oral drugs. So you can see how a PHA can be degraded and the degraded product can be used for developing oral drugs. Then carbapenem and microlide antibiotics, effectively combat infections, bacterial infection, in which Staphylococcus aureus is one of those very dangerous pathogen which needs to be, to be treated for infections. So here you need antibiotics, these two. And then depolymerization of PHAs yield monomers, which can enhance skin angiogenesis and promote wound healing. So this is a integrated type of activities which help people to develop wound dressing systems, wound healing, for example. Then this is only a brief indication only I am talking about, because in this there are many experts who will be talking of all other activities, and in half an hour or so we cannot justify talking of all the fields and in detail, because in antibacterial itself you can write many articles. Then biocontrol agents. Antibiotics generally are used as animal feed supplements to enhance their growth, but it is a risky business because it kills the gastrointestinal microbe, which means antibiotics have to be replaced with something else for use enhancing the growth of, for example, this chicken feed, for example. Normally people feed them with antibiotic supplemented feed. But here we recommend that short chain fatty acids, which can be obtained from PHAs, they can serve as effective biocontrol agent. For example, in giant tiger prawn growth and even in chicken growth, this can be used in the feed material. Next slide. As drug carriers, PHAs are basically targeted for drug delivery in a slow, controlled, regulated manner, as in the case of liposomes, for example. So highly biocompatible ideal biomaterials for tablets, nanoparticles, and drug-eluting scaffolds. So here there are two different categories: biodegradable 3-HB hydroxybutyrate monomers are the novel drug-carrying polymers, as dendrites and beta and gamma peptides with extended serum stability. And microspheres and copolymers also are very effective for controlled release of antibiotics transdermally and as implantable rods. Next. Medical devices, there are many different categories. PHA for medical devices like adhesion barriers, cartilage repair, cardiovascular patches, surgical staples. Then copolymers of PHA can be used as stents, which are now everybody hears about the stents in cardiovascular systems. So excellent hemo compatibility and promising for cardiovascular application, because in heart attacks nowadays are increasing in a very high frequency. So here PHB and HHX hydroxy hexanoate copolymers can be used as stents. Then cardiovascular patches are made from PHAs which have high durability, infection resistant, non-toxic, and ensure safety in the medical application. Next. Now, biodegradable PHA-based implants are ideal for delivering antibiotics in chronic osteomyelitis therapy, enhancing infection control and treatment outcomes. Coronary stents, as I said, are made from PHA matrices like PHB and PHAO. They help aid in drug elution, preventing artery blockage. Stents are very important. So PHA copolymer implants. So the homopolymers and copolymers can be used in. Now, infectious diseases are caused by biofilm forming bacteria. So here, PHB copolymer implants can help to avoid or rather restrict the formation of biofilms. It can help to improve wound healing, ensure stable drug release, and enhancing implant stability and obviously effectiveness. Next slide. Then, specifically speaking, anti-osteoporosis effect, their 3-hydroxybutyrate oligomers are very important. They boost the energy in patients, supporting cardiac efficiency, preventing brain damage, which happens through mitochondrial degeneration. So they help them to regenerate. It aids in neuroprotection by reducing neural cell death rates, which means treating Parkinson's and Alzheimer's diseases. They promotes osteoblast growth and anti-osteoporosis effects, enhancing calcium deposition in bones, for example. That is how osteoporosis is restricted, and serum alkaline phosphatase activity are enhanced by 3-hydroxy oligomers. Next one. PHAs have been found used as memory enhancers. So hydroxy acids, monomers of 3-HB, as I showed in the previous slide also, for treating Alzheimer's disease by protecting against mitochondrial damage, and then beta 3 hydroxybutyrate prevents neuron death from glucose deprivation during ketogenesis. This supports brain health and cognitive resilience. These hydroxy acids stimulate calcium channels, which may enhance memory and cognitive function. So which means the applications of PHAs are actually really very diverse. So means, although as I said in the beginning, and I repeated, that tissue engineering is one of the most important things, but you can see as biocontrol agents, etc., delivery agents, this memory enhancer. There are many applications actually which are already been demonstrated, but they have to be explored. Next one. So this is how nano composites look like, for supercapacitor, nanofibers, carbon nanomaterials, drug carriers, and bone scaffold. These are representative pictures of the same. Next one, please. Yeah, now we will talk a little bit also about tissue engineering, because this is to be the most important. So PHAs are used in tissue engineering to create biodegradable scaffolds for regenerative medicine. So non-biodegradable materials lead to scar formation and poor healing, making biodegradable plastic PHAs preferable. So here you will prefer that there should be no scars left after the tissue engineering. And modified high purity PHAs are required actually. So here, which means the chemist can play a very important role. This is necessary to avoid infection. They aid in natural healing without additional surgery. So especially in tissue engineering in vascular grafts, heart valves, and nerve tissue scaffolds. PHA copolymers, as I have been saying again and again, are more diverse applications which support cell growth for liver and cartilage tissue. There have been already studies backed up with scientific evidences are there, and PHA-based scaffolds they have high mechanical strength and promote cell growth and cell adhesion, because they're very important for producing products like screws, sutures, and films. Then PHA ceramic composites, they are improved mechanical properties enhanced to suitability for bone and tissue engineering. Because when bones are broken, then you need to put them back in place with the help of implants. Here, PHA, they are biodegradable, so after a certain age, say for example 1 year, when your body is already well formed, you don't need them. So certain PHA based sutures designed to dissolve after a set period helps to improve the efficiency. So as I said, say for example 1 year later, you don't need them, they will automatically get degraded. Next slide. So here we will show you which bacteria have been already demonstrated. There are very long lists, so I am not talking of all the things on earth. So these are only representative information. So PHA, PHB, for example, have been produced by Bacillus cereus, Cuprividis, and Azotobacter chromocum. So they have enabled 20% enhanced proliferation of cartilaginous cells. Scaffolds blended with bioactive glass and sugar had 15% higher proliferation and biocompatibility of osteoblast cells. PHA blended with bioactive glass and multi-walled carbon nanopart tubes are useful for bone tissue engineering having electrically conductive sensing. So in the same manner, Cuprividis has produced biopolymer films with have higher and improved adhesive stability. It has been shown in a mice fibroblast. So which means most of the times people have shown it in animal models, the usage of these products. So blending PHB with hydroxyapatite and alginate hydrogel, which a composite has to be formed, it helps in mesenchymal stem cells, showing 3.5 times improved regeneration of critical bone defects in rats. So which means what has been demonstrated in rats will one day be demonstrated also and used in human beings also. Next slide, please. And then, Isoptericola, and then Paraburkholderia, then Escherichia coli, and then there are certain commercial production of PHAs, also PHBs, which have no toxicity towards mice. These are demonstrated studies I am now citing. So previously I was talking of a general thing, now it is a very specific thing. So high compatibility with these fibroblast cells, formation of bone tissue in rat, in most of the studies have been carried out in rats. So effective for regenerating skin in diabetic wound healing, because there is another issue right now. Diabetic patients have a difficulty in healing. So there is an enhanced rate with higher sweat glands and hair follicles. Next slide. Pseudomonas is another organism, Mendocina and Bacillus species, then Pseudomonas putida, and then there are some commercial producers also. So it is polyhydroxyalkanoate and then composites of PHAs, which have exhibited 2.5 fold higher cell proliferation, and then scaffolds showing attachment, enhanced attachment and growth of proliferative cells, because cells normally are not stable to bind. So this helps them to bind. So PHA fibers enhance durability 2 to 3 times and growth 3.8 times of human-induced chloronative stem cells. Then PHA copolymers means you can see that they help in a wide range of medical applications. Next slide. Then alkaliphilus, for example, it produces curcumin polyallyl PHA composite. Or you can have, there is a different compositions of PHB and PHO. So 1:2.5 ratio, or it can be 1:1 ratio, one can be 10 ratio, depending upon, you can modify the strength and the properties of the PHA if it is a copolymer. So copolymers with different hydroxyalkanoate concentrations can be used, for example, for developing nanofibers. Their effective cartilage repair, mechanical stability, and durability are high, and obviously self-supporting healing potential. Then copolymer, cupravides, aeromonas, pseudomonas. So these are some of those which produce medium chain length PHAs or copolymers with multiple hydroxy, butyrate, veterate, valerate, and hexanoate. So you see, next slide, please. Normally, this is a bacterial cell. So within the cell, you can see that there are storage compounds. This is how a PHA structure generally is represented by chemists. So these are a structure of a PHA. They are low carbon footprint, as I showed you in the beginning. They are versatile, energy efficiency, and then high societal acceptance. They can be used in biomedical implants, tissue engineering, and biocontrols. Next slide, please. Then you can see the diversity of PHA producing for tissue engineering specifically. So there are bacillus series, bacillus species, cupravides, pseudomonas manocida, putida, aeromonas, alkalophilus, acetobacter, acetobacteria, and paraburkholderia. So they can produce different kinds of homo and copolymers of PHA. Next slide. Is it blank?
Yes, sir.
Next slide, please. Oh,
So
they
the
have deleted.
slides are over.
But oh, there were two. Yeah, yeah, there is some. This slide must come. So I hope you people have gained at least a little bit from my presentation, and I am thankful to many people. Here, I must thank first Professor Santosh Kumar of HBTU and his team, because it's not a single person's effort, the team effort. They have provided me with the opportunity, because there are no dearth of scientists like me in this world. They could have invited anybody, but since they gave me this opportunity to, to, to communicate and talk to you people, so I'm extremely thankful to Professor Santosh Kumar and his team. And obviously, this is a collaborative action. Next one, please. So I would also like to thank organizers from Calcutta University of Greater Noida, since there is a long list of people who have participated from them. So, and I don't have the whole list, but I still thank them because they are a partner to this. Next one. Okay, then we come back to myself. So I hope I managed to communicate my information. Although, as I said in the beginning, I am primarily a biologist and not a chemist. Anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening presentation on the future of bioplastics in medicine and the immense potential of PHAs as sustainable and biocompatible class of bioplastics in revolutionizing the medical applications and how PHAs could shape the future of medicine and bioengineering. I now request Professor Devnani sir to present the digital memento to the speaker as the token of appreciation from us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful talk. And as a token of remembrance and gratitude, memento for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the pleasure of hearing from Professor Pralay Maiti, sir, professor at the School of Material Science and Technology at IIT BHU. His talk is titled Controlled Drug Delivery Using Novel Materials for Better Disease Treatment. I would like to invite Professor Devnani, sir, to introduce our next keynote speaker.
Thank you. The next keynote speaker, Dr. Pralay Maiti, is currently a senior professor and ex-coordinator in the School of Material Science and Technology, IIT BHU, Varanasi. Professor Maiti has received his master's in chemistry from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur in 1991 and PhD in polymer in 1996 from the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, Jadavpur University. He was COE researcher and lecturer at Venture Business Laboratory, Hiroshima University, Japan, and was postdoctoral fellow at Toyota Technological Institute, Japan in the period 1999 to 2001. He was visiting scientist at Cornell University, USA from 2002 to 2004. He was quick hire fellow at Central Leather Research Institute, Chennai before joining the School of Material Science and Technology as reader in December 2004. His current research interests include drug delivery, vehicle, biomaterials, and energy materials. Most innovative contribution of Professor Maiti is in the field of material chemistry related to drug delivery using biodegradable polymers, self-assembly, and energy materials through nanotechnology and their uses in energy sector. He has published more than 250 papers in high-impact peer-reviewed journals. He has 35 patents, few of them are commercialized also, and 29 book chapters with H index of 55, and his citation is more than 16,000. Professor Maiti is the recipient of many awards like National Award for Technological Innovation, APA Young Scientist Award, Professor Santappa Silver Jubilee Medal, Nasi Reliance Platinum Jubilee Award, Tata Innovation Fellowships, Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Advanced Material Award, Dare to Dream 4.0 are few of them. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology, and International Association of Advanced Materials. I would like to invite Professor Maiti for his keynote talk.
Thank you, Professor Devnani, for your kind introductions. So, let me share my screen a minute, and then so I mean, is it visible? Can you please confirm once?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, especially Professor Santosh Kumar, and who was in touch with me for since long. And then in this topic, we will be talking about the biomaterials, which are the theme of this conference, and how these biomaterials actually help improving the quality of life. That's the conclusions, and we have something for the futures that we are trying to do, especially for the healthcare sectors. So next 1 year, 1 hour or so, I will be talking about mostly the controlled drug delivery systems using different kinds of materials, and how those materials are helpful for disease control. So, in this talk, I will be mostly talking about the drug delivery vehicles. So, my next slide is visible. I mean, just for clarity, drug delivery
Yes, sir.
vehicles. Okay. Thank you, madam. So now, let me talk about that why drug delivery vehicles are important. if we suffer from any disease, say stomach ache or any other disease, so we take some antibiotic or other drugs, and the antibiotics are immediately goes to the bloodstream, and then it follows this kinetics. If we take the pointer, okay, so this follows the kinetics. So the immediately very high concentrations of the drug goes to the bloodstream, and for every drug there are two kinds of values. One is the MEC, minimum effective concentrations. So the drug concentration should be higher than that in order to be effective for disease control, and there is a upper limit. Beyond that, the drug become toxic. So this is the kinetics for almost all the drugs which we take. So whenever we take some drug, I mean, it goes fully to the say 650 mg of antibiotics. It goes to the bloodstream immediately, and it is a toxic range. So that's what most often, I mean, we feel some loss of appetite or some dizziness after taking say a couple of antibiotics regularly. Then that's the reason. I mean, because the higher concentrations of the drug affect our the brains, and that's what I mean. So there is some nausea or some say it attacks the liver, and then we have a loss of appetite. So then the drug concentration should be ideally within these two range. I mean, that's the necessity to be effective for a drug to control the disease in a better way. And in order to get the transfer from this kinetics to this kinetics, and we should have a vehicle which can release the drug at the optimum rate, where the drug concentration in the bloodstream would be sufficient enough to control the disease. So that's what there is a need of delivery vehicles which will be able to control the release of drug very systematically. And then there are different kinds of the vehicles is reported in the literatures. One such vehicle is the, say, if we have a polymers. So this is a polymer chains, and there can be functionalizations, and functionalizations is required say for better interactions with the drug. And then if we embed the drugs and so on, and then they can nicely interact between the drug and the polymers, which eventually slow down the kinetics of release of drug and follow these kinetics. So then there are other the modifications in polymers by changing the microstructures. So if we have different kinds of microstructures like polyurethanes and other things, soft hard segment and soft segment, so they preferentially interact with the drugs in a different manner, and that's what they also hold the drug and release the drug at a particular rate which follows these kinetics for better disease control. And then biodegradable polymers are there, and the Professor Kalia has nicely summarized all these biodegradation steps. And then if we have a biodegradable polymer and if we embed the drug here, so the biodegradation gradually takes place, leading to the release of drug from the systems. And then if we put some of the nanoparticles also in the polymers, especially the two-dimensional particle, which has a x and y of definite length, say maybe several hundreds nanometer, and the thickness of 1 or few nanometers only. And then the drugs here, so they cannot go out easily because the diffusion to takes place. So they have to take a tortuous path like this, and that causes this slow diffusions of drug, leading to the this kinetics that can be controlled. There are other two methods, which is the particulate size. So this particulate can be inorganic or organic in nature. So by controlling the size of this one, and if we embed the drugs here, so the rate of say the diffusion of drug from here it would be slow, and here it would be little fast, because it is a very small particle and diffusion can take place. So by controlling the size, one can control the drug diffusions. But another is the intercalations, where one can put the drug in between the platelets, and the drug can be, the red one is drug, it can be safe and not degraded while it is carried away through the circulatory systems in the blood. And then we can wrap up with the polymers also for even slower diffusions, and in that case it will follow this kinetics. This was the kinetics and so on. So while we're talking about many things that it starts from either inorganic or organic in nature, that different drug vehicles which will control the release for better disease control. And end of the talk, I will be talking about a few slides where we have done the animal models and the the clinical trials which we are doing at the BHU hospitals. So the first one is the biodegradations. So this is a polycaprolactone, and if we put some nanoparticles, polycaprolactone is a degradable polymers, and it takes quite long time to degrade. So here 75 days there is some degradations, but not very high. But if we put some nano clay, and then we can enhance the rate of degradations, as you can see it here. The lot of mass loss is taking place from these to these in similar time of 75 days, and these are the kinetics. So so this is the controlled kind of degradations by using different kinds of clay, and then if we embed some of the drugs, so they will be useful for also for the gradual release of drug from the systems. And these biodegradations, we have shown it through the ECM images also, that surface roughening is taking place in these systems much as compared to the PHB and other systems of PHB. And so this is the another kinetics of the weight loss in the medium of fungi, and this is the medium of the compost. And one can, we have done also in the enzyme medium also. So depending on the presence of the hydrolyzing agents, so there are different rates of biodegradations are possible. Here there is a variations of biodegradations of the same polymer. It is a PHBB, polyhydroxybutyrate and valorate copolymer. And then if we put two different clay, 30B clay and 15A clay, in one case biodegradations is slowed down, in another case biodegradations become faster. And then we try to understand this very unique nature, that same polymer can be tuned so nicely by using two different types of nano clay. And then we have tried to understand the region behind it, and then we found that 15A, whose pH is very close to the a neutral pH 7.4 and so on, and 30B whose pH is nearly 8.5. So in that case, the depolymerase activities are like this, and that we measured it, the depolymerase activity as a function of pH, and as we have this one, so the 30B the depolymerase activity is less, that leading to the slower biodegradations. And 15A, where the depolymerase activity is very high, that leading to the high biodegradation rate. And then we find out the region behind it, and then it is explained also through lock and key proper module, say at different pH, which is controlled by the supplied clay. And then there are different conformations of the enzymes, and that led to the different key and lock and key models. And this one is suitable for immediate degradations or cleavage of molecules that leads to the very low and high degradation rate. And then we can use these things for the drug release from these systems, and then we found higher biodegradation rate, and this shows the slower release of drugs. And this is our another work on hydrogel, which act as a control delivery. So hydrogel we prepared through the chitosan modifications. So chitosans is a naturally occurring polymer And if we say modify it of this NH2 and OH, both the functionalities are present with the polyurethanes or isocyanate terminated polyurethanes, and then we have this kind of polymers. So chitosan is initially hydrophilic and polyurethane is hydrophobic. So we wrap the hydrophilic polymer with the hydrophobic one, and then we have a balance of hydrophilic hydrophobic balance, and that leads to the change of gelation behavior. And that's what we found it here, and we have done NMR, IR, and other spectroscopic measurements, UV, and so on, to understand these changes occurring, and the number density of the grafting. So number density and the chain length of the graft, that determines the hydrophilic hydrophobic balance, and which lead to the proper gels. I will be utilizing these gels for injectable hydrogel in animals. So in order to put these gels into the animals, so we should have a kinetics. So gel should form after 10 minutes or so. But chitosans, it forms immediate gel. We cannot use it. But by changing this chemistry, and there is sufficient time, around 5 to 10 minutes, after which it will be it will be a form gel, and then it will be say hold in particular positions that I will mention later. So that's the criteria that why we have done it using this one. And the second work is we put some of the nanoparticles also, either it is clay or it is a LDH, layered double hydroxide, and the two different kinds of clay on nanomaterials, inorganic nanomaterials, they also control the gelation rate. So either by chemistry or by nanoparticles can control the gelation rate by which we can produce injectable hydrogen. And then once we put the gels here, either through chemistry or through nanoparticles, so this is through nanoparticles, and this is through chemistry, 3% and 6% is the functionality, the polyurethane functionality. And this is the scaffolds that we prepared. And then the scaffolds structures are like this. So there are many places which can be act as the place for residing the drugs or any other biological molecules. And then we understand what are the mechanical strength and so on. So we measure the stress strain properties, and then we find the suitability. The gel should have sufficient, or the scaffold should have sufficient strength in order to put them as an implant in the body of the animal. So we'll be talking about it later, that how we can put them into the animals for bone healing and so on. So this is the evidence of injectable hydrogels that through chemistry we talked about, that we put the injections in the solid form, and you can see that after 5 minutes it swells, and next day if we cup and we take out the gels from here. So the injectable gels are formed through this chemistry and the nanoparticles, and here we put the drugs. Many different types of drugs we put, anti-cancers, analgesics, and so on. So here there is a cumulative percentage release. So here we can see, say in the where there is a hydrophilic hydrophobic balance by grafting polyurethanes, so it has slowed down. So this is required for most cases as opposed to these pure polymers. And here is also similar thing. So this is the pure polymer kinetics, and it has been considerably slowed down in presence of the nanoparticles. So this is the 30B and this is the LDH. And then we tried to understand that, okay, so the last slide we have shown it here, and then so this is this place where the cells can grow nicely, and this is suitable for bone growth and so on. So that we have seen it here, the the cells are growing on in this the morphology, and there is no such biocompatibility nature is shown here, and then there is no infections through the histopathology of these systems. Here we done this one, so there is no such inflammations and other things. In our next work, we have fabricated a design layered double hydroxide. So this is a two-dimensional layered like this, and there is a counter anions which are typically nitrate, carbonate, phosphate, and so on. So we replace these anions with the anti-cancer drug, the raloxifenes. Most of the anti-cancer drugs are negatively charged, and that's what they are extremely difficult to put them into the cells, because the cell is also negatively charged. And so we should have a vehicles in order to insert the drug into the cell. This is the one of the good way to do it. And then we have done the cumulative release, how it is slowed down, say from different kinds of the anions. And if we replace the same raloxifene, which is the anti-cancer drug, and their rates are very different. And using this one, we put them into the animals, and we create the breast cancers into the mice, and then we put the injectable hydrogels here, and then you see how the tumors are getting healed. So this is our result. If we put the pure drug, and if we put on the cells, there are very few cells which are being killed. The reason is the drug cannot enter into the cell because of the electrostatic repulsions. So as a result, most of the drugs are going to the livers, and then there is a huge damaged liver in this case if we use the pure drug. And that is the case for conventional chemotherapy currently being used. So that's why, after the chemotherapeutic dose, the patient cannot take food. There is a loss of appetite or nausea, a headache, and a headache because the excess drug can hit the brain cells and damage the brain cells, causing nausea. On the other hand, if we put the same amount of drug within these particles or LDH layered, and then similar cells, it kills a large number of cells in this case. And then if we see it for the mice, so this mice is also very healthy, and here the lesions are very small, and which is the normal liver lesions with no loss of weight of the animals, as opposed to the weight loss and damaged liver of the pure thing. So this is the advanced drug delivery vehicles which can release the drug efficiently through these kinetics. Not all in a sudden, all the drugs are exposed to the body. And then our next work is, say, the similar kind of drug, the LDH, and we intercalate the drug, and we wrap up this whole thing using a polymers. And then we see this, the sustainability is, the sustained release of drug is very high as compared to the previous one. And then it has been used for the slow release and the better killing effect of this work. And the how it is effective, that we have carried out an experiment that we put the different vehicles, and we put them into the blood, inject it, and then we are measuring the drug concentration in the blood as a function of time. Then what we see, if it is a pure the raloxifene, pure one, the black one, so after 12 hours there is no drug in the bloodstream. On the other hand, if it is a vehicles, and then similar amount of drug which is shown this kinetics like this, so nearly 100 hours we find sufficient drugs for the disease control. So this is the effectivity of the sustained release of drug. So I mean, in pure drug, and there is no drug available after 12 hours, while it is available up to 4 days at time, which can systematically kill the cancer cells as opposed to the, I mean, very less killing in 12 hours, just 12 hours. So that is the effectiveness of the vehicles, and which is also the biomaterials, and the cell viability. We have shown it that this is a biomaterial, and if we put the drugs, so they can kill the cells, and we have a relative. I have shown this relatively a cell killing here. Sorry. Here you have shown the cell killing. I mean, here you have shown the cell killing, and then whether it is going inside or not, and then we have done the controlled experiment of tagging this one with the some vehicles, say rhodamine B, and then rhodamine B is going inside the cell, and rhodamine B is chemically tagged with the our vehicles. So with the vehicles, it is going with the rhodamine B, and that is the time dependent say fluorescence image of the cells. And then we'll go back to the chemistry part again, because we are now talking about the different kinds of vehicles or biomaterials. So this is a layered silicates, and we put say part of polymer chain, a longer polymer chain, and longest polymer chains. And if we do it, say what is the C effect? Say, so this is our nanoclay, and if we put the PTMG or a part of the polymer chain, it is going inside the layers, and then subsequently we put the another component. It is the polyurethanes chemistry. So PTMG is reacting with the HMDI, and then it is forming the PTMG HMDI, where gallery spacing increases up to 4.6 from starting from 1.8, and gallery spacings can be measured using the XRD, which is the 001 plane, and there is a peak around 3 degree or so, 2 theta, and then we can calculate the spacings. And further reactions with another component like this blue one, which is the chain extender, and then there is a pushback from the polymer, so these they are delaminated, and if we do say, if we do the reactions of PTMG and HMDI outside, and then we put it here, and then the structures shows 1.8 to 3.0, and butanediol to 3.8, so little less, but they are ordered still now. But if we put the polymers and the nanoparticles, so PTMG, HMDI, and BD, so this is the case polymer, and if we put nanoparticle into the polymer, then we see the gallery spacing is very low. The reason is larger polymers, so they cannot go inside the gallery. I mean, they can go, but not very high extent. So that's the reason it's the spacing is a little lower than this one and this one. And then the other things are the 1 nanometer. The fourth one is if we solution made samples, and then this is the conditions like this. And how does it affect? So this is the result. If we change this chemistry, and the cumulative release of drug will be sustained from this kinetics to this kinetics, and then if we put some nanoparticle into it, and this is another chemistry to another chemistry. So the nanoparticles help in improving the slower release of drug from the vehicles. That's the conclusions from this experiment. And the molecular level, what is happening. So these are the tools, XRD, neutron scattering, and AFM, and the POM, to understand the various degree of homogeneities. So here 1.6 is the XRD, it's around tens of nanometer from the neutron scattering, and AFM is say 100 nanometers or a few hundred nanometers. Here we got around 600 nanometers, and then it is 5000 angstrom, which is observable in optical microscope. POM is the polarizing optical microscopes. But and that all these things can be done through the polyurethanes chemistry, and the hydrogen bonds, because there are CO and NH, so NH can form hydrogen bond with the another CO group of the neighboring molecules. So there would be extensive hydrogen bonds, and through that this assembly can take place. So these assemblies are being utilized to have a controlled drug delivery vehicles. And by changing the size of this one, say inhomogeneity size of this one, say hard segment content from this to bigger this, here it is big, and then you will be able to control a sustained release or slower release from this system as opposed to this system. So either by changing the chemistry or by putting the nanoparticle into the system, and then we can change the drug release from this system. And here, as we keep continuing generating of different kinds of vehicles, so here there is a cyclodextrins, and cyclodextrins is highly hydrophilic. So reduce the hydrophilicity, I mean, we put some polyurethanes as this graph, and either we can change this graph density from 3 to 6, or the chain length of this one. So if we take a smaller urethane linkage, so it would be small. If we check the larger urethane linkage or polyurethanes, and then it would be large. So there are many types of microstructures possible, and using that, and we sustain this release through different kinetics. And how do they help? The cell viabilities are very different in this case. So maybe the cell viability or cell killing efficiency is nearly 80-85%. So very high using this one. And then we generate tumor in the animals. So this is the pure drugs. So so this is the control, and this is this drug of 15 days and 30 days. And this is our system. So here we can see, so there is a very the size is slightly reduced instead of increasing all the cases. Here this is we have shown quantify the size of the tumor as a function of time. So the control one is very high, and for our systems, so these delivery systems, it is heavily suppressed and without affecting the liver. So the liver, normal liver lesion is very small, and here in this case lesion is very large, so which indicates that our vehicles are acting as a better delivery systems and slowly release the drug, and not disturbing the other body organs like liver or brains, the spleens, and so on. So we have done the other chemistries also. So we make a more different generations of the molecules like this, and finally 3 generations. And so this is a little difficult to prepare. I mean, the Kapoor has done it. So and now by controlling the other OH or the blocking this one, so there is a controlled growth, and finally it is connected with the polyurethanes, and then it is called the 3G grafted polyurethanes, and there it is slowed down even better. And then similar things we have done it for the chemical the animal model studies, which shows a very interesting result in this case, that so this is the controlled one, which increases the melanoma size, and then this is the formulations where it is getting healed. So that's very interesting phenomena. Say where we have shown that maybe 36 days time, the melanoma or the cancer or the tumors are getting healed, and there is normal liver, and which we called as the drug. If we take the pure drug, and there is a large lesions, which indicates that liver is damaged. And we have shown it here that, okay, it's hydrogels and hydrogels at the tumor's vicinity. So what we do, I mean, you see, this is our the methods, new methods, that we put the injections just below the tumors, and then it helps only injecting the drug to the tumor site, not to the other body organs. And we have done other chemistries. So this is the linear dextrin, and then various degrees of functionalities of polyurethanes we have done, low, small, and size is even smaller and larger, and so on. By that way also we will be able to control the drug release. And then we have seen it that the what are the conditions of the tumors. We generate the tumors in the mice model, and then we see that its size is reducing. So this is the work we have done up to 30 days. So maybe in 40 or 45 days, so it will be completely healed, as opposed to the pure drug. The rate is suppressed only, but not healing is taking place. So these things we better understand, I mean, why it is happening. So we have a experiment that how much drugs remain in the blood, that we have calculated and we have shown it here. Say the pure drug, almost negligible small drugs are available, say after 1 day. But in this case, our systems, there are quite significant amount of drugs, say 0.1 microgram per ml is available in the bloods. So that's the reason that why in this case is not so suitable pure drug. And but our formulations, so where the release rate is followed by this one, and that shows very nice healing. And then we have done the MIA expressions of melanoma, say whether it is creating any the inflammations or not. On that we have done it, and they don't show any inflammation. So that means the material is a biomaterial, and which we found also using this the material, that when the pure material is being used, so their cell viabilities are very good. But if it is a drug embedded things, and then they are killing the cells, I mean, here we can see it, the most of the cells are killed actually. And but if it is controlled, and the number of cells are almost same. So that is tell, okay, why the drug embedded gels are the a better biomaterial, and which can able to kill the cancer cells, and can be say transformed or into these animal systems to reduce the tumor size. And so this is our another work on, say, the orthopedic infections. The MRSA is a staphylococcus and highly dreaded the microbes, and the often this MRSA cause infection into these the bones and so on. And vancomycin is the drug. And what we did, so to understand the effect of slow release from the polymers, so we put an implant. What we did, their experiment is we make a small holes into this one. The black one is the small holes that we created in the bones of the animals. And then, and if we are creating, say, MRSA infections into it. And then, the control case, we see then there is a huge pass or infections as the days passes away. So you can see there is a huge pass or infections in the normal case or control case, where we have infected the bone with the MRSA. So the similar infected bones, if we put a kind of a our implants is like this. The white one, we can see this is the implant, this white one. So this white one, this is basically implants, but polymer beads, where we put the vancomycins into it. And then, so it is releasing the vancomycins at a regular basis. And then the vancomycin is not allowing the MRSA to grow. And that's what we find, say, after 45 days. So the bones are nicely healed completely, and as we put it into a biodegradable the materials, and it's a PCL, polycaprolactone, and then it is degrading at a function of time. At the same time, the bones are also being healed. So there is two of the competing force, the dissolutions or biodegradations of PLA versus the growth of bone. So after a few days, say maybe after 15 days, bones are completely healed and without any infections. And in a normal case, there is a huge infections. I say, in order to understand the biodegradable nature of the implants, we have done other experiment by sacrificing these animals at a different time scale. So after 20 days, so we have seen it. So still there is a polymers here, and but after 30 days, so the polymers are here, but maybe in the different animals. So the place is slightly different. But there are still it exists. But after 45 days, we don't see any polymers because the polymers are biodegraded in 45 days. And then we try to understand what is the histopathologies and so on. So whether this case the muscles are almost infection less or not, or that we have created. And the radiographic also we have shown it that the previous one we have shown that here there is a huge damage and so on, but in this case bones are grown. So this is the X-ray image of this one. Here it is infected bone versus the healed bones. So if we use the polymer as this implant where we embed the antimicrobial drugs like vancomycins and so this is our another healthcare technologies which develops the sutures and the stains. So and these fundamental principles behind it is the same memory polymers. So we develop the same memory polymers like this. So this is the strip, and we just coil this strip the similar length, and then we coiled it and fix this shape at a lower temperature, 5 degree. And then if we put them at a 40 degrees centigrade or 37 degree, close to the physiological temperature, and then it opens up slightly, not fully. So this is the case for the pure polyurethanes. But if we put the nanoparticles, then we see the similar experiment, it open up completely. So 100% recovery is taking place. So that's what this is a nanoparticle induced better this shape memory effect. And we have done the opposite one. So our original shape is this. We shape fixed at 5 degree is this. And then if we put the strip at 40 degree, and then it is spiral because it memorized its original shape, and that's what it is going back to the original shape by memorizing it. So this is a recovered shape. And let me do not know maybe if it works. Let me okay, so I mean I can show the video once. Okay, so this is working. So this is a folded materials, and we fix this shape at 5 degrees centigrade, and then we are putting it at 40 degrees centigrade. And then at 40 degrees centigrade, it will take some time, maybe around 11 seconds or 11 to 12 seconds. So this will be opening up, and it is memorizing its similar shape, and so the flat like strips are coming in just 11 to 12 seconds. So that's the demonstrations of the same memory effect. And we have another things I will show you here. Okay, so before let me just talk about this one. I mean, we understand the mechanism why it occurs through the small angle the neutron scattering and the temperature dependence X-ray, that there is a movement of the nanoparticles from the different segments of the polymers. So that's the reason for this better same memory effect. So how we can apply this in healthcare technology? So we developed a kind of a strips. So this is the strips. So we put the strips or stitch the strips after cutting a mark in the animals, and then we stitch it. So instead of straining it, which give the pain to the patient, so what we did, we just heat it at using a hair dryer, and then in 2 seconds and 6 seconds you can see it completely close these wounds. So in 6 seconds, because it memorize its memory, and then it says fill the gap of the wounds that we can see. And this same phenomena, and we have checked it that how it is effective for disease control and so on. So then we found that okay, this systems is much better, and it is not fouling the healing of the wounds. And we have another demonstrations of stained applications. Say I will first show this video that how so we put our material here within a tube, and then so this is the lateral view. Then we are putting it, we can see this is small one is the our same memory material. We putting it at 37 degree physiological temperature. So as the time passes, we can see at around 11 seconds there will be a change of shape, maybe around 11 seconds. Yes, so now it has changed the shape and took the shape of our tubes originally that we placed. So we can see this view now, which was very small, and now it takes the shape of this whole shape. So this is the image of this one. Initially it was this, and after it memorized its shape, it's taking the shape of this whole tube, and it can be used as a stent. So now I'll be talking about what we have done it in last couple of years for the translational research, which basically move our materials at the lab to the bed at the hospitals. So, so this is a Ayurvedic medicines, and the medicines are very well known from thousands of years from Charoks and Sushrutos time. So this is the 5 trees very commonly available in any parts of India. Um, uh, and we take the bark and extract the barks, and then this is known as the sponge-alcohol. The sponge-alcohol is very well known. I mean, we have nothing to do with the discovery of the drug, so we just process the drug. Professor Manoranjan Sahu is a very renowned anorectal specialist here at the BHU hospital, and last year he got the Padma Shri award. And we have a close association for last 10 years, and we develop different kinds of the stuffs along with him. So we make the powders of the panchabalkals, so whose size are typically 50 nanometers. So we put them into solutions and add some say stabilizers, and we put them into the film form, and we through the electrospinning, and we make some the scaffolds. So these scaffolds pads are like this. This is a cotton pad which has very highly flexibles and so on. And then we put them into the animal models after creating a small wounds of typically 1 centimeter. And then you see if it is a control, if you don't treat anything, and then the wounds are getting healed in 14 days. And if we put the scaffolds over these wounds, by almost 8 days or so, it is completely healed. So that's the efficacy of these scaffolds against this one. So similarly, the films is not that effective. So it is taking around 12 or 13 days. But the scaffolds is very nicely heal the wounds. we tried to understand that what are the regions. So this is very porous, and it allows the pus to come out from the wounds, and also allows the oxygenation to the wound site for the cells to grow. That's the reason that why the scaffolds, it works very nice. And then Professor Sau has done the clinical trial at by BHU hospitals. So this is the size of the actual wounds in human. The size is, so these are the original size for different wounds. Here we do not have the control because the control we cannot do it, and that's not ethically permissible. So we just apply directly the scaffolds over these wounds, and then we see how the healing taking place as a function of time of a particular patient. So here the solutions is around 56 days, and films is taking around 7 days. But in this case of film, we preferably chosen the very small one. So this is only 1 inches or less than 1 inches size, but this size is around 6 inches. So that's the reason why it takes so long time, but it is healed. And films are the patients are not the very comfortable because the films are very sticks, and it sometimes it hurt if there is a body movements like this. Then we calculate the wound healing rate from these equations and so on, and then we find these kinetics, and we see this whether this material is infecting the tissues and so on. So we have done these histopathologies and so on, very nice formulation and formations of the newly grown tissues without any the inflammations. And we tried to, okay, maybe we will skip this one. Maybe we tried to understand that what are the reasons behind it, and how these punchable calls are say going inside the cells and so on. So that we have these images and a detailed analysis in using the mice model and stainings to understand that there is no such inflammations available and so on. So better understand the scientifically of the previous work that we have done in humans. In humans we cannot do the many experiments which is not ethically permissible, but in mice, and we have done all these experiments to show that it does not create any inflammations or the toxicity. Rather it is helping the wounds to heal. And then applied this one in and BHU has a very nice dairy as well than the hospitals. So we have lots of the calves and cows, and there are quite large wounds as usual. And then we develop this gel using different biopolymers, which should not, this is food grade polymers. So even the animal lick this one, so they should not have any problem. And that's the idea of making it the gels which can be taken up as well. So, then we can see the healing takes place as a function of time, and then we have done these kinetics. Depending on the kinetics are very irradiated, and maybe the size is low, but the kinetics is long. That is because of individual the cows immunity power and so on. So here this is a very nice, a very sharp decrease and so on. But this red one, this is a case where it was infected externally, but not from the medicines, and then it takes some time. So there is a quite say 10 to 60 days time to heal the wounds, depending on the nature of the wounds, size of the wounds, and the nature of the animals whose immunities are less and more and so on. And then we have a experiments clinical trial on this dehorning. Nowadays the calves, especially, at the early stage, people are removing the horns, and so it is called dehorning or the disbudding. So we use this disbarding technique as a controlled experiment. Because controlled means, say one horn we can apply the commercially available things, and another horn we can apply our material, and then we can check the effectiveness as compared to the commercially available material in the same systems, and that is ethically permissible because we are not disturbing the animals. So this result of this one. So the controlled, I mean, it is taking a very long time, but in the formulations it is taking relatively less time. So, and then we have done it for several experiments, and then every time we have seen that okay, the red one is our gels, which shows lesser time as compared to the controlled, which is the betadine in this case. So the betadines is the well-known materials to treat, and so and our material, and then it shows very lesser time to heal these things. Anyway, so we have now summarized this one. So what the biomaterials for disease control we did is different kinds of either it is a solutions, or it is a gel, it's a powder, it's a film, or it's a scaffolds, or we talked about some implants, and the implants is good for the stent or the sutures materials. And I have a lot of collaborators who has done all this clinical trial for us. It's very kind, and we had a very long associations to work with him. Orthopedic work is done with Professor Soraf of IMS. Mon Kumar did the initial histology, and now we are doing histology in our lab only. And there is a Dr. Manuri, who is who was the MD students from Sri Lanka studying at BHU, did the work with Professor Sahu, and Professor Norris Singh is the veterinary surgeons, and with whom we did the big animal studies and so on. The fundings we received it from the CSIR, CRB, and the DBT BIRAX fellow, BIRAC project also we got, and the Tata Fellowship. And these are the students, Sunil Arpon, and Arpon work on save memory, Sunil work on control delivery for cancers, Arpon also cancer, Sudipto cancer, and Abhishek is doing the large animal studies using the gels. Okay, so my conclusion is, the novel delivery vehicles which can improve the quality of life. Okay, so thank you, and I'll be happy if there are questions and so on, or comments.
Any questions from audience side?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, it was a very insightful presentation. Sir, my question is, like in drug release studies, we often use dialysis bags to observe the release. How can we observe drug release using scaffolds instead?
I mean, we can use in the same thing. I mean, scaffolds is easy, and if it is not soluble in water, then we can have a starting condition. Even dialysis bag is not required, and then we put it into the media, and then media can be rotating, and then you take out the media directly, and then spectroscopically calculate its concentration.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
That is almost a standard methods for using, even for the gels also. But gels, there is a problem. So especially the hydrogels, say because it is soluble, so then difficult, and then for gels, the dialysis, the bag is required.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Which should not be starred heavily. I mean, that is the very mild stirring for gel. Otherwise, if it is gel is disintegrated, and then actual delivery will not be knowing.
Okay. Okay, sir.
To recognize your participation and make this conference more engaging, we'll be presenting a Best Interactive Award at the end of this conference. So please everyone, feel free to ask questions and share your experiences and engage with our speakers.
Yeah, questions are most welcome. By that way only we can interact. Feel free to ask anything. I may not answer all of them. Maybe I will try.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am very thankful for very interesting talk. Just a small question from my side, sir. I am working on silver nanoparticles. And now by seeing your presentation, I am very keen to know that how my particles I can do study such biological study for my silver nanoparticles. So please suggest me that how can I decide that these synthesized silver nanoparticles maybe I use in powdered form or in other form for any clinical trial, or what is the procedure should I adopt for this? Should I collaborate from some medical guys?
Of course, a clinical trial is extremely difficult. Only the doctors can do it with after taking the ethical permissions only. Even for animal experiments, what we did, so that is after the clearance from the animal ethical committee that we have. If your institution is having that, you can apply for that, and then only you can do it. Because the animal experiments always need the ethical permissions. A large animal and a human is extremely difficult. There is a couple of steps that one should follow, and other persons, say animal model, the mice model, we do it by ourselves. And but the human trial, we are not supposed to touch the patient, other than the doctor. So say that should be done by a doctor only. So there is some ethical the permissions required for these either animal or a clinical trial.
Okay, and my second part of this question, sir, that how I decide that in which form it should be used, either in powder form or in colloidal form or in some other form. So how can I decide it?
Okay, so that depends on, can you fix a target? So it is based on the target. Say, suppose if you use it for antibacterial, and then you can maybe in the gel form or in the patch forms and so on. But if you apply it in some say wounds, the burning wounds and other things. There are some commercially available stuffs based on silver nanoparticles, Silver X. Probably you have heard Silver X. So used for mostly the after burning. So then ointment is this better, so that you can apply over the wounds, and that would be effective then. Maybe sometimes it is spray also. Spray, when if you just spray the liquids. I did not tell it, we developed this. We have given our technology to a company, and now they are producing in the form of spray or the scaffolds. So the spray is very good for the animals, because animals, they don't keep the patch. A human being, we can, if you look, we have a damage, so we will put the patch. The animal, they don't understand, and for them the sprayable medicines is very good, so that you don't need to go even very close in contact with the animals, and then instead you can spray it. You can.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Any more questions? Good morning,
Sir,
sir. Am I
I
audible?
have one more question. Sir, I
Ha,
had a
yes.
doubt regarding how to calculate drug encapsulation efficiency, meaning how much drug has been loaded in
No.
the carrier.
Yes, the drug that is not calculated, but that is embedded. Nah? Say in 100-gram samples, if you take 5 gram of drug and then you remove the solvent and then all your 5 grams drug is there only. So you don't need to calculate that because you are not losing the drugs. So 5% will be there always. And then how it is released, so that you are calculating, considering your initial concentration of 5%.
Okay, sir.
Because you are not losing the drug.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
I can hear you.
Good morning, sir. It's a very nice presentation. Sir, I'm a bio person, but now I have started working on materials. I'm making some nanomaterials. Sir, I'm preparing this copper nanoclusters for theranostic purpose. But sir, for some characterization for characterizing this nanoformulation or nanoclusters, we need to lyophilize these samples. So after lyophilization, sir, the yield is very less. What could be the reason I want to know, sir? Like if I suppose I lyophilize 10 ml of copper nanocluster solution, so I am hardly getting less than 1 mg of the lyophilized copper nanoclusters. So what could be the reason for this, sir?
अच्छा ये Vinita ji, the thing, the lyophilizations means you are removing the solvent from the stuffs. So there will be
Yes.
always reductions. Say suppose you have taken a 5% polymer, so that means 95% is your solvent. So
Solvent.
that, yes, solvent. So 95% that you are removing, so there will be huge reductions always.
So is there any way to increase the yield? Do I need to increase the polymer concentration?
Yes. That's the way. That's the way.
Okay.
You have to say instead of 5%, if you use say 25%, and then this is not the yield. Better to say that this is not the yield. This is not a reactions and so on. So you are just removing the solvent from the systems. So initially, what is your material? That material will be there, which is non-volatile, of course. Nah.
Okay.
So you have to increase the non-volatile component. And you said in your case is the copper clusters. So copper clusters, you just increase the amount.
Okay. Quantity of the polymer or
Quantity.
drug, whatever we are using, sir.
Yes, concentration. And concentration you need to increase.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Any more questions we have? Okay. So, thank you, Professor Pralay Maiti, sir, for your insightful talk on the innovative use of advanced materials to revolutionizing the drug delivery systems and how these materials help in controlled drug delivery for addressing critical challenges in modern medicine and patient care. I now request Professor G.L. Devnani, sir, to present the digital memento to the speaker as the gesture of gratitude.
Thanks for the wonderful talk, sir, and a small memento and token of remembrance and gratitude from our side.
Okay. Thank you. My pleasure to talk to you. Maybe I understand there are several questions, so good to interact. I think they are students, so very nice.
Thank you, sir. We now move to the invited talk by Professor Rajesh Kumar Verma, sir, from the Department of Mechanical Engineering at HBTU Kanpur. His talk is titled Enhancing UHMWPE Properties, Nanofillers Transforming Biomedical Applications. I would like to invite Professor Ashish Kapoor, sir, to kindly welcome and introduce our speaker for the talk.
Thank you. I take this opportunity to welcome and invite our next invited speaker, Professor Rajesh Kumar Verma. Professor Verma is working on the post of professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, School of Engineering, HBTU Kanpur. He received his PhD in engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He is a chartered engineer by the Institution of Engineers, India. He is actively involved in teaching and research in nanomaterials, polymer composites, modeling, simulation, optimization, advanced machining, and machinability estimation of composites and nanocomposites materials. Dr. Verma has supervised 6 PhD and 13 master's theses, and currently 4 PhD and 3 masters are ongoing. He has published over 150 peer-reviewed articles in refereed international journals and conference proceedings. The e-content and courses developed by him are widely used in the Indian university system. He has more than 10 completed or ongoing R&D projects sponsored by various government agencies. He has also filed 12 Indian patents and 3 India copyright registered documents. In 2023, Dr. Verma received a Research Excellence Award from the Honorable Vice Chancellor HBTU for his exemplary research work. His research proposal secured rank second in UP Control Board, Gomti Nagar, Lucknow, in a hackathon, Beat Plastic Pollution, in 2018, out of a total of 699 project entries, and received the Best Paper Awards at Prime 2021 and ICMPC 2021 conferences. He is now serving as a reviewer of various international publishers such as Elsevier, Sage, Springer, and so on. Moreover, Dr. Verma has been invited as keynote and invited speaker, session chair, and member for various international conferences with themes in mechanical and production engineering, emerging materials, and manufacturing science. He has developed various nanomaterials for structural applications and proposed hybrid optimization modules recognized by multiple peer-reviewed journal publishers like Elsevier, Springer, Taylor and Francis, Sage, Wiley, and WSPC, to name a few. So with these words, I welcome Professor Verma to deliver his talk.
So, good afternoon to all of you. And thank you, Professor Kapoor, for this detailed information about me. So, firstly, I am very much thankful to convener of this 2 days international conference, Professor Santosh Kumar. And I am very thankful to chemistry department for organizing this valuable conference. It is an interdisciplinary conference which is highly relevant with not only with chemistry people but also for the people who are doing research in the area of this materials and biomaterials. So the title of my presentation is Enhancing Ultra High Molecular Weight Polyethylene Properties, Nanofillers Transforming Biomedical Applications. So before starting this presentation, I want to introduce something about this beautiful and very renowned institution, HBTU. It is a very old institution. And before starting my presentation, I am very much thankful to this organizing committee members, all the members from this HBTU as well as Gehlot University, Mathura. I am very much thankful to energetic team members and convener from both the institutions. And whatever I am presenting here, that is not my single-handed job. This one is the collaborative job, which is only possible due to the support of many ones. So I am very much thankful to my research scholar and my research team. In addition to this, I want to very much thankful for my research collaborator and funder, in which this Department of Science and Technology, SCRB, Council of Science and Technology. So whatever we are trying to do in the area of these materials and biomaterials, that is only possible due to the funding of this renowned, prestigious government and NGO institutions. So as per the theme of this conference, it is aligned with the theme of this biomaterial. So recently we have received one project, R&D project from this funding agency, and we have tried to develop a biomaterial especially designed for this artificial bio-bearing materials. So this material is mainly designed to fulfill the need of these articulating joints. So here we have tried to enhance the tribology performance. As my dear participants, we know that this tribology deals with the science for this tear and wear of this material from the surface. So under this tribology engineering, in our body, there are number of joints, and our living style, our body weight, and our body structure is entirely different from people to people. So that's why if a person is having higher weight or lower weight, their body structure will be different, and the tribology aspect of our body joints will be differ from person to person. So whenever there are some accidental or whenever there are some birth related defect are there in our body, so that type of defect are tackled with the help of this replacement of the prosthesis, implants, and different types of artificial bio-bearing materials, in which we have our body structure. We have different types of joint, in which we have knee joints, hip joints, spine joint, and shoulder joints. So these prostheses and implants are developed with the help of this novel and modified biomaterials. And recently it has been observed that the addition of these nanomaterials in this macro size reinforced material are added or replace the macro size reinforced material with the help of these nano size of carbon based materials. And there are a number of nanomaterials such as reduced form of graphene oxide, graphene sheet is there, zirconia is there. So this biomaterial is a very diversing field. It is related not only to this material science. Now the biomedical sector is also exploring their applications due to their diverse applications. So this biomaterial, we know that we have different types of materials. We have this natural and man-made materials. So different types of composite are developed nowadays as per the need of this our body and as per the need of this structure of our body. So this one is the brief info about this biomaterials, in which we have some natural origin based material in which elastin, chitin, and chitosan is there. And from biomaterial, from this artificial material point of view, we have ceramic matrix based material, metal matrix based material, polymer matrix based material, and some of the material are biodegradable and some of the material are non-biodegradable. As nowadays this biomedical sector is trying to explore in various dimensions. So earlier we are using this metallic based materials, and we need two times of this surgery. At first one is the when our joint is or any types of body bone is fractured, then metallic material is implanted at that time, and after some time, after 6 months or after 9 months, that material is again operated, and that material after the this successful joint of our bones, it will remove out. But nowadays, due to the addition of the or proliferation of this biomaterial research area, now such type of biodegradable materials are developed. So different types of matrix are uses. So here in my this proposed job here, we have tried to modify this UHMWPE with the help of this zirconia material. So this one is our body structure and the applications of this various types of implants and prostheses in our body. So here it is very easy to identify that we have some issues related to this shoulder joint. We have some spine joint, and hip joint replacement is nowadays is also explored in this biomaterial area. Knee joint are also artificially developed, and different types of prostheses in this finger joints. And in addition to this, the important aspect is nowadays the enhancement of the material or performance improvement with the help of this additive manufacturing. And under this additive manufacturing, we have fused deposition modeling, or we are using this 3D printer technique for the development of these implants and prostheses of various types of materials, which is modified with the help of this nanomaterials. So this one is the brief application of this UHMWPE material from as a biomaterial. So this one we have tried to develop this artificial hip joints with the help of this additive manufacturing technique. So in this hip joint, one acetabular cup liner is there. So we have also tried to develop this acetabular cup liner. So this is mentioned by this round shape, this round shape type of structure. This one is the acetabular component, and here this one is the femoral head, and third part is the femoral stem, which we want to develop with the help of this UHMWPE material. So here we try to replace this total hip replacement, that is also known as THR, right side, and a metallic femoral stem with a ball head and an acetabular socket. We have also tried to design this acetabular socket with some sliding mechanism. So there is no need of any type of rivets or any type of fastener. Nowadays, some fastener or additive are used in this acetabular cup liner. So we have used this sliding mechanism to replace this acetabular socket. So that we have designed. So this one, this PPT shows the brief properties of this ultra high molecular weight polyethylene HDP. As we know that there are a number of polymeric matrix material in which we have hydroxyapatite, and this HDP we have, UHMWPE we have. So this proposed job is mainly based upon this ultra high molecular weight polyethylene due to its ease of availability, ease of manufacturing, and this fabrication procedure. We have explored this material for the development of this hip joint replacement. So we know that polymers hold a very good reputation due to its tailored properties. It means what? It is very easy to develop in different types of shape, very easy to modify it. In addition to this, this polymeric is biocompatible also. And important one is it is very lightweight, and this high strength to weight ratio is easily achieved in the polymer matrix material. So that's why UHMW polymer material is very useful material in the form of these biomaterials. So it is widely used in the this biocompatible aspect point of view, and the human body does not have any adverse effect due to this biocompatible property. So this one is the functionalization of this UHMWPE material. So we have this surface modification with the help of this electron beam and surface treated this UHMWPE. So this one is the brief information about this functionalization method. So in a traditional material or the existing material, there are some limitations. Still, it is there are a number of properties, but still there is huge scope of improvement in the area of these biomaterials. So from this UHMW point of view, one important limitation of this material is the implant wear. It means what? The tribology efficiency of this material is somehow less as compared to other material, but other aspect, important aspect is achievable in this, and some other issue.
Excuse me, sir. Am I audible?
Periprosthetic joint
Excuse me,
infection.
sir.
Yes.
Sir, your PPT is not visible.
Yes, yes.
Sir, your PPT is not visible.
Just a minute, just a minute. Now, is it visible?
No, sir.
Yes.
Sir, it is visible to us.
Yes, sir, it is visible to us.
Yes, it is visible. So please, whoever is not able to see, they
Now
can
one
verify.
PPT is there, carbon-based nanofiller. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not to
Thank
me.
you. So in our job, we try to add this carbon-based nanomaterial. So here we have used this UHMWP as a polymer material to improve the mechanical and tribological performance for the development of this implant and prosthesis. So for that purpose, we have performed this tribology test also. So here, before starting this experimental job, I want to demonstrate some previous job which was done by some pioneer researchers. So here, this one is the brief summary about this carbon-based nanofillers on this polymeric materials. So here, for the development of these implants, this MWCNT was used by a gentleman in different weight percentages. So about 3 variation they have taken, and it has been observed that tribological performance was significantly enhanced. So again, then graphene oxide is also used, and then graphene and CNT and reduced forms of this graphene oxide. So this shows the feasibility of this carbon-based nanomaterial in this polymeric materials. So different types of polymers are available here in which we have this HDPE, polylactic acid we have. So these are having their improved enhanced wear resistance property, biodegradable property, and scaffold properties also. So again, then some have used this magnetite nanoparticles also for the enhancement of this UHMWPE matrix. Some gentlemen have used this gold nanoparticles. Again, few people have used this silver nanoparticles for the modification of this UHMWPE matrix. So some have used this silver nanofillers, and one Chinese researcher have used this zinc oxide, ZNO, as a nanomaterial to improve the mechanical, tribological, and antibacterial properties of this UHMWPE prostheses and implants. So this one is the recent brief information about this, the use of the silver nanofiller as a material, reinforcement material on this various types of polymer matrix. So some gentlemen have used this silver nanoparticle, some have used silver and PMMA, that is polymethyl metaacrylate matrix as a polymer. And some have used this PLGA, that is polylactic glycolic acid. So this one is the, again, information about this nanofiller reinforcement on this UHMWP. Now, this PPT is visible to all of you. Please confirm.
Yes, sir. Visible.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, this the application of this carbon-based nanofillers, that is CNT, graphene nanoparticle, graphene nanosheets, recently from a decade, from the last 10 years or last 15 years, the use of this graphene as nanomaterials are significantly enhanced in the area of these biomaterials. Or some have recently, from this last 2-3 years, have used this green root method for the development or the functionalization of graphene. Some people have used this polymer waste materials, biodegradable polymers, for the development of this graphene nanosheets with the help of this green root. So overall, the importance of this UHMWP is mentioned here. So in this UHMWP as a polymer material for the development of this bio implant and prosthesis, it has significantly improved this mechanical properties, in which the combination of graphene and this silver nanofillers are used. Wear properties is significantly enhanced, as from a biomaterial point of view, this wear resistance play a very important role. So we know that if our body weight is higher, it means our joints will face more load on our bones, and due to this, the chances of fracture. Before fracture, there is a phase of this tear and wear. So due to this body weight and body structure, our body will face this higher load on our joints. So wear is there. If our artificial bio-bearing material is able or having resistance to this type of load, then the durability aspect will enhance. But if the weight is reduced or this wearing capacity is reduced, then what will happen? The chances of this fracture will be there, and due to this chances of fracture, the surgery label will enhance in this implants and prosthesis. So this wear play a very important role from this biomedical sector point of view. So that's why we try to explore the tribology performance of this developed material, that is reinforcement with the help of this nanomaterial. So biocompatibility assurance with the use of these graphene and silvers are also there. Antibacterial efficiency is also enhanced. So these are some important improvement in this polymer bio nanocomposites. So here I want to share some one case study which is related to the development of this zirconia modified UHMWPE biomaterials. So here we have used this zirconia as a nanoparticle to modify this UHMWPE matrix material. So this one is the method in-house we have developed this bio nanocomposites, and this one is a very simple and a very straightforward method for the development of this UHMWPE and zirconia loading on this polymer material. So the detailed schematic diagram is mentioned here, and here we have this zirconia oxide we have purchased or from this outsource one firm from this Jharkhand, this nano research lab we have taken, and this other material which we have procured from this local from the Uttar Pradesh region. So this one is the different types of sample which we have developed. So here total we have developed 3 types of samples. One is the pristine form of this UHMWP, another is the 5 weight percentage of this zirconia oxide. 10 weight percentage. So here we have taken only 3, but initially we have developed 6 type of variations. But in this tribology performance analysis, we have considered these 3 based upon this findings of the previous studies. So this one is the methodology which we have considered for the development of this ZRO2 modified UHMWP. So as per ASTM standards, we have considered the parameter for this tribology investigation. And before the tribology, we have before this tribology investigation, we have performed this compression analysis test. So the findings of this compression analysis is mentioned over in this PPT. It has been observed that the compressive strength is as significantly enhanced with the loading of these ZRO2 materials. So finally, we have achieved 116.2 MPa with the help of loading of this ZRO2. So a similar type of trend we have observed in this compressive modulus also. So here the compression behavior is enhanced. So before this performing tribology behavior, we have investigated the mechanical behavior of the material. So for that, we have initially performed some mechanical testing. Now move to this tribology investigation we have performed in-house in our mechanical engineering department of this HBTU. So we have this biotribometer. So detailed specification is mentioned here, and simulated body fluid we have used as a lubricant. We have assumed this SBF environment similar to our this biomedical environment. And this circular disc, stainless steel circular disc we have used for this wear purpose, and the detailed diameter and other surface specification is mentioned here. So total 3 types of load we have used during this tribo wear performance, and the sliding velocity of this 25 millimeter per second we have used. And the shapes, the interesting one is the different types of shape is achievable in our setup. So we have used this butterfly shape wear track profile because our body is moving in a different way. We are using this sliding way, we are using this straight way, and this cross direction. So under this butterfly shape wear profile, all types of movement of our joints or all types of movements of our body parts are considered in this butterfly shape wear track. So this one is the some finding formula for this determination of this specific wear rate of this material. So this one is the some statical analysis we have also used. For that purpose, we have used this orthogonal array. So as per this design expert or this design of experimental technique we have used, and total 9 number of experiment we have used for varied at 3 different levels. So 3 process parameters we have considered for this biotribometer, and variation are considered at 3 different levels. So one factor is varied at 3 times, and 3 replication we have used, and finally we have taken the average of this total 3 replication for a single experiment. So now this one is our findings which we have achieved from this tribo performance for this 9 number of experiments. So it has been observed that the coefficient of friction is evaluated here, and wear rate we have evaluated. So coefficient of friction is the ability of the material to withstand for this wear. So this COF we have determined here. This one is a very important factor for the development of this biomaterial implant and prosthesis. If let us suppose we are considering for this hip joint replacement. So in as we know that our hip joints are moving in a 3 different way, X, Y, and Z direction. So for that purpose, it may be for X direction, wear may be higher and coefficient of friction may be different in this X or Y direction. So from this point of view, we have analyzed the coefficient of friction, and finally we have achieved from out of these 9 experiments, we have achieved the highest and the lowest value in a order way. So last section, this shows the rank, that is experimental data analysis from serial number 1 to serial number 9. So lower the better criteria, that in this statistical analysis we have 3 types of criteria: higher the better, lower the better, and nominal the best. So on the basis of that, we have evaluated this wear rate and coefficient of friction, and total this findings results are available in this PPT. So this one is the final optimal setting, that which parameters or which type of nanofiller loading percentage provide us the best results. So here it has been observed that the wear rate and coefficient of friction are significantly improved. So finally, we have again statically analyzed this analysis of variance for this tribology, total 9 experiments. So these are the findings for this 3 different process parameters on this biotribometer. So this one is the analysis of variance analysis for this wear rate and analysis of variance for this coefficient of friction. And finally, this one is the one important statistical technique we have used, that is the gray relation analysis, that is gray theory, and it is now it is widely used in different area of the optimization engineering. So that we have tried to explore our result with the help of this optimization engineering. So gray theory we have used. So it has been observed that the experiment number 9 provides us the best results. So further, we have performed this high resolution optical microscopy test of this wear surface. So it has been observed that the experiment number 9 provide us a very less wear or less wear mark, and this experiment number 1 shows the micro grooves in the wear surface. So this one is the surface analysis. So further, we are exploring this surface in this IIT Kanpur laboratory. In next 2-3 weeks, we want to explore the surface with the help of this SAM analysis and TAM analysis. Now, these are some brief findings of this tribology performance of this zirconia ZRO2 modified UHMWPE. So study reveals that the loading of this 5 and 10 by weight percentage of zirconia provide us the superior result when we compared it with pristine UHMWPE. So compare this compression module are significantly improved, and this filler content significantly affect the wear rate by this load and cycle time. So COF is also improved. And finally, it has been observed from this microscopy analysis that experiment number 9 provides us the minimum wear, whereas the experiment number 1 provided the largest wear of the on the surface. So further, I want to add that this modification of this UHMWPE matrix is significantly enhanced with the loading of this zirconia, and it improved the mechanical and tribological performance. In a biomedical sector, this analysis of this material efficiency is not possible without the tribology analysis of any type of material which are used in our body or which are used for any type of biomedical applications. As our body have different types of movement, different types of movement shape. So there are number of chance of improvement of this material with the help of this tribology investigation. In addition to this, this UHMWPE polymer bio-nanocomposites are also used in this hydropower bearing application as a wear pads. And there are also some other application other than this biomaterial application in this marine structures and industrial sectors. For this conveyor belt type of structure are developed in this structure applications. So various types of load bearing and tribology investigations are enhanced, such as acetabular cup liner. We have focused in our project to develop a acetabular cup liner for this hip implants. Knee joint meniscus are also there. So there are some other scope of improvement from the biomedical researchers. So this one is some future applications. So further research are needed in the area of this drug delivery is also this represent an interesting opportunity for this medicinal applications. So these are references. So this is all about my presentation. So queries from participant side, please. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please, sir.
I'm Dr. Ashwini Sood from HBTU.
Yes, sir.
I was very happy to know that my colleague, that is you, is working in this area of hip joint manufacturing, artificial hip joint manufacturing.
Yes, sir.
And I suffer from this ankylosing spondylitis, and both my hips are artificial.
Yes, sir.
And my first surgery was done in 1999, and the second surgery was done on the right hip on 2008. So in a span of 9 years, I got both my hip joints replaced. But what I want to ask you is that can you throw some light on what is the cost of these hip joints that you are making right now? Because at that time they were very expensive. 77,000 for my left hip and 1,27,000 for my right hip. So these were in lakhs. And the reason that was told to me was that we are not able to manufacture these hip joints in India. We imported from USA.
Yes.
Now, because in India we have all the metal and the ceramics available, but we don't have the proper machining of these hip joints, and it requires very precise machining. So can you throw some light on it? What is the cost analysis of what you have done?
Yes,
Cost aspect of what you have done?
Okay. Sir, recently we have designed this acetabular cup liner, sir. And we want to, in earlier, there is some nut and bolt types of assemblies there, sir, in this acetabular cup liner. But we have used this sliding mechanism, and then it is locked after this sliding movement. So we have designed this acetabular cup liner recently, and we have patented this design, sir. But from this cost point of view, we are at the stage of design only, and we have tried to modify the existing material, sir. So for the development of this overall development of this hip joint replacement structure, sir, we are moving toward this direction. And absolutely, you are right that metallic type of materials are used, but the cost is in lakhs, sir. It is not in thousands, sir. The cost is too much high, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, just initially we have this design, this acetabular cup liner, sir.
Okay.
Sir, actually, you know that in this biomaterial area, that different types of testing are there, and due to we are trying to perform or improve the lifespan of this existing material with the adding of this different types of nanomaterials, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the wonderful talk, sir. Sir, just a small and very basic question that how could we check biocompatibility of these materials?
Biocompatibility? Yes. UHMWP is already a biocompatible material from the previous, in my presentation also, I have shown you different types of pioneer job performed in India and in abroad also. So from the previous findings, we have not performed this biocompatibility test. Actually, the cost is very higher, about 80 or 90,000 at present, if we develop our sample and try to perform this biocompatibility test. But from the findings of this last decade or last 10 to 15 year paper, it has been observed that the biocompatible behavior of this UHMWP is significantly higher than others such as this HAP material is there, PMMA material is there, and HDP is there. So UHMWP is already improve this and this different this vitro and in vitro test available at this IIT Kanpur also. So we can also perform this biocompatibility from this IIT Kanpur also. But this is very expensive. So on the basis of previous finding, we have assumed our material as a biocompatible material.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Rajesh, I'm Ashwini Sood once again.
Yes, sir.
Have you studied how much life would be increased by doing the kind of research that you are doing? Will these implants be lifelong, or will they need replacement after some years? Wear
Yes,
and
sir.
tear you're talking about.
The lifespan, it may be more than 20 years, sir, if we moving towards this nanomaterial area, sir. If these metallic materials life is less than these polymer materials, sir, actually due to this strength to weight ratio is also improve in polymer if we compare with it with metals. So we are doing, sir, comparative analysis on this metallic implants and these polymer implants. But from this initial findings, we have observed that the lifespan of these polymer implants are higher because the method of development nowadays, sir, additive manufacturing are used. So additive manufacturing and fuse deposition modeling methods are used for the development of this polymer implants, sir. So it will enhance by 20 to 25 years, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
So anyone has any more questions with our speaker? Okay, so let's move forward. Thank you, sir, for your fascinating presentation on how nanofillers are revolutionizing the properties of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene for biomedical applications and the valuable perspectives on how advanced materials can address key challenges in modern healthcare. I now request Professor Ashish Kapoor, sir, to kindly present the digital memento to our speaker as a token of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh Verma, for your very insightful talk. Please accept as token of appreciation from our side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
With the kind permission of the chair, we would like to begin the oral presentations for this session.
Thank you.
So
Thank
maybe
you.
we begin.
Best wishes for grand success of this conference organized by this Galgotia University and this HBTU. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Yeah, please proceed for the oral presentations.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the oral presentations for this session. I request the following presenters to prepare and share their screens as I call their names. Dr. Priya Singh from HBTU Kanpur. Please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Okay, before we begin, I just want to mention that we should be very disciplined about the timing. So all presenters are requested to maintain the timing of about 5 minutes for the presentation, plus 1 or 2 minutes for questions, since we have a very tight schedule.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Is it visible, my slides?
Yes, please proceed.
Am I audible? Okay. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Priya Singh. I am Dr. Priya Singh. I am going to present my research work. The topic of my research work, Yes. The topic of my research work is simultaneous colorimetric detection of acid phosphatase and ascorbic acid based on novel palladium C3N4 nanocomposite. Acid phosphatase is an enzyme which helps in the phosphoric acid monoester to break down into inorganic phosphate in acidic conditions. It is a histological biomarker which is used for the investigation of the various diseases such as prostate cancer, kidney disease, Gaucher disease, etc. Ascorbic acid, which is also known as vitamin C. It is very important biomolecule and is also plays a vital role in various biological functions such as free radical scavenger and cancer inhibition and prevention. Graphitic carbon nitride. In this work, we have used graphitic carbon nitride because it is metal-free semiconductor with unsubstituted graphitic pi conjugated layered structure, and it has high content of the nitrogen. And for further, we have modified palladium with the graphitic carbon nitride, which improve its catalytic activity due to the excellent coordination of the palladium nanoparticles. So in this work, I have used nanomaterials as an enzyme-like activity. So why nanozymes are the nanomaterials which display natural enzymes-like activities? Why we are not using natural enzymes or we are switching towards the nanozymes? The reason behind it is that there is a limitation of high cost of production of the natural enzymes and low operational stability, and they are very sensitive to the pH and temperature conditions. So that's why we are switching towards the nanozymes. The merits of the nanozymes is that they are very stable, and there is low cost and high surface area of the nanozymes, which enables them to high catalytic activity. And there are the two major classification of this category, oxidoreductase and hydrolysis. Among this, I am going to focus on the oxidoreductase, which includes peroxidase and oxidases. So I am basically focusing on the colorimetric sensing. So colorimetric sensing is a sensing technique in which some chromosomes, chromogenic substrate is required. So in this work, a chromogenic substrate we have taken is TMB, which is tetramethyl benzadiene. So in the presence of nanozyme, it is going to break down the S2O2 into OH radical in case of peroxidase enzymes. So we get the oxidized TMB, which is cationic radical, and further it will form the charge transfer complex, which give the absorbance maxima at 652, which give the blue color. And after adding the stop solution such as S2SO4, it give the complete reaction of the oxidized TMB, and at that time we will get the spectra at the 450 and its color will be yellow. So the advantage of the colorimetric sensing is that it is simple and not inexpensive method, and no any sophisticated instrumentation is required. So the experimental parts, it includes the synthesis of the palladium C3N4 by carbonization method, by carbonizing the urea at about 500 degrees Celsius for 4 hours, and then it was modified with the palladium nanoparticle with the help of the palladium salt and using the reducing agent such as sodium borohydride. And further, the successfully the material which was synthesized, which was characterized by the several characterization techniques such as SAME, TAME, XRD, UV visual. Further, the oxidase-like activity of the palladium C3N4 was characterized by UV visual and sensing was done. So these are the characterization techniques. In the figure A, is represents the characteristic peak of the graphitic carbon nitride at 002 plane, and for the palladium graphitic carbon nitride, it is the corresponding their planes. It confirms that the palladium nanoparticle has been incorporated at the graphitic carbon nitride successfully. And further, B is the UV
sorry
spectra.
to interrupt you, ma'am. Sorry
Yes,
to
sir.
interrupt you, ma'am. sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but we are running short on time. So I request you to
Yeah.
please conclude
Okay.
so we could move to
Yes,
Q&A session.
yes, sir, sure.
Okay.
It is the mechanistic part which I have already discussed about this. What happens, TMB is converted into the oxidized form, and we are getting the blue color. And actually in the mechanism part, what happens, the oxidized TMB, it in the presence of the ascorbic acid 2-phosphate, and in the presence of the acid phosphatase, which is enzyme we are using to break down this ascorbic acid 2-phosphate into ascorbic acid and phosphate group, we will get. And on further the we have got this spectra, which is in which we have done the sensing in the various range. The range for this acid phosphatase is 0.005 to 0.1 unit per ml, and as the concentration of this acid phosphatase is increases, and the intensity of the intensity of the 450 nanometer spectra is going to decrease, because this acid phosphatase, it has inhibition properties. So that's why the intensity of this this color of the oxidized TMB, it get decreased. And also we can see from the this figure, at the different concentration of the acid phosphatase, we get this spectra, and its corresponding calibration plot is plotted here. And in a similar way, ascorbic acid has also been detected, because during the reaction, it is produces the ascorbic acid, so we can also sense the ascorbic acid. So that's why it is the simultaneous detection of the ascorbic acid as well as the acid phosphatase. And it is the selectivity study, it tells that the palladium C3N4 is selectively selective for the acid phosphatase among in the presence of the various type of the enzymes. The conclusion is that the present sensor is showing good linearity for the acid phosphatase and ascorbic acid in the range of the 5 to 100 milliunit per ml and 1 to 140 micromolar, with a significant detection limit of 0.56 milliunit per ml and 0.45 micromolar respectively. And this material, palladium C3N4, is with excellent oxidase-like activity. It is utilized to construct a high-performance, low-cost, and reproducible sensor. So that's and also it has been utilized in the real sample, such as blood serum. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. If anyone has any questions, they can ask.
Dr. Priya, how does your performance of your sensor compare with the other established methods in terms of limit of detection?
The limit of detection, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, in compared to other detection methods such as electrochemical methods or fluorescence method, sir, this method is less it is inexpensive and low cost, and also, sir, it is sir, actually, I have to show that table, comparison table. So
no, I can just
sir,
orally test. Just is it comparable or is it lesser or more? No, just tell in a brief, because we have very limited time, so you can just tell orally.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it is sir, it gives the better performance in compared to fluorescence, but sir, electrochemical method is more accurate, but sir, that is very costly. So in our method, it is no any sophisticated instrumentation is required. Only UV visible spectrometer is required, and we can perform our all the experiments. So that's why it is better than other methods.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Rohini D from Wells Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Sciences. Please, ma'am, share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Good afternoon. The title of my research is Development of Herbal-Based Coatings from Indian Species for Extending the Shelf Life of Fruits and Vegetables. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. Introduction of my study. Herbal coatings are a growing area of research in sustainable materials, and Indian spices known for their medical and medicinal and preservative properties are very eco-friendly, and spices are more common in South Asian countries including Indian subcontinent, but it have been less explored for their preservation benefits. So I have chosen this topic on the basis of this criteria. Benefits of using herbal coatings for fruits and vegetables: because they are natural preservatives, increase the shelf life of the fruits and vegetables, enhance the appearance, and they're also non-toxic and safe, and they are mostly eco-friendly. And the different types of spices which I have included in my study are maize spice, cinnamon, star anise, and Maiti moku. The aim of my study is to develop herbal-based coating material using Indian spices, and the objectives of my study is to check the qualitative and quantitative analysis of phytochemical compounds, to identify the antimicrobial effect of extract, to develop the edible coating material by using extraction of spices, and to analyze the shelf life of coated fruits. So the phytochemical analysis have been carried out for various compounds in the different spices such as star anise, Maiti moku, space spice, cinnamon. And this table represents the different phytochemicals present in various spices of my study, which includes tannins, flavonoids, saponins, steroids and terpenoids, glycosides, phenols, alkaloids, quinones, and proteins. All these phytochemicals were analyzed both qualitatively and quantitatively. The quantitative analysis have been identified where tannins levels were found to be more in maize spice, and phenol content were found to be more in star anise, and flavonoid content were more to be high in star anise. I have also carried out the antimicrobial activity with different microorganisms, so for pneumonia, E. coli, Staphylococcus aureus, and also for Enterobacter faecalis. And the antimicrobial activity was observed, and the zone of inhibition was also observed in the plate of different microorganisms. And these spices were found to have the different antimicrobial activity at the different inhibition rate. Sample preparation for coating of the fruits and vegetables. The samples of Ciba pentantra, Cinnamon verum, Illicium vermum, Matiscus fragans were collected, and these samples were powdered, and they have been extraction have been prepared by mixing it with distilled water. Then preparation of the edible film. To the herbal extract of 1 ml, sample extract was mixed, 50 ml of water along with 1 spoon of starch, and 2000 ml of glycerin was added, and it was slowly heated in a medium flame, and it is stirred continuously. Still it turns into a transparent color, and it have been removed from heat, and it have been cooled for room temperature for 5 minutes. Then it have been poured gently in a petri dish in a thin layer, and it have been allowed to dry overnight. Once the film is set, strip out of the petri plate. This picture depicts about how the edible film have been prepared. Application of herbal coating on fruits and vegetables. So different methods have been amplified, which includes dipping, spraying, coating, panning, and brushing. And the results of my study, I have been studied this experiment from the day 0 to 7, and the 4 different groups have been involved in my study. First one is the control, second one is the composite, third one is the polyethylene glycol combination, and the fourth one is polyethylene glycol combination along with the composite. This pictures depicts about the different days of the fruit Solanum lycoperiscum, which is cherry tomato. This shows about the day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and day 7. So this table give idea about the percentage of weight reduction, where high percentage of weight reduction is found in the control group, whereas low percentage of weight reduction is found in the composite group. This proved that the composite has served as a very good as a coater to prevent it from degradation. So significance of herbal coating because it is eco-friendly, sustainability, health benefits, and biodegradable. Application areas of herbal coatings involves food industry, healthcare, cosmetics, and agriculture. Challenges in using herbal coating is because of its stability, cost, sensory changes, and regulatory approval. These are the main challenges which have been found in the herbal coating. And the research and development trends, innovative formulations have been amplified. Research on improving the effectiveness of herbal coating, such as combining different spices for synergistic effects, and nano coatings are also in the floor of study. Conclusion: Indian spices offer a rich source of natural compounds with powerful properties, and it can be harnessed to create herbal-based coatings. These coatings have broad potential applications in food, healthcare, and other industries. Further research and development will continue to improve their effectiveness, cost efficiency, and environmental impact. And in later studies, many other chemicals which have been used for coating is carnauba wax, shellac, and polyvinyl acetate. But these chemicals have over disadvantages because they cause allergic reactions, gastrointestinal effects, including bloating, cramping, and diarrhea. Where my spices extract this composite does not have any side effect, and they also increase the antioxidant property of the fruit or the vegetable, and it also possesses antimicrobial property when compared to other commercially available chemicals, and overall they improves the nutrient value. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now have anyone's questions for the presenter. Any questions?
Thank you, Rohini, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Have you done any long-term studies for this shelf life? Well, you showed for a few days. Suppose we have any long-term applications?
Yeah, I have plans, sir. This is a preliminary study only. I have carried from the 0 day to 7 day, and I have future plannings, yeah, with other fruits and vegetables.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Shweta Singh Jain from Deemed to be University. Ma'am, please share your screen and we can begin with the presentation.
Is my screen visible? Please say. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Good afternoon, one and all present today. So today I'll be talking about the regulatory dance of microorganisms and transcription factors in mesenchymal stem cell plasticity and cancer stem cell maintenance. So currently I'm working under Jain Deemed to be University School of Allied Healthcare and Sciences as an assistant professor. So talking about the MSCs, the mesenchymal stem cells, it is very important. They have a very special property that they can differentiate into various cell types, such as osteoblasts, adipocytes, and chondrocytes. So this is very important property which is used when we talk about tissue repair and regeneration, making MSCs a promising tool for the regenerative medicine. It can be influenced by the microenvironment, leading to various outcomes, including the beneficial differentiation part, or the conversely contributing to pathological conditions like fibrosis and further to tumorigenesis. In the context of cancer, cancer stem cells are subpopulation of this cells which are having similar properties like a stem cell, which includes the self-renewable property and the ability to generate into different lineages like a heterogeneous population. CSCs are thought to play a very important role in cancer initiation, progression, and recurrence. Recurrence is something which is very much seen when we talk about cancer cells. So this is a very important part. And when we talk about stem cells, knowing them more better, it will help us coming up with better treatment and avoiding recurrence. So moving ahead, yeah, coming to the important molecules who are playing important role when we talk of these phenomena, the microRNAs and transcription factors. So microRNAs are nothing but small non-coding RNAs. They can influence transcription factors, which in turn dictate whether the MSCs are having the plasticity to differentiate into different lineages and adaptability, or whether CSCs sustain their stemness property and drive the progression of the cancer. This intricate interplay determines cellular outcomes impacting both regenerative medicine and cancer therapy. By Is it slides are not visible? Are the slides moving? Is it visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am, they are
I think
visible.
someone wrote
Visible.
in the chat that it is not visible, so I asked.
Yes,
Okay,
actually,
we'll go ahead.
I have not seen the changing slide or slide. Actually, I have the first slide of chairpersons only visible to me.
Ma'am, please check your network, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead because there is a time concern restraint. So this intricate interplay determines the cellular outcomes impacting both the regenerative medicine and cancer therapy. So when we decode these regulatory networks, how they connect with each other, like the microRNAs, the transcription factors, and their role in the stemness property, we can come up with new therapies and treatments by targeting much better, and these stem cells can also be very important players in regenerative medicine. So the basic objective is like, you have a cancer cell, you try to make a cancer stem cell out of it by modifying the environment. And then when you have this cancer stem cells, they can have this property of proliferation. That means they can outgrow in number further, or they can have a differentiation thing, like they can divide or give rise to different cell lineages. And they also have the property of cell renewable, which is very important when we talk of stem cells. So my question here is, what are the role of microRNAs and transcription factors in getting these properties, which are very important from the stem cell perspective? So okay, so first is deriving the cancer stem cells from the cancer cell line, which is here we were talking about MCF7. So we have certain steps where first we try to isolate and culture the cancer cell line, and then we give them specific environment like a conditioned medium is given, so that only certain cells will be able to survive, and finally they outgrow in a spheroid formation. So this spheroid formation is a phenotype, and here we will change the plate on which they grow from a adherent plate to a non-adherent plate, so that this spheroid formation can take place properly. And then further, there will be enrichment and expansion of these spheroids, further leading to the characterization. Because I am saying that it is a stem cell, but how to verify it? So we have to use molecular markers, which will help me in verifying that yes, it is having a stem cell-like property. And those are basically surface proteins, which we look for when we talk about the characterization. And this is mostly done by FACS and other assays, which help you in determining whether that particular protein is expressed in the surface of the cell or not. So you can determine whether it's having a stem-like property. So further the characterization of CSCs, the FACS analysis for two markers have been done, which is CD44 and CD133. They both are being known to be surface proteins, and which is very much seen in stem cells. So we saw that when the MCF7 derived CSCs were formed, they were expressing CD44 and CD133 in the FACS analysis to a greater extent. This showed that yes, we were successful in getting the stemness property, as they were able to express these two cell surface markers. Then further, we went to the microRNAs. As I was talking, we are mostly focusing on the microRNAs and the transcription factors involved in the stemness property and further leading to proliferation, differentiation, and
Sorry to interrupt you,
self-inversion.
ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your time is up, right?
Sir, I just need 2 more minutes because someone interrupted in the chat that it is not visible. Can I get that? Just 2 more minutes, if possible.
Sure, ma'am, but please try to wind up quickly.
Yeah, I'll rush through. So I'll rush through, no issues. So ME34A, ME21A, and ME29B, I have only included the positive results were shown to be upregulated in the cancer stem cells derived from the MCF7. And then we also did some Western blotting analysis where we also saw that Notch1, BCL2, P53 MYC, which are very important transcription factors when we talk about the stem cell like characteristic property, and they were also shown to be upregulated. So the next is we will be talking about the highlights, which is basically a very preliminary work has been done to just check whether the model is surfacizing or not. So we saw that CSCs derived from MCF7 were able to express the CD44 CD markers. Increased expression of microRNAs were seen in the CSCs derived from MCF7 along with the proteins like Notch1, BCL2, P53, and MYC. So the future directions are for the study is to knock down the study of microRNAs and see whether these transcription factors are going down and further check for the expression of them in those knocked out cell lines. Understanding the role of microRNAs and transcription factors in murine-derived stem cells. Study the role of exosomes because nowadays exosomes play a very important role in communication in between cells. So they also help in maintenance of stemness. So we will further try to look into that. And if we come up with novel places and information, CSCs can be used as models to screen potential anti-cancer drugs, and it can also be used as a source for of cells for regenerative medicine, as I have already talked in the initial slides. So I would further like to acknowledge the organizers, my current organization, and my PhD organization, where I still the most of the work has been going on. And thank you all. I'd like to have the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now welcome your questions to our presenter. So do we have any questions? Okay, so
Thank you
let's
for your
move on.
presentation. I think in the interest of time, we'll move on to the next one. It was a good presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Sarita Gond, ma'am, from HNB Garhwal University, Uttarakhand. Ma'am, please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Ma'am, you are not audible to us.
Sarita ma'am, you are not audible. Please check your mic. Your time is lapsing. We are not able to hear.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Her mic is not connected. Please check your mic. Meanwhile, you can proceed for the next presenter. And Sarita Gun ma'am are requested to rejoin the meeting. Jitika?
Yes, sir.
You can call
So
the
as
next.
ma'am has some network issue, we continue forward. The next we have Dr. Asha Singh ma'am. Dr. Asha Singh ma'am from MIT Institute of Biotechnology, MIT University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Ma'am, please share your screen and continue with the presentation.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. I am Sarita Gun from Garhwal University. My topic is a coumarin-dependent approach for the sequential determination of the aluminium 3+ and copper 2+ and its application in cell bioimaging. Ma'am, actually, ma'am, network problem.
Ma'am, if there is a network problem, you can continue later.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so I request Dr. Asha Singh ma'am from MIT Institute of Biotechnology, MIT University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior to please share their screen and begin with the presentation.
Jitika, I guess Asha ma'am is not present. Please move forward.
Okay, so as ma'am is not present, we are moving forward. So next is Dr. Ranjita Mishra Jain from Jain University, Bangalore. Ma'am, please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am, you
ma'am.
are audible.
And my slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, they are visible.
Okay, I'm starting. I'm going to start. Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Ranjita Mishra from Jain University, Bangalore. Today, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to present my work over here. The title of my topic is Nanotherapeutic Approach for Fighting Against Cancer. As the word cancer has come here, let me give you a brief brief introduction about cancer. As we all know, cancer is the uncontrolled proliferation of the cells, which leads to the overgrowth of the tissues and finally to the death. In the right side of the picture, we can see the global cancer incidence, and it leads to many people, which leads to the death of the patients ultimately. So, for this, various kind of treatment options are available, like surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy are available. Out of this, chemotherapy is the most advanced mode of treatment for the cancer. Although it is an advanced mode of treatment, but still it has many drawbacks. Like most of the drugs are water insoluble in nature. That's why it leads to poor viability, and also it is delivered to non-specific sites, leading to toxicity to the normal cells also. Another one is the development of multi-drug resistance. When the cancer cells are treated with the cancer drugs repeatedly, they develop some efflux pumps on the surface of the cells, leading to the effluxing out of the cells and leading to poor effect of the anti-cancer drugs. So to deal with these issues, people are taking the help of nanotechnology. And how means what is this nanotechnology now? Nanotechnology, as we means it's now it has become a common word. Nanotechnology is nothing but the dealing with the particles of nanometer range. Different types of nanovehicles are available, like liposome, polymer, micelles, dendrimers, etc. And these nanoparticles are delivered into the cancer cells either through active method or passive method. In active method, different targeting moieties are conjugated onto the surface of this nanoformulation to deliver this formulation to the target cells, where they can deliver the drug, and the drug will show its efficacy. These nanovehicles can also be used for the cancer diagnosis and therapy. Now, my area of work is to work in the simultaneous approach of either diagnosis and also the therapy. That's called as nanotheranostics. So the nanotheranostics is nothing but the concept of or some simultaneous integration of both diagnosis or imaging and therapy. When a single system can be used for diagnosis or therapy or imaging, then that approach is called as nanotheranostics. In this context, I'm going to present my two of my work which I have published in two different journals, and which I'm going to start now. This is the first work is the which I have published in MTC, that is Materials Today Communication. It's Elsevier journal. The title of this topic is Easier for Targeted Emission of Zinc Oxide Nanocrystals for Cancer Theranostic Application. Here I have developed some nanocrystals. Then I coated these nanocrystals with polymers, and then I conjugated this polymer coated nanocrystal with some antibodies. So here we can see that I have formulated 5 different formulations of MN-doped zinc oxide nanocrystals with varying concentration of manganese. Here in this figure, we can see how the concentration of Mn can be seen with increasing concentration of manganese. Then I characterize these formulations or nanocrystals with AFM. Here we can see the particles are spherical in shape. Further, I confirmed with this XRD analysis. Now, my ultimate aim is to check the fluorescence property of this nanocrystals. So I did fluorescence spectrophotometer. Then I confirmed with confocal microscopy by taking some drug-resistant breast cancer cell line, that is MCF7 cells, where I found that the manganese concentration with 20x and 10x are showing higher fluorescence compared to other formulation. My ultimate aim is to use this formulation for biological applications. So I checked the toxicity of these formulations by doing MTT assay, where we can see till 25 microgram concentration, these nanocrystals are non-toxic to the cells. So what I thought, I have chosen the formulation with 10x Mn-doped crystals, and I checked the fluorescence intensity, and I told that I have coated DMSA polymer onto it. Then I tested checked the cytotoxicity impact. Finally, I conjugated some EGFR antibody on their surface. Then I checked the cellular uptake and I compared with the conjugated one is showing more fluorescence intensity inside the cells compared to the unconjugated one. So what is the conclusion is that when we prepared a fluorescent nanocrystals and conjugated some targeting moiety onto its surface and successfully delivered the nanoparticles inside the cells. So this is the targeted nanotherapeutic application for cancer therapy. Next one is the drug-loaded polymer-coated silver nanoparticles for lung cancer theranostics. Here I have the theme here. This paper recently we published in Medical Oncology. This is the hypothesis of this work. I formulated silver nanoparticles here. I coated this PLJ polymer, which is a very biocompatible polymer, and loaded an anti-cancer drug paclitaxel into it. So my hypothesis is that once it goes inside it, we can visualize through this AGNPs, and the drug will kill the cells, inducing apoptosis. So I characterize these silver nanoparticles by doing stability assay, UV spectrophotometer, Raman spectra, then EDAX analysis. Then I measured the size and jitter potential, and then I did this AFM study. This figure depicts that the formulation are in nanometer range with the smooth surface morphology. Further, I confirmed this with this FTR spectroscopy study. Yes, it's done. So this is the apoptosis study where we found that the drug-loaded nanoparticles are inducing more apoptosis and also cytotoxicity. So conclusion is that with this we can visualize these nanoparticles through imaging, and also induces more toxicity. I want to acknowledge our university, Jain University, then my students and my funding agency, DST Serve, UGC and DBT. Finally, I want to thank you all, the organizing committee and the audience also. Now I am open for the questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please direct your questions to our presenter. Are there any questions? Okay, so let's move forward. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Rakhi Khandelwal from Government Mahila Engineering College, Ajmer. Ma'am, please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
So now can I move forward?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Just a minute. So very warm good afternoon to all the esteemed members present here. I, Dr. Rakhi Khandelwal, Assistant Professor, Government Mahila Engineering College, Ajmer, presenting my work on eco-friendly green synthesis of silver nanoparticle, advancing biomaterials for various applications. So the outline of my presentation, which include introduction, material and methods, characterization, applications, and conclusion. So first of all, when we look to the title of my presentation, so three questions comes to our mind. That first, why we have chosen the silver nanoparticle. Second, why the green synthesis method we opt for. And thirdly, why the plant extract has been selected for this green synthesis method particularly. So let us take these one by one. First, why silver nanoparticles? We know. Sorry, my screen is not visible.
Yes, please share again.
Just a minute, sir. Now it is visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So first question is that why silver nanoparticles? As we know that silver nanoparticles are nanoscale particles of silver, typically ranging from 1 to 100 nanometers in size. They exhibit unique physicochemical properties such as antimicrobial activities, optical properties, high surface area, surface volume ratio, electrical conductivity, etc. So these all properties, due to the smaller size, they make the silver nanoparticles significantly differ from their bulk particles. So that is why we have selected these silver nanoparticles for our study. Now, second question comes to our mind that why green synthesis method? We know that silver nanoparticles can be synthesized by two types of methods, traditional method or the green synthesis method. When we compare both of these two methods, we know that chemical synthesis methods require high temperature, long reaction time, and involves the use of hazardous chemicals, while the green synthesis method can be carried out at room temperature. These are cost-effective method, energy-efficient methods, and time-saving methods. In chemical synthesis method, we are required silver salts plus some reducing agent plus some stabilizing agent and the solvent, sorry. But in the green synthesis method, no, these three chemicals are required. We are requiring only two types of chemical. First is the silver salt and second is the plant extract. That is why we are saving the chemicals and saving our environment also. So we are opt for the green synthesis method. Now, third question, that why we have selected the plant extract for our green synthesis method. In our study, we have prepared silver nanoparticles by using the extract of Phaseolus vulgaris seeds. This plant is easily available at nominal cost. It is edible and has no toxic constituent which make it suitable for the preparation so that the synthesized silver nanoparticles can used for the medical applications also. The phytochemicals present in the extract act as a reducing as well as the capping agent. So no other additional chemical is required in this synthesis method. Now, coming towards the second point of our presentation, that is materials and the synthesis method. As I discussed that only two chemicals are required. First is the silver salt, that is silver nitrate solution we have taken, and second in the plant extract. So we have collected the seeds of Phaseolus vulgaris from the local market and then powdered the dry seeds, and the powder, 2 gram of this powder is soaked into distilled water up to 20 hours, and then at 5000 RPM, we have centrifuged it and collected the extract of the seeds of Phaseolus vulgaris. For the synthesis of the silver nanoparticles, we have mixed the plant extract into the silver nitrate solution in 1:10 ratio. The color of the solution changes from red-yellow, gives the preliminary confirmation that silver nanoparticles are formed. After centrifugation and drying this, we have collected the dry powder of silver nanoparticles. Actually, when we add the aqueous plant extract into the silver nitrate solution, the silver nitrate ionizes into silver plus and NO3 minus. The biomolecules of phenol and flavonoids present in the plant extract reduces the silver ions and converted into the silver atoms, which after nucleation converted into the silver nanoparticles. The proteins in the plant extract present act as a capping agent for these silver nanoparticles and form these stable silver nanoparticles in the solution. For characterization of these synthesized silver nanoparticles, we have performed UV visible absorption, IR, and XRD analysis. The UV visible absorption spectroscopy shows lambda maximum SPR peak at 450 nanometer. So the confirmation from the UV visible absorption spectroscopy, we have done that the symmetry is less than the sphere of the synthesized nanoparticle, and this result confirms the synthesis of the silver nanoparticles. After that, we have performed the FTIR analysis. The FTIR analysis confirms the involvement of the phytochemicals present in the synthesis of the formation of the silver nanoparticles. Then we have done the XRD measurement. The different peaks in the XRD pattern shows that particle size of the synthesized silver nanoparticle is 15.76 nanometer, and the particles synthesized are crystalline in nature with the cubic structure. This we have calculated from the Debye-Schreiber equation. After the characterization, we have performed the study of the biomedical applications. So first we have done the antimicrobial.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Conclude.
Yes. So antimicrobial activities and the anti-cancer potential activity, we have studies for our samples. In both the studies, the silver nanoparticle synthesized so very promising results. So that is why we have concluded that the silver nanoparticles were successfully synthesized by this green synthesis method, and the synthesized nanoparticles are showing very promising results for the anti-cancer properties and for antimicrobial properties. So I express immense thanks to UGC, DE, CSIR, Indore Center for providing financial assistance for this research work and providing UV visible spectroscopy and XRD studies facilities, and Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University, Lucknow for providing facilities for biomedical applications. And I am very thankful to the organizers of this prestigious conference for providing me the opportunity to join the conference virtually and present my work. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. We now invite your questions to our presenter. Okay, so no questions are there. So we move forward. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So next we have Sugumari Valinayagam from Welltech Rangarajan, Dr. Shakuntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology. Please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible and your screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Sugumari Valinayagam. I'm working as assistant professor in Welltech University. First of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity. My research topic is synthesis of the biofilm and characterization for various applications. We are using the algal waste as a major source. From the algal, and in our India, in the coastal areas, we are having tons and tons of algal wastes. So we are utilizing that algal waste into the broad product. So here we are using zero waste concept. In this project, we first collected the waste algae, brown algae. From that brown algae, we are doing this research work. Here this work is related to the sustainable goals. So this bioplastic material, the biofilms, why we are focusing on? There is two reasons we are mainly focusing. One is the making tissues scaffolds for the tissue engineering, and another concept we are using this biofilms for the degradable materials in medical devices we can create, and we can use as a plastic bag, grow bags like that. So in our lab we are doing this different two process. First, I would like to introduce our concept in the biofilm. Algae, it is having the normally plant. It's maybe an above water level or in water. So anything the plant is having the higher quantity of lignocellulose compound. So that lignocellulose we are converting as a biofilm. So in this process we are using, if we are directly using the lignocellulose, that is not giving the proper strength to the particular material. So when we are adding some mixed process, one is the directly using the lignocellulose, another one is the mixing of TVA with the lignocellulose. So our aim is to make synthesis the bioplastic or scaffold with lignocellulose, and as well as is a mix of PVA. So here our aim is to synthesis the biofilm from the algal waste. First process step is there, and then after the synthesis we characterize the biofilm with the FTIR, SEM analysis, and through some biological assays also we confirm, and HPLC we confirm the polysaccharide level. And after this characterization, we evaluated the biofilm performance in the laboratory level. In the tissue at in vitro level we check. So here our method is, first step it should be, we should purify the algae, purify the polysaccharide from the algae. So our aim is, we have selected the polysaccharide, it's a brown algae. So brown algae, it's when compared to the green and red algae, brown algae is having higher quantity of polysaccharide, and also the more quantity of polysaccharide, it's a lignocellulose. So we are using the solvent based method, and as well as we are using in this water based method also. So for extraction of polysaccharide, we use the ultrasonication when compared to the normal condition, when compared to the microwave method, normal centrifugation, normal that mixing method, sonication, it's giving the better results. And after that, we purified the polysaccharide, and that purified polysaccharide we used for our application part. So in this application, for making the PVA, we used this normal magnetic stirrer. We this 2% of PVA was we used in the making of film. Previously, first step in a trial and error method, we used fully lignocellulose, but we didn't get the proper results in that case. So we move on to that PVA mixed method. And here, after making the film, we making the mixture, we kept it in the hot oven for 48 hours, and then we shifted to the room temperature. So as I mentioned, here we are used the brown algae, waste algae. We collected the waste algae from that hostel areas, and we characterized in the CMRFI laboratories. After that collection, we dried it and washed, make it into the fine powders. After that, this polysaccharide was extracted from that. And from this extracted polysaccharide, we added the PVA, and we made this. When we made this biofilm, without the PVA, it won't give a pure thin film. So we added this PVA, and we made this biofilms. And after the biofilm synthesis, we used the FTR method for the characterization. So when this FTR peaks are representing, it is full that extract contains the polysaccharide. So in this polysaccharide, first one is the main confirmation is the OH groups. That OH groups is present in that 3278 region, 3278 region, and this is the major confirmation of the polysaccharide. And here, next one is the HPLC analysis for the polysaccharide confirmation. We compared this HPLC analysis with the standard. And then this SEM analysis, it is useful to when we are made that biofilm, the pore size, it should be very important, because it is maybe it should be a group. It should contain the pore, then only the cells can grow inside. So we check that it contains some major pores. And after the pores analysis and the characterization, we check the physical parameters, tensile strength, and the friction coefficients of that biofilm, and that Gauss value also we check, Young model check. So it is confirming its mechanical strength. So the national yes sir, it's done sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, sir. It's a nutshell of we synthesized and characterized the biofilm. Now we are in the stage of the biological characterization. We completed the cytotoxicity. It is not showing any cytotoxic to our normal cell, so we can use it for the tissue engineering. Thank you so much for the opportunity. If any questions, please ask.
Thank you for your presentation. What is the mechanical strength testing? Did you say that? Are these tested for that?
The mechanical strength of the thin film. We check that thin film strength in the laboratory. We are having the tensile strength measuring instrument. So from that, we are checked the different strength of different biofilms. So one is the dark PVA biofilm, and then a cellulose method. Cellulose added one, our algae one, and directly only algae. So it when compared to this algae alone, the our cellulose mixed PVA is showing good strength when compared to that.
Are these statistically significant differences between the numbers?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Okay, so let's move forward. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Poonam Kumari, ma'am, PhD from Scholar Medical Biotechnology. Ma'am, please share your screen and begin with your presentation. Poonam ma'am. And please share your screen and begin with your presentation.
Can we go on to the next one and come back to this later if it is taking time?
Yes, so let's move forward as ma'am is having some issue with the network. So next we have
Rita Gund.
Dr. Abhishek Kumar Gupta from HBTU Kanpur.
Okay.
Sir, meanwhile, you can begin with your presentation. Abhishek, sir, you can begin with your presentation. Okay, so I think sir is also having some issue with their network. So meanwhile, we can continue forward with the other presentations.
Yes,
Next, I would like to invite.
Rita Gund.
Okay, so next I would like to invite Sarita Gond ma'am from HNB Garhwal University, Uttarakhand. Ma'am, please begin with your presentation.
Have we shared the PPT?
Ma'am, your screen is visible, but you are not audible.
Unmute yourself first.
Rita Gund, please do not make your PPT here. Can you please present?
Ma'am, you are not audible. Sarita ma'am.
I think her mic is not working. Looks like probably if we want, we can go on to the next one and come back to this later.
Okay, sir. So Akshay sir, Akshay Kapoor sir, can you share your screen? Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Akshay Kapoor. I will be presenting on the topic role of biodegradable polymers in sustainable packaging. Now, starting with the concept, as we all know that plastic has so engrossed all our lives. As per the data shared by the UNDP, per capita consumption of plastic in India is around 15 kg per person. If we talk about the global average, it is around 30 kg per person. In case of the developed countries, it is as high as 139 kg per person. There is a tremendous growth in the plastic industry. Over the next 5 years, it is expected to grow around 6.28%. And the production volume is expected to increase to massive 579 million metric tons. Now, as we see that the plastic generation is increasing, so waste generation will also increase. By the year 2060, it is expected to grow to threefold times. This figure shows the day-to-day use commodity plastics, the time taken to decompose. If we talk about the plastic coated paper or balloons, they take around 3 to 6 months to decompose, which is even higher in case of plastic packaging material like styrofoam and plastic bags, which take around 10 to 20 years. And if we talk about the water bottles, which we use in a day-to-day life, it takes around 450 years to decompose. If we talk about the recyclability, only 9% of the plastic is recycled by proper means, remaining 81%, 91% either lands up in landfills or is dumped into the oceans, where it further break down into small microplastics and enter into our food chain. But if it is so harmful, then why we are using plastic? Can't we eliminate it? The answer is no. A future without plastic is neither desirable nor it is possible unless and until the alternatives are available. Now this diagram shows the concept of linear versus circular economy. If we talk about the petroleum based polymers, they are produced from the fossil fuels, they are manufactured into the laboratories, then via the supply chain they end up with the users, and finally their end of life treatment is done in the form of landfills. If we talk about the bio-based polymers, these are made from natural resources. After their manufacturing, then and supply chain, then end usage, they are further given back to the nature by a biodegradation process, and this completes the closed loop economy. The biodegradable polymers are a promising alternative to the conventional synthetic polymers, and they are showing widespread usage in diverse area and applications like food packaging, drug delivery, and tissue engineering. If we talk about the benefits of these polymers, these are biodegradable in nature. They can be degraded naturally by the action of microorganisms similar to the organic food waste. Secondly, as they are made from the natural resources, they reduce our dependence on the fossil fuels. And third one, they reduce the carbon emissions as they are carbon neutral in nature. Quickly going through the classification part of the biodegradable polymers, there are two categories are natural and synthetic. Those are manufactured in laboratories. The natural biodegradable polymers can further be classified that those which are extracted from directly from the biomass, and second those which are extracted from natural or genetically modified organisms. If we talk about the synthetic biodegradable polymers, they can be classified those which are derived from monomers, bio-derived monomers, and second one which are derived from synthetic monomers. Now this is an example of sodium alginate, which is a naturally occurring biodegradable polymer, which is extracted from the brown seaweed. It is used in for the packaging of soluble coffee, dehydrated vegetables, powdered medicine, cheese slices. Though I have never tasted these films, but I hope they would taste good. Now this is another example of a beverage bottle, which is an example of active packaging. Active packaging can be briefly defined as a form of smart packaging that improves the quality and shelf life of the perishable products. How it works? It works by emitting or absorbing certain compounds within the packaging product. As we can see from this picture, these blue part is labeled as absorber, which functions by removing the unwanted particles which are represented by the blue dots, thus preventing the degradation of this beverage, and this yellow part which is the releaser, It releases beneficial substances to prolong the shelf life of the product which is kept inside this bottle. Coming to the conclusion part, biodegradable polymers offers a sustainable alternative to the conventional petro-based products, thus reducing the adverse impacts on the environment. By incorporation of the natural additives, we can make products which are safe and which further enhance the quality and shelf life of the product kept inside the packaging material. Third is continued innovation is crucial for developing of durable and commercially viable packaging material which can meet the diverse environment as well as industry demands. I am quite sure these advances will lead to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. These are the list of references. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing presentation. Now you can address your queries to sir.
Thank you for the presentation. From the technical economical perspective, which biodegradable polymers you think are most viable for packaging applications?
Sir, if we talk about the technical and commercial aspect, PLA, polylactic acid, and PHA, polyhydroxyalkanoate, these are the most widely used biodegradable polymers for packaging. As these are derived from the natural resources, the major chunk of the cost which is involved lies in the extraction and purification phase. But along with the recent advancements and economies of scale, there has been a significant reduction in the cost of extraction in the last decade.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call Karthigai Selvi from Galgotias University, Greater Noida. Please share your screen and begin with the presentation.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
1 minute. Presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. You can start.
Thank you. Good evening to one and all. I am Harini Parvati, currently in class 12. I am the co-author of this presentation, this paper. Nanorobots. Nanorobots are widely used in many fields, and it plays a vital role in medical field. That's why I come up with this presentation titled Nanorobots in Medicine, Current Research and Challenges. Aim. This research deeply study about the design of nanorobots, its promising services, and the challenges will be faced by the healthcare industry and humans. So what make us to know about these nanorobots? What make us to encourage these nanorobots? In current scenario, people are using more medicines from little diseases to dangerous diseases. So these medicines affects both healthy and non-healthy cells, which creates many side effects in the healthy cells. That results getting more diseases after diseases once it gets cured. The nanotechnology and quantum computing technologies are joined together and form a technology called nanorobots. So what is nanorobots? Nanorobots are microscopic robots. It consists of countable atoms like from 244 atoms and so on. And it has nano-sized components tightly packed in it. And these components are sensor, actuator, power sources, drug container, communication devices. So what is sensor? Sensor detects the temperature and pH value of the human blood, and it also detects the obstacles that coming through the bloodstream in the passage of the nanorobots. And actuator. Actuator are nano-sized tiny arms or legs that enables in navigation of the nanorobot. Power sources. Power sources provides energy in the form of batteries or external energy sources like ultrasound or magnetic fields. And drug container. It holds drug or genes. Communication devices. Communication devices aids in communicating with other nanorobots or with the external computer. So mechanism of nanorobots. And I'm going to discuss about three mechanisms of nanorobots, that is helical swimmers, surface magnetic walkers, and flexible swimmers. What is helical swimmer? The nanorobot which has a helical swimmer are known as helical nanorobots. It is tiny and designed to move in fluid using a corkscrew-like motion. It also mimics the movement of certain bacteria such as E. coli. Then, surface magnetic walkers. What are surface magnetic walkers? They mimic the locomotion of living beings like animals and human beings, etc. They have rotating nano wire on micro wheels, which helps in navigation, like animals. Then flexible swimmer. They are designed for precise and efficient movement within the fluid environment. Their design mimics the bacteria like or sperm, which uses flagella or cilia for the movement. And advancement of nanorobots in healthcare. So diagnostic nanorobots. Nanorobots can detect diseases at the early stages. Of course, there are CT scans, CMRI, and many techniques that we are using currently to detect cancer. But nanorobots detect the cancer-causing cells before the symptoms appear. That is the efficiency of nanorobots. Early cancer detection is crucial in fighting against the cancer. And it also helps in real-time monitoring. Nanorobots are equipped with sensors, imaging agents, etc., that can monitor the body in real time and produce high-resolution images. Nanorobots can track physiological factors like blood pressure, heart rate, and glucose levels. They can also monitor the growth of cancer-growing cells, providing more accurate images. Then therapeutic nanorobots. Nowadays, nanorobots are involving in drug delivery. For example, human brain is a complex organ. The nanorobots can identify the cancer tissues and blood barriers in complex brain anatomy. It reduces the spreading of the medicine throughout the body, hence reduces the side effects. How are they doing this? As I said before, nanorobots have drug containers in it. They are made up of biodegradable materials like cornstarch, sugarcane, and coated with gold or biocompatibility polymer. And it decreases gradually in the targeted areas and resulting in releasing the drugs. And for mobility of nanobots, they are coated with thermoplastic polyurethane. Thermoplastic polyurethane, it can withstand several physiological and mechanical stress within the body. Then nanorobots can perform surgical tasks such as clearing arterial blockage or repairing tissues with quicker recovery time. Some nanorobots might have drills or blades that can break down the
Sorry
fat
to interrupt you,
molecules.
ma'am. Sorry
Yes,
to interrupt you, ma'am, but your time is up.
yeah, I'm coming to the conclusion.
Okay.
And I'm very happy to share that one of our prestigious institute, the Indian Institute of Science, proposed the nanorobot to cure dental problems. And the challenges in future directions. And we face many challenges like nanorobots are expensive. There are many questions sorting out. What if it is misused? What if it is degrades before reaching our target area? What if it misleads to any other location and such that? And there are future directions that to be followed. Then the bottom line of the presentation, nanorobots offer immense potential for medical advancement, offering unprecedented possibilities for disease detection, treatment, and monitoring. Continued with research and interdisciplinary collaboration are crucial for realizing the full potential of nanorobots. And these are references. And thank you so much for giving me the wonderful opportunity to present here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now invite your questions for our presenter. Okay, so as we have no questions, thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, I want to say one thing. We have started this research last month only. And just I require more help from the biomedical side. If anyone is interested in this research, can you communicate with this number? 986514216. This is Karthik HLV, School of Computer Science, Applications and Technology, Calcutta's University. I'm seeking a hand to enhance my research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You can also drop us an email along with your details. So whoever is interested, they will get in touch with you and we can take it forward.
Thank you, sir.
So with the
Ma'am, can I ask one question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, actually, I'm working in the field of nanobiotechnology. So,
Yes, ma'am.
you work in this AI field, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in what is there any a procedure or way to find out some drugs or any combination? Which one will work good for a particular cancer? Can we do that in this by using your technology, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. But we require the more data about the patient conditions
Okay.
and their biological factors, etc., madam.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
share your number? I will talk with you.
Sure, ma'am. I have taken your number.
Okay.
I'll contact you. We can collaboratively work. Like I'm making many formulations, ma'am. Like for diagnostic purpose, I'm looking for some collaboration. So we can put for some proposals. Okay, now. So
Okay.
in that context, I will contact you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Your presentation was.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With the oral presentations concluded, it's now time to conclude technical session 1. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed session chairpersons, Professor G.L. Devnani sir and Professor Ashish Kapoor sir, for graciously presiding over this session. Your distinguished presence and insightful evaluation throughout the proceedings have greatly enriched the session, and we are deeply grateful for your contributions. At this point, may I kindly invite our distinguished session chairpersons to provide the concluding remarks for the session.
Thank you. As we are reaching the conclusion of this technical session number 1, let us take a moment to reflect on the wealth of knowledge and insight shared today. This session began with an exceptional variety of the keynote talks and as well as an invited talk, all of which highlighted the transformative potential of biomaterials and advanced technologies in the biomedical field. We had excellent talks by Professor Vipin Kalia, Professor Pralay Maiti, and then an invited talk by Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma. And following these insightful notes, we witnessed a series of oral presentations on various cutting edge topics. These presentations reflect the dynamic, multidisciplinary advancements which are driving the biomaterials and tissue engineering field forward. Each of these presentations not only demonstrated innovative research, but also emphasized the need for sustainable, efficient, and impactful solutions which can address the pressing medical as well as various challenges that are facing the society today. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our keynote speakers, our presenters and participants for their remarkable contributions. Let us carry forward these ideas which were shared today as inspiration for new collaborations and breakthroughs in our respective fields. Thank you all for your active participation, and I look forward to seeing many of these discussions sparking meaningful innovations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I would like to now invite Santosh sir to kindly felicitate our chairperson, Professor G.L. Devnani sir, with a digital memento.
I think Santosh sir is not here. So may I? Okay, sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, you are muted. Are you see? Make Santosh sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. This is a token of appreciation. Professor G.L. Devnani, sir.
Next, I would request Santosh sir to kindly felicitate our chairperson, Professor Ashish Kapoor sir, with a digital memento.
Sir, this is a token of appreciation of your time, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your active participation and engagement in technical session 1. We now move towards the technical session 2.
Let's start the technical session 2 of International Conference on Recent Innovation in Biomaterial and Tissue Engineering, jointly organized by the Department of Chemistry and International Student Affairs, HBTU Kanpur, in collaboration with the Department of Biotechnology, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, under the aegis of Institutions Innovation Council IIC of both institutes. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished chairperson for the session. Please join me in welcoming Professor C.L. Gehlot sir from HBTU Kanpur and Professor Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am from Galgotias University, Greater Noida, who will be presiding over this session. Dr. Jagannath Gehlot sir is an esteemed associate professor in the Department of Chemistry at HBTU Kanpur with over 2 decades of teaching and research experience. He holds a doctorate in photochemistry from Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, specializing in photogalvanic effect and mixed diode systems. Dr. Gehlot's research interest encompass photochemical energy conversion, biological activity evaluation, and advanced material synthesis. He has supervised many PhD and MPhil scholars with ongoing projects exploring innovation, adsorbents, and polymer nanocomposites. With 29 peer-reviewed publications in reputed international journals and presentation at global conferences across the USA, Italy, Australia, and Malaysia. His work has significantly contributed to renewable energy and green chemistry. He has successfully led collaborative research projects, including studies on multifunctional biotemplated contrast agent, and served in various administrative roles, such as head of department and assistant dean of student welfare at HBTU. A life member of several scientific societies, Dr. Gehlot continues to inspire academic excellence and innovation in the field of chemistry. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Our next session chairperson is Professor Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am, who is presently working as Additional Dean of Research at Galgotias University and affiliated with the School of Biosciences and Technology. She received her PhD in Botany Cytogenetics from Ranchi University in 2002. Her research focuses biofueling, bioremediation, bioimplants, biomaterials, surface modification of metallic substrates, thin film coating, concrete modification by different types of pozzolans and admixture nanoparticles. She has guided 8 PhD research scholars and 30 MTech students. She has published more than 80 research articles in peer-reviewed journals, 65 conference papers, 2 books, 7 book chapters, and 3 patents. She also edited several proceeding books and reviewed more than 60 journal papers. She has completed 13 sponsored research projects from various agencies of the Government of India, such as Development of Atomic Energy, DBT, DRDO, MHRD, DST. She is the reviewer for more than 60 journals. She is a member of many professional bodies such as Indian Science Congress Association, the Indian Institute of Metal IIM, the Kalkappam chapter, the Indian Women Scientist Association. She received Senior Scientist Award from the Environment and Social Development Association, Delhi in 2023. And she has also been recognized as a top 2% scientist by Stanford University for 3 consecutive years from 2020, 2023, and 2024. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for joining us for the chairing of this session. With the chair's permission, we would like to now begin technical session 2.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So we are going to start technical session 2. So we have a resource person. The first resource person, Professor Mukesh Gupta, is going to deliver invited talk, keynote talk on the topic entitled "Accelerated Hemostasis by Nanofibrous Polyhydroxyalkanoate Complex for Emergency Care." So Professor Gupta is a professor of biotechnology and medical engineering at NIT Rourkela. Now is currently working as director on LIAN at ICMR National Animal Resource Facility for Biomedical Research at Hyderabad. Professor Gupta has been fellow of Royal Society of Biology UK, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, National Academy of Biological Sciences, National Academy of Dairy Sciences, National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, and Indian Association for Advancement of Veterinary Research, among few others. Professor Gupta is also subject expert in biotechnology, biomedical engineering for All India Council for Technical Education AICT and National Testing Agency NTA. In addition, he is also expert of National Board of Accreditation NBA. In addition, Professor Gupta has been board member of Animal Welfare Board of India and Committee for Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals, Government of India. He is also known for his work on preclinical trials, tissue engineering, reproductive and solid surface vitrification. So I hope that the audience will be very enlightened by this upcoming talk that is delivered by Professor Mukesh Kumar Gupta. So I would like to invite Professor Gupta. So that was brief about the biosketch of Professor Gupta. I would request Professor Gupta to start the keynote talk.
Thank you, Dr. Gehlot, and my very good afternoon to Dr. Vishwakarma also. Let me share the screen with you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Before I start my talk today, I think I must thank the organizers and particularly Dr. Santosh and his team, the University of Galgotia as well as the HBTU for giving me this opportunity to share some of the data which I generated with the help of my students. Dr. Balaram Mishra and my colleague Dr. Devendra Pathak and Dr. Devendra Verma. What I'm going to talk today is about the hemostasis or the prevention of blood loss by using a very novel material that we made, nanofibrous polyelectrolyte complex for the emergency care. So as we know, so hemorrhage or the loss of blood or extravasation of blood is responsible for the death of one death in every 4 minutes. And these deaths are generally the preventable deaths. So as we know that the during the heavy infections or heavy gunshot wounds or the trauma or the casualties which we see in the battlefield, most of the cases the deaths occur not because of the gunshot itself, but the loss of blood that happens. We know if there is a loss of blood by more than 8% or 10% of the body volume, it leads to the hypovolemic shock and death of the individual. So you have a very critical window of 5 minutes to 10 minutes, during which time the blood flow has to be stopped so that we can save the life. And if we don't, so in which ways we have now the issues, and one, as I said, one death every 4 minutes happens due to accident, and these are largely preventable. The hemorrhage is responsible for 31% of mortality that we see in civilians due to roadside accidents primarily, or during the surgical or trauma. And it's also responsible for more than 50% of battlefield casualties. Therefore, a number of surgical ways are available, like Quattro and all, but also a number of commercial products are available in the market, like QuickClot, Hemcon, Ghostasis, XClot, Gel Form, Surgical, Celox. It's a number of products which are now come in the market, saying the commercial value. These products has a annual market of roughly 3.8 billion. So this product, what you see here, is based on either on the thrombin or gelatin and collagen and cellulose, and more recently with the chitosan. The problem with this material which we have in the market, while they are very good product, they are worthy, but still they're not that efficient because they still takes a lot of time. As I'll show shortly, the Celox, for example, a very potent drug, takes approximately 30 seconds to 90 seconds to clot the blood, depending on the size of the artery that has got damaged. Moreover, if you can see it here, gunshot wound, they are available like a form of a pellet. So you have this kind of dispenser, which is very painful to inject into this. Many of these products are also responsible for local tissue reactions that we get due to the exothermic reaction that we see during the application of these materials, these hemostatic agents. Some of them are most of them, in fact, all of them takes at least 30 to 90 seconds, and therefore during this time a lot of blood happens. So there is a need for developing newer material which can rapidly clot the blood and does not cause the local tissue reaction or damage. So we have been started working on a newer product which is chitosan based. So as I think all of those people who are coming from the chemistry background or tissue engineering background are very familiar with the chitosan. It's a polymer which has been used for several purposes, known to be biocompatible, hemocompatible, cytocompatible, antibacterial activity, and a few reports also says that they have the hemostatic activity. They can cause platelet adhesion and their degranulation to activate the platelets, and which can lead to the hemostasis or the blood clotting. Accordingly, there are several products in the market like Hemopad, Hemocon, Celox, Chitogos, Xstat. These products are there in the market. But as I said, these products require long clotting time. None of them clots less than 30 seconds. In fact, in the gunshot wounds and all, you had minimum require 1.5 to 2 minutes to clot of them. Some people have tried to increase the efficiency of this by making the nanofibers material, but that nanofibers material require the electrospinning, and the yield is very low. Therefore, they are not feasible at a commercial scale. And they also form a very weak the clot, so which can go to the rebleeding. So people use certain cross linkers for doing it. Let's say, for example, the cyclodextrines are being used for electrospinning purposes. but then those toxic cross-linkers cause local tissue reaction, and none of them has actually antibacterial activity, even though the chitosan is known to have the antibacterial activity. When they applied, actually in such cases the antibacterial activities has been very limited. Therefore, we have been trying to see how can we improve this. So the literature says that if use this as a nanofibrous form, increase the surface area, then it can actually reduce the time of blood clotting. But then how to avoid this electrospinning and how to avoid the use of the cross-linker? So we came with this novel idea, polyelectrolyte complex, which is a known mechanism in the chemistry, that when two oppositely charged polyelectrolyte, if you allow them to interact in an optimal conditions, then they can align themselves and self-assemble in the form of a nanofibers. So this is what we took advantage of. We identified chitosan, which is, as I said, is a very good material, and it has a positively charged it has pK of about 6.2. So at a pH of that, it acquires a positive charge. And then casein, which is milk protein, measles, it has a pK value of about 4.6. So at that, above that pH, it acquires a negatively charged. Both are polyelectrolyte. So we optimize the condition where a positively charged chitosan and negatively charged chitosan can be done. It can come close together. And when you mix them, they can form a primary complex that can get self-aligned and self-assemble in the form of a nanofibrous structure, which we have seen in the random. So there's a primary complex formation and secondary complex formation, which is initial aligned. And when we do the prevent the reaggregation and do the water removal, they becomes the random. So, and when these complexes, what we see is that have shown that improved action. So I'll show you first our brief results with which we show that how we can form the chitosan casein polyelectrolyte complex by a self-assembly method. And this is a very facile, very simple method. So when you did that protocol, you can see that here we get a randomly aligned nanofibers. We try to have different composition initially, chitosan and casein. So for example, if you see CC50 here, it means chitosan 30%, casein 70%. CC50 means 50-50. CC70 means chitosan 70% and casein 30%. We have done number of combination, and this is 3 of them, which we have shown here for the better presentation of the data. So if you can see here, this is low magnification, this is high magnification, we can see a very fine, uniformly distributed, randomly aligned nanofibers in the size range of 25 to 67 nanometer. And this is directly dependent on the proportion of the chitosan in casein. So when we use at 30% chitosan proportion, we can get roughly about 25 nanometer diameter. And these forms, as you can see the FTIR data here, this is formed due to a functional hydrogen bond formation between the amide group of the chitosan and the phosphate group of the casein. There's a shift in the bond around the 1634, and there's a shift in the bond around 934. So it shows that there was actually a bond formation between them. When you look at the zeta zeta sizer, when you analyze the surface charge, we can see that they had the surface charge, positive charge. It increased from -9, which is negative at when chitosan was less. And as we increase the proportion of the chitosan, it became more and more positive charged ions. Now, this charged surfaces are good for the surface platelet in particular to adhere to them. So we use this material to see if they can actually clot the blood. So we mix them with the goat blood initially, later with the human blood. As you can see it here, the formulation of CC30 can clot the blood as quick as 9 seconds, whereas Celox, commercially available product in the market, took 90 seconds to clot the blood. So it is 10 times more efficient than this. Now, when we see what mechanism it may do, we try to see the prothrombin timing. Prothrombin timing suggests the timing it takes to activate the extrinsic pathway of blood clotting mechanism. There's two mechanisms, intrinsic and extrinsic mechanism. So see how much does time take. So it is represented by the normalized ratio, INR, international normalized ratio. So you can see this CC30, all of them has much less INR value than the commercially available Celox, which suggests that our product is much more quick in action compared to the Celox material. And we also saw this by LDH assay that they could actually activate the platelet activation, which is much better compared to the commercial Celox. And you can see it here in the electron microscopic images. You can see the fine the fibrine formations and the clogging of the RBCs in these platelets. And this one represents actually the positive control, where you can see not that efficient fibrine formation, whereas this one has done very nice clot formation. Here we did not get the result because this clot in Celox is not that stable to be used for the SEM processing, whereas in here you see the clot was stable. As I'll show that they have about 20 to 27 kilopascal mechanical strength. And these materials were also hemocompatible. Hemocompatible means they did not cause the hemolysis by themselves. We use the ISO 10993 protocol, which is a very common protocol for assessing the hemocompatibility. So you can see here our material has less than 2%. So less than 5 is generally considered as a hemocompatible, and this is far, far better than commercially available Celox. So our material, we say that very quick, hemocompatible, and more effective than the Celox. So then we use in vivo assay. So initially we use the ear artery model for the rabbit. Now what we found is that in the rabbit artery, when we put a 1 centimeter incision and applied this product, then we can see that it can rapidly clot the blood. Unfortunately, it took about 30 seconds to form the clot, and this clot has a mechanical strength of 21 kilopascal, which is higher than the Celox. So we also did further experimentation to optimize the conditions for the polyelectral complex formation, which included the optimizing for the surface charge, optimization for pH, optimization for dehydration, optimization for the sonication, and so on. And we actually came out later with the optimized condition, when we now have in the rat model we then tested SD rat model that our product can actually clot even in vivo in 9 seconds compared to the 95 seconds that we get in Celox and 198 seconds that we get in the control. There is no difference in our product compared to the Celox in the bleeding amount before the material can be applied, and our product requires much less sample amount compared to the Celox. So taken in together, what we demonstrate that the polyelectrolyte complex of the casein and the chitosan and casein can form a nanofiber structure which can clot the blood as quickly as 9 seconds and without any side effects. We also tried to develop them in the form of a sponge, and which we thought that we can use it as in the form of a bandage. So what we did is we prepared the polyelectrolyte complex of chitosan casein in a optimized condition, and then we casted them and used for the freeze drying to develop the microporous gauze. And this we have characterized for physicochemical properties, in vitro clotting and in vivo clotting. And we also did a detailed study on the in vivo safety as well as the biocompatibility as per the ISO 10993 protocol. And after that, we actually developed them in the form of a gauze for using in the blood clot. So in order to do that, we use all the three composition, CC30, CC50, and CC70. We initially diluted them. This forms a slurry initially. So we diluted them at different percentage with the distilled water, 20, 40, 60, 80 and 100, to see which one can give a uniform distribution for mold casting. And at 80%, we find that they give a mold casting, and that the gauze are flexible. We can fold it several times without actually getting them damaged. And as you can see it from here, they formed a very, very highly porous, interconnected pores in these gauze. So when you analyze for the FTR analysis, similar to our previous experimentation, we also saw that there was there was interaction between the phosphate bond and the amide bond, but other than that, there was no change in the structure of the material in this. And these materials had a porosity of about ranging from the 73% to 54%, depending on the concentration of the chitosan and casein. So as the casein percentage increased, the porosity decreased. I mean, the chitosan percent increased, porosity decreased. And this material has nearly 11 times they could absorb the water. Now, why water absorbability is because when we use them for water absorption, it tends to concentrate the blood clotting factors, and therefore when the clotting factors concentration increases, it can accelerate the blood clotting. So they had a very high water absorbability, and the porosity was about 72%. So absorbable are this one. And we also did, in order to have this material, when we want to apply the bandage, so we thought, why not we add certain antibacterial property to it to enhance its property. So initially we used the added 0.1% silver nanoparticles into this. So when you added the silver nanoparticles, as you can see from here, silver nanoparticles did not have any significant interaction with the chitosan or casein. There was no change in the FTIR. It did not have any impact on the porosity or the water absorption capability and all. When used for the clotting purposes, in vitro clotting, so you can see that the chitosan casein with the silver nanoparticle still had the clotting time of about 27. Now this is higher than then, obviously, because that was earlier was nanofibrous powder form. This has become now the macroporous structure. So they have about 30 seconds they took to clot the blood. And when you look at the blood clotting index means once we clot, how much is unbound RBC to them. So lesser the blood clotting index, better they are. So you see that here they were 22, which is much better than the Celox, which is a commercially available product. Again, these were hemocompatible, and there was no adverse effect or any other beneficial effect either in the clotting time or blood clotting index, or no significant change with the hemocompatibility of the gauze that we prepared or the sponge that we prepared. But what was interesting was, as expected, if we look at this graph, this is chitosan casein 30 without the gauze. G stands for gauze without the silver nanoparticle, and this is with the silver nanoparticle, and this is kanamycin control, antibiotic control. If you can see this is a reading taken after 24 hours. So what we had here at the 0 hour and in 24 hours also, the number of the microorganisms, CFU count, did not increase. We tested this against gram-positive Staph aureus and gram-negative E. coli. Both the cases, you can see that it acted, the gauze, chitosan was acting as a the antibacterial, or rather you may say bacteriostatic. They were not allowing the bacteria to grow. Now, when you added into this the silver nanoparticles, the property changed from being bacteriostatic to bactericidal. As you can see, there is no very minimal microorganism, and this was non-specific whether it's a E. coli or Staph aureus. In both the cases, Staph aureus as well as the E. coli, in both the cases, we saw that very, very strong antibacterial activity. Then we tested this in vivo models. As you can see, in vivo also, we had the clotting time of about 32 seconds for this. Means both in vitro as well as in vitro. We did this in a femoral artery model. Means this artery is one of the major artery in the thigh of the rat. So we made a 1 centimeter slice the artery, and this was done. This all was done, of course, with the approval of the Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. So when you applied this gauze, you can see that it clotted the blood. Now, when it clotted the blood, we analyze the composition of the clot. So to gain insight on what happens there. So as you can see, this is a control. You can see a lot of platelets there, which is separate from the E. coli. These are RBCs and these are the platelet. When we applied the gauze, you can see there is the RBCs are clearly visible. Very few platelets. Most of the platelets are appearing as a degranulated form. They have been activated and degranulated. And same is the case with the CC30 with the antibacterial with the silver nitrate. So it suggests that this transmission electron microscopy reconfirmed that the our gauze, the hydrogen casein polyelectrolyte complex based gauze can actually cause the platelet activation and thereby the rapid hemostasis. When you look at this biocompatibility, we created mice models with the mice model with the 1 slice incision and applied the gauze into this. Both this one is the gauze and this one is gauze with the silver nanoparticle. And as you can see that at the end of the 14th day, in all the cases there was uneventful healing of the wound. No adverse effect during this period, no mortality, no morbidity, no symptoms of any pyrogenicity, no fever, all animals healthy and moving well. Nothing, no adverse effect was seen in any of the animal. When you take the biopsy of this area to see what happened there, so you can see that with time course, these gaps where they were having, they all healed properly. There were epithelialization and migration of the fibroblast cells so that the healing can be complete. Now, these after HND stem, we also stained them with the Mason trichome staining to see if the collagen depositions. We can see that by the 14th day, there were deposits of the collagen which were synthesized by the fibroblasts that migrated into the wound area to cause the complete healing. Now, we also see if these can have any systemic toxicity. So we took the organs from different vital organs. 3 organs I am showing here: kidney, liver, and spleen. So in all the organs, there were, whether control group or our 2 treatment group, there were no significant differences within the group, which suggests that our material remained there. No material went inside anywhere to cause any systematic effects. So all the materials were biocompatible without any systemic toxicity. Then these we also test for the various organs for see if there is any collagen deposition after the subcutaneous implantation of our gauze into the rat. So as you can see here, this is a picroserous set staining for seeing the different types of collagen deposits. So there is no effect on whether it's kidney, liver, spleen, or the skin where we did. There is no significant difference. So there was no adverse effect. We also tried to see if there were any immunological reaction to our product. So we used 4 different markers. CD3 is a marker for the activated B cell. CD8 is a marker for the activated T cell. CD68 is for the macrophages, and von Willebrand factor to see the new angiogenesis. This is a spleen sample. What you see here, this is a positive control from the same mice. So you can see the very strong reaction on them, whereas these are the skin samples which we have taken. And when you compare that, there's no localized immune reaction in any of the group. There were some positive stainings were there, but these were very, very minimal. And there were, of course, the blood vessel formation, local blood, you can see it here, blood vessel formations were there, suggesting that new revascularization actually happened under the skin area. So taken together, I think this video is probably You can see this is our chitosan powder that we have taken, and below is the Celox what you can take. So when we added the chitosan, you can see it almost instantaneously. This is nanofiber material. It clots the blood almost immediately. Where this one, if you look at, it takes time. You can see this is already clotted. Where this one still, you can see that clotting is still going on. It's not yet clot. This is a commercial material. So these are nanofibers, and these nanofibers we developed this as a gauze with adhesive tape, and this adhesive tape. So this could clot in 20 second, and then 20 second is in the femoral artery, not in the sorry, in the in vitro 27, in vivo 32 second, means in the femoral artery, which is a major artery. So it clots almost instantaneously. And as you can see, as we have shown that they had no toxicity or anywhere, there were no immunogenicity, and they were biocompatible. So at this one. So this work was done actually by my student Balaram Mishra, and with some help we had with Dr. Devendra Verma, he's my colleague from NIT Rourkela, and Dr. Devendra Pathak for Garvasu for doing some of the rodent experiments on there. And this was fun. This was done at NIT Rourkela. Now I'm at ICMR. This research was funded under the Imprint project, but we also had some of the other fundings from the CSIR, DBT, as well as the ICMR. So before I close this, I acknowledge all the funding agencies for their support, generous support for giving fund, and of course to all my laboratory students who has been part of this project. Thank you to everyone for listening.
Thank you, sir, for an insightful presentation which represents a significant leap forward in emergency care. Your innovative approach to enhancing clotting efficiency and ensuring rapid response in critical situations is not only technically impressive, but also holds immense promise for transforming emergency medical practice worldwide. I'm sure that your work have inspired the researcher, and your perspective on this can address challenges of healthcare section. Now I request Dr. C.L. Gehlot, sir, to present the digital memento to Professor Mukesh Kumar Gupta, sir, as a token of appreciation from us. A big round of applause for Professor Mukesh Kumar Gupta, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any question audience can ask. Student, there will be so many students will be there. They can ask. This was the very good talk, sir, and
thank you.
I think the work is done also very much systematic. So one thing I would like to ask that whether instead of chitin, whether some other material we can select, PLA or
Yes,
similar, like you have shown so many properties. This chitosan has having so many good properties, hemocompatibility and so many biocompatibility properties. Like that, some other polymer, whether we can select.
Yes, you can you can replace chitosan with any other positively charged polyelectrolyte, and you can replace the casein with any other negatively charged polyelectrolyte. The key factor is you have to optimize both of them, bring down to a pH condition which is congenial for making the polyelectrolyte. So we have also done. We have made a chitosan gelatin we have done, which I have not shown the data here. And we have also done the chitosan and the albumin that also we have done with, they require some changes, but it is doable. PLA may not be will not be suitable because PLA is sought very slow degrading material. It takes long time to do this, and PLA is not a polyelectrolyte, so you will not be able to do that. But other materials can definitely be used.
Okay, sir. Okay, and this work actually you have done product based. So I think your
Yes.
student can do startup
This,
on this. Yes,
yeah, already this has been patented, and one of our
patented.
student, Subir Hussain, who before doing chitosan casein, we have been doing chitosan gelatin, and that was
And sir, you have selected different ratio
mhm.
like CC30, CC50, CC70. How you have decided this ratio it will work out? And in this among this,
Ah.
which was the good?
No, we started with the 10 to 90 complete range initially. It was a hit and trial method, and 30, 50, 70, all three works, but the 30 works best when it comes to the efficiency. And when it
30 chitosan and 70 this one
yes,
casein.
and
Okay.
then when you go for commercialization, the another factor which I have not shown here is the yield, because the yield is very important for the market cost calculation. So in that way also, chitosan 30 gives a yield, very good yield.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Somebody asked a question, what is the minimum concentration of silver nanoparticles? So we used 0.1% silver nanoparticles. We have not altered any concentration because that was not the objective. 0.1% is well known to have good result, and we did.
Antibacterial.
But our experience also, I can share the silver nanoparticle. One disadvantage is that they tend to get oxidized very quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So so therefore we have analyzed the zinc oxide nanoparticle, which has
Okay.
not only this, there is also bioactivity increases, which of course I
Okay.
have not presented here.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for
Thank
information.
you, thank you.
Zinc oxide. Okay. Okay, Salini, proceed.
Thank you, sir. We now move to our next keynote talk, delivered by Dr. Shambhavi Pandey ma'am, has obtained her PhD from the Department of Biosystems and Biomaterials Engineering at Seoul National University. Her talk is titled Hyperosmotic Polymer Mediated Blood-Brain Tumor Barrier Transmigration and Cancer Stem Cell Inclusive Combination Therapy. I would like to request our session chairperson, Professor C.N. Gehlot, sir, to kindly welcome and introduce our keynote speaker.
Speaker, Professor Shambhavi Pandey, who is currently research professor School of Bioengineering, IQS, Spain. She is going to deliver a talk, a keynote talk on the hyperosmotic polymer mediated blood-brain tumor barriers transmigration and cancer stem cell inclusive combination therapy. So Professor Shambhavi has obtained a PhD from the Department of Biosystem and Biomaterials Engineering at Seoul National University. As a recipient of prestigious Foreign Government Scholarship, her PhD work on novel ligands for cancer targeting earned the Excellence Academic Award by the National Institute of International Education, South Korea. Before pursuing a doctoral degree, she had professional training at the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, Agilent Technologies, and Central Drug Research Institute in India. She received her MS in biotechnology and was awarded the silver medal for ranking 2 in the university. She has bachelor degree in the chemistry honor from Banaras Hindu University. Currently, she holds the senior scientist position at the School of Bioengineering IQS Barcelona, where she is leading the team on lipid nanoparticle-based gene delivery vectors under the Marie Curie co-founded project. In addition, she has the major work on has been on the cationic polymeric vectors to deliver therapeutic CRI, SPR, or RNA molecules across barriers, including blood-brain tumor barrier, targeting cancer cell as well as the cancer stem cell, with aim to discover their therapeutic mechanism. She has several publications in the biomaterials, journals of control release, ChemCom, etc. She has secured 6 international patents, one of which has already been commercialized under the name of the Zai Lifetime. So, Dr. Pandey is going to deliver the keynote talk today. So I will request Professor Pandey to start the talk. Hello, am I audible?
Hello? Yes. Just a second, I'm sharing my presentation. Okay. Okay. So am I audible to everyone? And am I visible in my presentation? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Well, I am Shambhavi, and today I will be talking about the hyperosmotic polymers, which have the special characteristic of crossing the blood-brain barrier in particular, and how that has been used for the therapy in the cancer stem cells. So I would be I will be going through the process that we have come to this level that we are now using the hyperosmotic polymers in the therapy, including the cancer stem cells as well. So first, when I was doing my PhD, we started the work from targeting the cancer cells. So it started like targeting the cancer cells, and then we moved on to the organ targeting, and then to the cancer stem cell targeting. So during the cancer cell targeting, we used this vitamin B6 as the ligand for targeting the cancer cells. So the beauty of the vitamin B6 is that the vitamin B6 is involved in the DNA synthesis process. In the DNA synthesis process, which is the thymidylate synthase cycle, which is used by the cells to synthesize the thymidine, which is one of the nitrogenous bases. And here the vitamin B6 acts as a cofactor for this DNA synthesis process. So in the cancer cells, what happens when they are dividing at a fast pace, these vitamin B6 are required in much larger amount than the normal dividing cells. So we used this vitamin B6 as a ligand because it had increased affinity towards the cancer cells. So we used this vitamin B6 and conjugated it with the gene delivery vehicle and used this to target the cancer cells. So after this vitamin B6, we focused on the organ targeting. So we wanted to deliver the targets towards the brain tumors. And that's why it was necessary for the brain tumors to cross the blood-brain barrier, which is the major hurdle for any of the drugs, even the very competent drugs, to actually reach until the brain cells, because they are not able to cross the blood-brain barrier. So our next challenge was to cross the blood-brain barrier and to target the tumor in the brain. And for this, we used the hyperosmotic polymers. And we also synthesized just not the nanoparticles, we also synthesized in the form of the nanochains and studied them in vivo and then targeted the glioblastoma, the brain tumors. But what we observed that after working until for like 10 years, we still observed that it was the hyperosmotic polymers and everything was not enough to completely degenerate the tumors or inhibit the tumor growth. And that's why our focus changed on the emerging theory of the cancer stem cells. So after that, we were also trying to address the cancer stem cells together with the fast dividing cancer cells. And that's how we worked on the cancer stem cells as well. So this is the research overview that I will be taking you all through in my further presentation. So the blood-brain barrier is is made up of it has the tight junctions which protect even the most of the competent cells from crossing the barrier. So the endothelial cells, which is present on the blood side, it has the tight junctions, and it does not allow most of the drugs or the polymeric vectors or the gene delivery vectors to pass through. And that's why it becomes really hard for any of the gene delivery to actually happen within the brain. So, but in the clinical practice, what happens that a 10% of the mannitol solution is generally used. So what does this mannitol solution does? The mannitol solution is a hyperosmotic molecule. So what it does is that this hyperosmotic molecule, it draws all the water, it creates this hyperosmotic environment, and then it draws all the water from the neighboring cells. And that is why it loosens the cells just temporarily for the drugs to pass through if they are present at the moment in the bloodstream. And it just opens maybe just for 20 to 30 minutes max, and then the drugs are delivered across the blood-brain barrier. So this is the clinically used, like this is the general practice that is used to date. So what we did was that we integrated this hyperosmotic property, and we integrated it into the polymers in the gene delivery vectors, and then used these gene delivery vectors to cross the bloodstream. So first, it solves the problem of not actually waiting for this 20 to 30 minutes of the window time to open and then cross. So whenever it will go, it will itself create a hyperosmotic environment, and then draw the water from the neighboring cells, and then loosen the tight junctions, and then will allow the polymers to actually pass through the blood-brain barrier. So this was the concept that was used for the hyperosmotic polymers to be used in the gene delivery across the brain. So the hyperosmotic molecules, what are they? So they are actually the molecules that have the hydroxyl groups present within them. So it was found that the more the number of the hydroxyl groups present in the molecule, it has more hyperosmotic activity within it. And we worked on many of the hyperosmotic polymers like the sorbitol, mannitol, but today I will be just focusing on the xylitol. So the xylitol has, like the monomer xylitol will have the 5 hydroxyl group presence. So we joined the 2 xylitol groups and made it into a dixylitol so that it has free 8 hydroxyl groups present. Later, we attached the diacrylate, and these diacrylates on the terminal ends of this dixylitol molecule was then attached with the amines of the gold standard of the transfection agent, which is the polyethylene amine. And then it was created in the form of the polymer, which was now able to transfect the cells. So this was the transfecting agents containing the dixylitol molecule, which had this hyperosmotic activity integrated within the polymer. We also made sure that this hyperosmotic polymer, polydixylitol, after condensing with the negatively charged DNA, after forming the nano particles, it still holds the hyperosmotic activity. So we measured the hyperosmotic activity, and we found that it also actually has the hyperosmotic property is still integrated within it. And we confirmed this transmigration across the blood-brain barrier using first, this model was used as the transwell model. This was our first model that we used for our study. And in this transwell model, the transwells actually had the endothelial cells, and below the membrane, it was the pericytes, and then below were the astrocytes. So it was trying to mimic the actual blood-brain barrier. And we used this model to prove that the hyperosmotic polymers could actually cross the blood-brain barrier. So we also made sure that the transepithelial electrical resistance, which is the TR value, which we can see here, that the TR value, which is the across the membrane, after the application of the hyperosmotic molecule, we saw that the TR values actually comes back to its original state, to make sure that the membrane is still intact after the application of the hyperosmotic molecules. And we found that it was actually reverting back after 1 hour of time, and the membrane, which we see here of the blood-brain barrier, mimicking the blood-brain barrier, was still intact. And after the application, after 3 hours, we measured the fluorescence of the hyperosmotic molecules that was actually transmigrated or transferred across this membrane. And it was found that the penetration ability of the hyperosmotic molecule was in the range of 10 to 20, which was in the range of the good. So that it confirms that it was actually able to cross the blood-brain barrier. Yeah. Okay. After moving forward, we also did the in vivo study, but after this, I will be explaining that these hyperosmotic molecules, they were actually then linked together to form in the form of the nanochains. So these nanochains actually they were having more hyperosmotic activity in comparison to the parent nanoparticle. So then after these nanoparticles, we generated this nanochain, and we tried to also see that if the spatial arrangement of the structure of the nanoparticles can also enhance the transfection efficiency of the gene delivery vehicles. So moving forward with this study, we saw these are the TEM images, which we saw that the nanochains were very well formed, and they were also increasing the transfection efficiency in the cells to around, like in the lung carcinoma and in the glioblastoma of the brain tumors, we were achieving around 70 to 80% of the transfection efficiency, which was quite good, and which was a bit more than the parent nanoparticles. And then these nanochains, here are the confocal images where we could see that these nanochains were found around the nucleus, which was glowing here. And these are the further characterization of the nanochains, where we try to see the average aspect ratio of the nanochains, which was found around like 3.5:1, which means that the nanochains were around 3 to 4. On an average, they were 3 to 4 nanoparticle length in size on an average. And then we moved on to see if the payload capacity of the nanochains was increased in comparison to the parent nanoparticles. So to do that, we used this, we designed this experiment of the gel assay. And here we used the RNA, the nucleases, to actually degrade the condensed nucleic acids within the nanoparticles. And we observed that how much of the nanoparticles were retrieved, the DNA was retrieved after the application of the nucleases. And that is how we were able to see that how much payload capacity of the nanochains was still there. So the nanochains here were able to have 21.8% of the payload capacity for the siRNA, and for the DNA, it was 16%, the increase in the payload capacity. And we tried to figure out, like, why was this possible, that the nanochains were actually able to increase the payload capacity? Because first, that they were actually having, it was like a localized transfection efficiency. So if we deliver the nanoparticles, they were like individual nanoparticles. But what if that they were linked together, and then they were creating an enhanced hyperosmotic environment, first of all, and then secondly, that they were present all together. So they had this localized effect as well. So that's why they were tending to increase the transfection efficiency in comparison to the parent nanoparticles. So that's why its payload capacity was also effectively increased. So in this, we tried to deduce that what was the mechanism for the increase in the transfection efficiency of the nanochains. And then when we were looking, we found that the nanochains were not actually going through the normal endocytosis of what usually the nanoparticles would go through. Like it is a very general mechanism that the nanoparticles would either go through the endocytosis process, whether it is the clathrin or the caveolin mediated or the receptor mediated, if it has the receptor against it. So the endocytosis process was the usual mechanism that was actually found for the intake of the nanoparticles. But here for the nanochains, it was found that it was not the general mechanism that we could see, because when we tested with the general caveolin-mediated endocytosis, it was not the case. And then when we were looking, we found that it was the NF85 mediated increase in the transfection efficiency. So NF85 is actually a cryoprotectant protein, which is increased when there is a homeostatic disturbance on the cell membrane. So because the nanochain creates an enhanced hyperosmotic environment, and this actually creates an imbalance in the hyperosmotic activity in the hyperosmotic environment of the cells, and that is why this NF80 molecule is actually expressed in the cells. And the NF85 then with its further cascade, like further signaling cascade, it actually helps the cells in order to balance the hyperosmotic environment across the membrane. It causes the nanochains, which is the dixylitol molecule. It causes it to actually internalize the molecule inside the cells. And that's how it tries to balance the hyperosmotic environment across the membrane. And that's how, because when an NF85 is involved, it helps the intake through the carriers, which are present here across the membranes. So this is not happening through the endocytosis, rather it is happening through the carriers that actually allows them to pass through the cell membrane. And that's how it was happening, that the nanochains were actually getting internalized into the cells. And that's how the transfection was also, we were experiencing the enhanced transfection of the nanochains. These were the further studies when we tried to inhibit the NF85 expression in the cells using the dexamethasone. Then also we experienced the inhibition in the transfection efficiency of the nanochains as well, because the NF85 was inhibited, and that's why the transfection efficiency was also inhibited. It was not happening as we were expecting it. So these were further experiments which were confirmed by the immunocytochemistry and FACS, and also the Western blot, where the NF85 expression was decreased, and then we were not having the expression of the GFP in the cells, which was the reporter gene that we were using for the transfection. And then later we used this microfluidic chip model to see the transmigration of the cell. So here, instead of using the transwell model, we used the microfluidic chip models, which was more mimicking the blood-brain barrier, because the blood-brain barrier, like with the usual transwell models, it is said that it is just, also using the gravity. But here it was actually trying to mimic the BBB model as it is. So that's why we were going towards the more models that were actually trying to mimic to the closest to the blood-brain barrier for the in vitro analysis. So here we use this chip model where in the center of the cells were the astrocytes for the blood-brain barrier, and in the outer chamber there were the endothelial cells. And when the endothelial cells were generated here, these were actually mimicking the tight junctions, which were just 3 micrometer wide. So they were actually mimicking the tight junctions. And for the blood tumor barrier, in the center of the chamber, instead of the astrocytes, there were the cancer cells that were actually cultured, and then it would mimic the blood tumor barrier. So these were the images that were actually generated after culturing the cells. So this is like the blood-brain barrier model, and this is the blood tumor barrier model. The only difference is that of the cells which are present in the central chamber. And then with this model, we first infused, and this model was actually maintained at a constant flow rate of 0.1 ml per minute, and just to have the shear effect, so that it would actually generate the kind of the tight junctions that were present actually in the blood-brain barrier in the biological system, because there is a constant flow of the blood. So here also we try to maintain a constant flow just to try to mimic it as close as to the biological model. And here, when we infused these TRITC labeled nanochains, we observed that how the nanochains can actually penetrate within the central chamber, crossing these pores which were mimicking the tight junctions, and they can actually enter within the brain side of the chamber. And then after this was done for like 120 minutes for 2 hours and roughly 2 hours. And then we just left the system in its condition, and we observed it after 48 hours to see the transfection, like the nanochains or the nanoparticles that might have penetrated across the barrier. How were they also able to actually transfect the cells within the brain side? And that's how we also did this transfection study as well. And with this, we found that the nano chains were actually able to penetrate more than the nanoparticles. But nanoparticles were itself hyperosmotic. That's why they could also do that. But with the nano chains, it was a bit more as well. And with the blood tumor barrier, we did it with the dexamethasone, which is the NF85 inhibitor. And we did the study by inhibiting the NF85 expression. So when the NF85 was actually inhibited, at that point, we could not observe the penetration of the nanochains across the barrier. So this is like the short video, which will show the transmigration of the nanochains. So this is the fast forward video, and here we see that with the time we could see that the nanochains are actually penetrating across, and we could see the particles, the fluorescent particles within the brain side. And this is the last when we have achieved after like the 2 hours of infusion of the fluorescently labeled nanochains. And this is for the nanoparticles. And in comparison to the nanoparticles, here we still see the penetration of the nanoparticles, the hyperosmotic nanoparticles. But when we measured, then the nanochain is significantly much more than the nanoparticles, the parent nanoparticles. And then we did the glioblastoma, like we did the study in the orthodontic model, in which the brain tumor, the glioblastoma, was actually generated within the tumor, within the brain of the mice. And we did the study with that. Okay. And here, this data shows that we achieved the penetration of the nanochains and the nanoparticles within the tumor of the mice. And here we could see that the nanoparticles are able to, also go like penetrate within the tumor interstitium, but also that the nanochains were able to penetrate deeper than the nanoparticles. I mean, much deeper than the nanoparticles. So it was all because of the aspect ratio, of the increased aspect ratio, and also because that they were having this localized effect, so that they could have more of the hyperosmotic effect and more of the payload capacity. So before explaining like how we did the in vivo study with the nanochains, I just want to again go through a brief review of like what we used. So we used this SHMT1 silencing. So with this SHMT1, because we already had tested this SHMT1 silencing in our previous studies, that's why again we used this SHMT1 silencing. So SHMT1, this is the serine hydroxymethyltransferase enzyme, which is used in this thymidylate synthase cycle, which the cells use for the generation of the thymidylate monophosphate, which is one of the nitrogenous bases. So in this cycle, there are 3 main key players, which is the thymidylate synthase, the dihydrofolate reductase, and the SHMT. So against this thymidylate synthase and dihydrofolate reductase, there are already drugs present against them, which are used to inhibit the cycle for the treatment for the chemotherapy. But against the SHMT1, there still has not been any drug present to date. So we tried to silence this and wanted to see if this could also has its effect against inhibition of the cancer progression. And so this was the significance of the SHMT1 enzyme, which was involved here. And when we use the SHMT1 siRNA to silence the SHMT1, we observe, because this SHMT enzyme uses all the 3, it acts as a scaffold and it uses all the three of the enzymes and forms a multi-enzyme complex here on the nuclear lamina. So when we were observing this nuclear lamina, which was labeled green, and the SHMT enzyme, SHMT1 enzyme, which was labeled with the red dye, we observed that there was the co-localization in the control cancer cells. It was like 91% of co-localization. That means that the SHMT1 was present on the nuclear lamina like 90% of the time. And when we used with the we used the SHMT1, which was used for the silencing, we observed that when there was no SHMT1 expressed, the SHMT1 was all dispersed and which was not present on the nuclear lamina, which was actually, the SHMT1 was actually fewer in amount because it was silenced, and whatsoever was present was actually not present on the nuclear lamina. So that's why we were experiencing only 7% of the co-localization. So that means SHMT1 silencing could act as a potential therapeutic target, and we could actually silence it for our for delivering the SHMT1 siRNA using our carriers. So in the therapeutic process, we used this SHMT1 enzyme silencing, and we used the SHMT1. So with this SHMT1, we experienced that the nanochains were actually, this is the in vitro study in which we were observing that the nanochains were able to silence most of the SHMT1, which inhibited the growth of the GBM cells. Now the studies are going on in the glioblastoma cells. So these were the glioblastoma cells which experienced much inhibition in their growth process. And this is the tunnel assay, which shows the apoptosis activity going on within the cells. So with the nanochains, we could observe, with the nanoparticles also, we could observe the apoptosis. But here with the nanochains, it was much enhanced apoptosis process. And we could actually see the fewer number of the cells because most of the cells actually already died because of the apoptosis. And the leftover ones were also showing the apoptotic dye within them. And this was the orthodontic study in which the tumor, brain tumor was actually present in the mice. And then first they were generated in the brain itself. And then they were left for a week for the cells to actually form the tumor. And these cells were luciferase expressing. So we could actually visualize under the in vivo imaging that we could see that there is the expression of the tumor within the mice. And then after the establishment of the tumor, we started the therapy. And after the therapy, we observed that there was a decrease using the nanochains. There was a decrease, much decrease in the fluorescence of the bioluminescence of this luciferase expression because of the decrease in the number of the cells. So it was decreased up to like 90. The fluorescence was decreased up to the 97%. But when we observed when we dissected out the brain, then we observed that there was a decrease in the SHMT1 level as well to 87%. So yeah, so there was a decrease in the SHMT1 in the nanochain and the nanoparticle treated cells. And these were the control cells, which were the non-tumor control, where we could not observe much of the SHMT1 because this was not the abnormal brain tumor division going on. But in the brain tumor control, which is still had the intact and a big brain tumor, there we could see much of the SHMT1 expression. But it was decreased when we delivered the SHMT1 using the nanoparticles and the nanochains. And it was much decreased with the nanochains, again, in comparison to the parent nanoparticles. So after this study using the nanochains, we moved further because we were still not able to see the complete inhibition of the tumors itself. And to try not to relapse the tumor, then our focus changed on much deeper analysis, and we moved on to this cancer stem cell project. So in this, what happens that starting from here, if I try to explain that, if usually using the chemotherapy and the radiotherapy, they actually just target the fast dividing cancer cells. But the fast dividing cancer cells, what I usually say in my opinion is that they are just the symptoms of the disease, but we are not targeting towards the main root cause of the tumor. So we are just trying to focus and trying to eliminate all the already differentiated, terminally differentiated cancer cells, which are fastly dividing. But what is causing them to differentiate, which is the cancer stem cells. Then we try to focus like, okay, we have to target these cancer stem cells, which is the root cause of the cancer causing cells. And then when we hypothesize that when we target the cancer stem cells, what will happen in together with the cancer cells as well. So as a combination therapy, like the cancer stem cell targeting and along with the cancer cells, which forms the major mass of the tumors. So together with them, we could achieve much more inhibition in the tumor than just targeting the normal dividing cancer cells. So using this like hypothesis, we did that if we target both, it would be much more beneficial for them. And then we also had to see like which pathway we have to actually target. So we try to go through the, because in the cancer stem cells, being the stem cells, it actually recapitulates or reverts back all the embryogenic pathways, which are not expressed in the after the embryonic development. But the cancerous stem cells have the ability to energize or revert back these embryonic developmental pathways. So one of them is the hedgehog pathway. And the major important enzyme for the hedgehog pathway is the SMO enzyme, which is the smoothened enzyme, which is much expressed in the cancerous stem cells. So now we were like moving towards like the whole strategy for the targeting of the cancer stem cells, and then for the inhibition of the embryonic pathways, the SHH pathway, by inhibiting the SMO, the smoothened. So moving forward with this strategy, we used here the CRISPR against the SMO to actually to edit the genetic makeup of the cancerous stem cells. And to target the cancerous stem cells, we used the CD133 peptide and we conjugated it to our polymer and then targeted the cancer stem cells with that. And without using the CD133 peptide, we used the same polymer to target the other fast dividing cancer cells. So to do this here, as I already explained, that vitamin B6 is used as a targeting ligand for the cancer cells. So here the V represents the vitamin B6. So we use the vitamin B6 and PX is used for the polydixylitol. That was the hyperosmotic polymer. So this polydixylitol was conjugated with the vitamin B6 to target the cancer cells and to open the barriers for creating the hyperosmotic environment. And then with the CD133, it would target the cancer stem cells. So vitamin B6 would help to target the cancer cells wherever the growth is there of the cancer. And then CD133 would target the cancerous stem cells within the cancer. And then without the CD133, it would target just the cancer cells. So moving forward with this hypothesis, we generated the hyperosmotic, we generated the polymer in which we conjugated this vitamin B6 to our polydixylitol polymer that was already generated. And then using a sulfa linker, we attached the linker with the succinimide on one side of the polymer, and then the other side was the UV activated to attach the CD133 peptide, which was 7 amino acids long. And this whole polymer was actually used for targeting the cancer stem cells. And to isolate the cancer stem cells from the general glioblastoma cells, we isolated the cancer stem cells using the magnetic bead, and we separated them from the magnetic column separation. And these GBM cells were obtained from the Seoul National University Hospital. and they were actually from the patient-derived glioblastoma cells. And from them, we separated the cancer stem cells using the magnetic separation technology. And then they were characterized to test their purity, and they were contrastly different in the morphology and in their behavior in comparison to the glioblastoma cells itself. Okay. And from there, we moved on our studies, just targeting the cancer stem cells their own. So our first study was to see if the CD133 conjugated transfection agent, the gene delivery vehicle, it was able to achieve much more transfection in the cancer stem cells in comparison to not having the CD133, because the cancer stem cells have this property of having the drug efflux process. So whatever comes, they are very much capable of not internalizing the molecules that is not beneficial for them. And that is why they are actually helping the tumor to relapse back even after the surgical removal or the chemotherapy or the radiotherapy. If even a small percentage of the cancer stem cells remains in the biological system, after a while it is able to revert back, relapse back, and with much more aggressiveness, because then it has much more efflux properties, the efflux mechanisms to actually discard the chemotherapeutic drugs later on. And that's why it becomes more aggressive the second time it relapses. It all happens because of the cancer stem cells. So to actually transfect the cancer stem cells, it was itself very challenging. So we had to focus on like what the biological markers it actually expresses on its surface. So one of them was the CD133, which was universally overexpressed on the cancer cells. So that's why we used the CD133, and we could see that using the CD133, the transfection agent was actually able to transfect the cells in comparison to the not having the CD133 peptide on them. So we achieved around 60% of the transfection efficiency in the cancer stem cells. And yeah, so okay, these were the further studies using the characterization of the nanoparticles. And yeah, the transfection efficiency, like in the cancer stem cells and also in the GBM cells. So the CD133 peptide was not able to transfect in the GBM cells here, but it was able to transfect in the cancer stem cells because of the CD133 peptide, which was not expressed on the non-cancer stem cells, the other cancer cells. It was not expressed, but only on the cancer stem cells. Okay, so this was the cancer stem cell targeting in vitro, where we designed the experiment where the cancer stem cells were present, like 100% cancer stem cells. And then we mixed the cancer stem cells and the GBM cells in like 1:1 ratio. And then there was only GBM cells. So only cancer stem cells, then 50-50% the CSC and the GBM, and then only the GBM cells. So this represents, yeah. Sorry. Okay, so this represents the order in which the expression of the cancer stem cells. So what we observed that with the decreasing population of the cancer stem cells within the cultures, we observed that there was also decreasing transfection of the CD133 conjugated transfection agent, that is the VPX CD133. So we also observed, but it was not the case when the CD133 was not present. It was ineffective because it was not able to transfect the cancer stem cells. So when there were the GBM cells, it was also not having any special effect in transfecting them, but it was able to transfect the GBM cells. It was able to transfect them. So with the decreasing population of the cancer stem cells, the CD133 conjugated VPX was also showing the decreasing transfection in the cancer stem cells. So here, like in the first we could see that the transfection was around 40%, but then when there was 1:1 ratio, it decreased to almost half, like 20%, and then there was no transfection in the GBM cells. So, okay. And then we try to confirm the cancer stem cell targeting within the biological model in vivo. And here we could see that the nanoparticles, when they were conjugated with the DNA was conjugated with the yo-yo dye, so to confirm that these green particles were the nanoparticles, and these red were the APC conjugated cancer stem cells in the sections of the tumors. So here we could see that there was the co-localization of the VPX-CD133, that they were both co-localized. That means that the particles were actually present within the cancer stem cells. And then we moved on to the therapeutic application, where the sonic hedgehog pathway was actually suppressed using the suppression of the SMO CRISPRs. So then the VPX-CD133 was used to deliver the CRISPR against the SMO, and they were tested in comparison to the VPX, which was not conjugated with the CD133. And there the studies were done to test if this was affecting the growth of the cancer stem cells. So these were the in vitro studies in which it was tested for the proliferation assay. And we could observe that with the EDU proliferation assay, we could observe that the SMO CRISPR was actually inhibiting the growth of the cancer stem cells, because we could not observe the further growth of the cancer stem cells, which was fewer in comparison to the not conjugated CD133 peptide. And then this was the Western blot, which was showing the decrease in the SMO protein itself when it was treated with the 33 and delivered the SMO CRISPR against it. So decreased around 85% of the SMO was decreased when it was delivered with the SMO CRISPR using the CD133 conjugated polymer. And these were the apoptosis assays, which were done using the 10L assay and the annexin V apoptosis assay. So here also we observed the observance of the apoptosis signals much more, because it was actually leading to the apoptosis of the cancer stem cells when the SMO CRISPR was delivered using the VPX-CD133. And also the same was observed using the annexin V apoptosis assay, in which we could see that most of the cells were present in the late apoptosis. Around 67% of the cells were present in the late apoptosis when they were delivered the SMO CRISPR using the VPX-CD133 in comparison to the VPX when it delivering the SMO CRISPR. So the targeting effect was there. And these were the further studies with the live and dead cells, which was observed here, that it was causing much of the cells were going towards the using the live and dead assay, much of the cells were actually going to the apoptotic phase, like the death. Yeah. Okay. And then this was the in vivo study in which the tumor was generated. It was the subcutaneous tumor in which it was the combination therapy was done. That means that in the tumor, they were the GBM cells, but they were just generated subcutaneously, and in which the GBM cells together with the CSCs. So the CSCs and the non-CSCs, they were actually targeted together and inhibited together at the same time. So to do this, first the cells were injected within the subcutaneous, and the subcutaneous models were generated, and then after the cells were of like 800 to 1000 millimeter cube, then the therapy was started. And we were giving them like just the individual SMO CRISPRs using the VPX-CD133, but when in the combination where the VPX-CD133 was delivering the SMO CRISPR together with the VPX, which was delivering the SISHMT1 to inhibit the glioblastoma cells, which were already terminally differentiated. So the cancer stem cells were actually inhibited using the SMO CRISPR, and the other non-cancer cancer stem cells, which were the GBM cells, were inhibited using the SIS-HMT1. So in that, we could observe that the SHMT1 inhibition and the SMO inhibition was observed the maximum in the combination therapy. And also, when we were doing the luminescence of the luciferase expressing tumor cells, we found that in the combination therapy, it was reduced the most to 89% after the 5 weeks of treatment. And also, we observed that the body weight, like seeing the effect on the mice, we also observed that in the combination therapy, there was a body weight gain of 10%, around 10%. So that means that they were also observing the improvement in the health of the mice in comparison to the mice which were just experiencing the tumor growth. They had the deterioration in their health. And here we could see, because we could easily extract out the tumors. So we could see that there was, after the 5 weeks, we could see that there was a drastic decrease in the tumor size of the mice after the 5 weeks of the treatment in comparison to the other control. So this was the major control in which the cancer stem cells and the GBM cells were targeted together. Okay. So here, like this was the whole, like the 10-year of the research that I have presented here. It has a huge impact because through this, we were actually generated the gene delivery vehicles, which were of various size. For example, the nanochains, then the other hyperosmotic carriers and the cationic polymers, which were delivering the siRNA and the CRISPR molecules and targeting not only just the cancer cells, but also the cancer stem cells and crossing the blood-brain and the tumor barriers. And it has led to the development of the spin-off company in South Korea with the patents. And they now that there is the product in the market in the name of the xylifectamine, which is for now it is used for as a transfection agent. But the preclinical studies are still going on this product in collaboration with the Seoul National University Hospital. And also the other, in collaboration with the other company, we are also trying to scale up the product. And that's how it is now in the market now under the L-Bio. So this is the research summary where it is started from targeting the cancer cells using the vitamin B6 as the targeting ligand by inhibiting the SHMT1 expression in this thymidylate synthase cycle. And then when this vitamin B6 was conjugated with the hyperosmotic polymer, it was and then developed into the nanochains, then it was used for the study within the glioblastoma cells. And then this was again conjugated with the CD133 peptide to actually target and eliminate the cancer stem cells together with the other dividing cancer cells. And which becomes the major issue that we also have to address the cancer stem cells to be able to working on the cutting edge research and also to actually inhibit or to target to address the problem at the root cause of the tumors. And I thank my teammates, my lab mates, and all the research funding from the Seoul National University, from the National Research Fund that have actually helped us to conduct all of this research and to progress our work. And thanks and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present in this conference and inviting me for this talk. Thank you very much. Now I'm open to the questions. Penny?
Thank you, ma'am, for an interesting and forward-thinking presentation, which is a testament to the power of innovation in addressing one of the most challenging frontiers in cancer therapy. The integration of cancer cell targeting combination therapy into this approach is particularly groundbreaking, offering a potential pathway to more effective and lasting instruments. The level of detail in your analysis and the potential impact of this research on both patient outcome and the broader field of oncology is truly remarkable. And Now, if anyone have query, please go for it. Ma'am, I also do have the query.
Yes.
Ma'am, you are using vitamin B6, that is a pyridoxine.
Yes.
And combining with some peptides as a proliferation, or it will be like ma'am, vitamin B6 is already reported to cause the cancer, like neurological disorders and hepatic fat accumulation. So there's a amount that is restricted. Like vitamin B6 is also causing cancer,
Actually,
and we are
yes. So
using
we
it.
are not using the vitamin B6. Actually, it's not a dietary supplement as that what we are using. So vitamin B6,
Okay.
yes, because it is reported that the vitamin B6 is actually reported much concentration in the fast dividing cancer
yes.
cell. And that's why
Yes,
it
ma'am.
forms like a biomarker. That if we found that the pyridoxal phosphate, which is the form of the vitamin B6 present in the cancer cells, so it is much more like act as a biomarker that we could see that, okay, this is the cancer cells. So now we are not using it as a supplement or a therapeutic diet. You know, we are not
Okay.
using it as a therapeutic agent. We are using it as a targeting ligand so that it
Targeting
would
ligand.
actually help. We are going to exploit it because it is already being present there. So what the cancer cells do, that they actually take all the vitamin B6 from even the neighboring healthy cells, and then they try to divide faster, and that's why they accumulate more of the vitamin B6. So we are exploiting this property of the cancer cells to by integrating or by incorporating this vitamin B6 with the polymers or with our delivery agent, so that it could also enter with this vitamin B6, our whole polymer enters within, the nanoparticle enters within the cancer cells. So it would be like the targeting ligand and excluding all the healthy cells, because healthy cells are, they are not able to take up the normal dietary vitamin B6 because of the presence of all the cancer cells which is present. So that's how we are trying to use it as a targeting ligand and not as a like the therapy that it would actually help the cancer cells to be better. So it's our purpose
thank
is
you, ma'am.
completely different. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. First of all, ma'am, thank you so much for such a wonderful talk. One small query from my side, ma'am, that in slide number 32,
yes,
there is a graph in which negative results we have mentioned. So, what does it mean?
Okay, let me go on the slide number 32. Okay. Let me, is it? Yes. Let me show you.
That red bar diagram, in the bar diagram, that red are in negative.
Mhm. Okay. So in the slide number 32.
Yeah. So what is this negative activity luminescence change shows, ma'am?
Here, okay, this negative activity here, it shows that there is a decrease in the luminescence change. So below zero,
What
negative
would be the
means that
possible reason for that?
possible reason is because it is the tumor size is decreasing. So when the tumor size is decreasing, the tumor cells that we incorporated for the generation of this model, they were already luciferase expressing cells. So when we image them into the in vivo imaging system, then we observe that with this combination therapy, it was actually decreasing the tumor size. And when the tumor size was decreasing, that means the number of the luciferase expressing tumor cells are decreasing. And that's why it is leading to the negative luminescence. Like it is the way of representation, like the luminescence is decreasing in comparison to the control, where the luminescence is increasing in comparison to the initial, when it was initially present. So after 5 weeks in the control, there would be an increase in the luminescence because the number of the tumor cells have already expanded in comparison to the combination therapy, where there was a decrease in the luminescence or the tumor size than the initial, which it was present. So that's why you can see that there is the negative result in comparison to the initial phase what it was present with, and there is an increase.
How can it measure in negative sense, ma'am? We can measure luminescence only, na?
Yes, it's the
There is
luminescence.
some
Yes.
activity mandatory. But for negative, how can we measure it? Negative can.
No, it's just the way of the representation that it has been showed. The thing is that the luminescence was decreased, and that decrease is showed as in taking as a reference from the initial, from the initial first or the 0 week, when there was the whatever luminescence was present at the 0 weeks, we are taking it as the 0 bar, and then from that point, whatever decrease we are seeing in the luminescence, if it is decreasing, it is shown as the negative, and whatever increase we are seeing, it is shown as the positive. So this 0 bar is actually indicating for each of them as the initial, from where the study started. So, but the luminescence is decreasing because we can also see here that the luminescence has decreased with the treatment time here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I hope.
पचपन से 5 पे आ जाइए।
Fifth slide, sir.
Hello, Salini, you can continue.
Am I audible?
Yes.
नहीं आपको नहीं, अभी वो बाद में बोलना है। नहीं सर, अभी आप
कल बोलेंगे।
नहीं अभी
कल खत्म हो गया।
नहीं अभी हाँ।
Gehlot sir, you can continue.
I would like to thank Dr. Sambhavi for presenting very nice talk on the emerging areas of cancer therapy. I hope this talk will be very useful for new researcher to carry out their research, and I think there is no query about this. So I would like to present the memento to Dr. Pandey. So I once again thank. Hello, Salini.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
A big round of applause for Dr. Shambhavi Pandey, ma'am. Now we move to our next invited talk, delivered by Professor Amit Kumar Chaturvedi from Department of Chemistry, JS University, Hyderabad. His talk is titled Emerging Role of Natural Products in Drug Delivery Research. I would like to request our session chairperson, Professor Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am, to kindly welcome and introduce our invited speaker.
Dr. Devdutta Chaturvedi, sir, is a distinguished scientist, and he is currently serving as the Dean of the School of Physical Sciences and the founder of head of the Department of Chemistry at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. With over 25 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Chaturvedi specializes in synthetic, organic, and medicinal chemistry, focusing on total synthesis of bioactive natural products and asymmetric synthesis. He earned his PhD in 2003 from Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow, and completed postdoctoral fellowship in the US and Germany. Dr. Chaturvedi has made significant contribution to his field, having published over 100 research papers in national and international journals and filing 17 patents. As a mentor, he has supervised 8 PhD theses, and currently he is guiding 8 doctoral projects. He is an active member of the editorial boards of over 25 reputed international journals and a reviewer for more than 50 leading journals. His exceptional achievements have been recognized with numerous awards, including the Young Scientist Award from 2008 to 2009 in Chemical and Pharmaceutical Sciences by the Government of Uttar Pradesh. And second award, he has received the Highest Impact of the Year Award 2010 for publishing in Chemical Society Review, and this journal impact factor is 60.615. He has also received DST Fast Track Young Scientist Award in the year 2012, and he is also most cited. He has also achieved the Most Cited Paper Award 2006 to 2009 from the Elsewhere for a publication in Tetrahedron Letter. Dr. Chaturvedi also served as a guest editor for a special issue on organic synthesis using green reaction media in the journal Current Organic Synthesis. His contribution to the advancement of green and medicinal chemistry have left a lasting impact on the scientific community. So now I would like to request sir to present his invited talk.
We would like to invite Amit sir to kindly present. Sir, you are muted.
क्या हो गया ये तो
सर अब
म्यूट है क्या ये म्यूट हो गया हाँ इनको बोलो
Amit sir, please unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. I am sharing my PPT.
Sir, your screen is not visible right now.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
इसको क्लिक करो इसको क्लिक नहीं इसको नहीं इसको क्लिक करो एंटायर स्क्रीन पर इसको क्लिक करो अब यहाँ पे एंटायर स्क्रीन पे वो नहीं आ रहा शेयर वो क्यों नहीं आ रही
I would like to request Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am to kindly introduce our speaker.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, Gaurav. Actually, before yesterday, you sent Devdutt sir biodata to me.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
I am very sorry, Amit sir. I am very
No,
sorry that I could not recall this mail, and then I will read again. Will you kindly pardon me? I will
okay.
read again, sir. Please. 1 minute, sir. Yeah. Professor Amit Kumar Chaturvedi, sir. He is renowned academician and researcher, currently serving as a director of research and development and professor and head of the Department of Chemistry. Some disturbance is there, Gaurav.
You can continue.
Yeah. Dr. Amit Kumar, I will start again because again some disturbance was there. Dr. Amit Kumar Chaturvedi is a renowned academician and researcher currently serving as Director of Research and Development and Professor and Head of the Department of Chemistry at JS University, Sikohabad, Firozabad, Uttar Pradesh, India. With great expertise in organic synthesis, medicinal chemistry, natural product chemistry, and green chemistry, Dr. Chaturvedi has made significant contribution to these fields. He completed his undergraduate studies at Lucknow Christian College, followed by an MSc in chemistry from CSJM University, Kanpur, and earned his PhD from Dr. BRA University, Agra, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Chaturvedi's research achievements are reflected in his extensive publication record, which includes 60 research articles, 8 patents, and 20 book chapters. He has also successfully supervised 7 PhD candidates with 2 more these under submission. A passionate contributor to scientific discourse, Dr. Chaturvedi served as editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Advanced Chemistry Research, editorial board member of journals such as Journal of Drug Design and Medicinal Chemistry, Asian Journal of Research in Chemistry, and Advanced Organic Chemistry, later India. His honor and awards. Dr. Chaturvedi has recognized with numerous awards for his excellence in research, including Senior Scientist Award at SERB DST, supported International Conference on Drug Engineering 2022, Young Scientist Award for a paper presentation at International Conference on Chemical Sciences 2018, Highest Impact Factor Award for the publication in Journal of Steroid Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, and this journal is having impact factor of 5.095. He has also achieved postdoctoral fellowship from the Fujian Institute of Research on the Structure of Matter, Chinese Academy of Science from 2014 to 2016. And sir has also another fellowship, ICMR Research Fellowship and multiple CSIR project fellowship at CSIR CI MAP Lucknow and CSIR CSM CRI Bhavnagar. Dr. K. Chaturvedi commitment to advancing chemical research and his dedication to nurturing future scientists make him a respected figure in his field. So once again, very much sorry, sir. I would like to invite you for your invited talk.
Professor Amit Chaturvedi, sir, please share your slide. Hello.
Hello. Professor Chaturvedi, you can start. Hello. Hello. बोल नहीं रहा है ना? Hello.
Hello, sir. I am sharing my slides. Please wait, sir.
You can start.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Sir, if you are facing any trouble, you can share the PPT to Santosh, sir. We will share on your behalf, sir.
Please wait, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
चलते हैं हाँ ठीक है चलते हैं हाँ ठीक है चलो रिपीट डाली ना
Sir, my PPT is visible or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I am presenting my work. I am very thankful to Dr. Santosh sir and other members to invite me as a invited speaker in this international conference. So I am working on many fields of chemistry. In this today, I am presenting my some research work related to natural products, especially the role of natural products in drug discovery research. So in first slide, I am presenting the general introduction of natural products. Natural products are products from various natural sources like plant, microbe, and animals. And that natural products can be an entire organism, that is plant, animal, or a microorganism, part of an organism, that leaves, flowers of a plant, or isolated animal organ, or an extract of an organism, or part of an organism and an excreted or and that pure compound also, like alkaloids, flavonoids, lignans, steroids, and terpenoids, that is isolated from plant, animals, or microorganisms. And that natural products are also some chemical compound or substance produced by a living organism that are found in our nature. This is the common introduction of natural products. So in this slide, I'm giving some points about role of natural products in drug development. The process of bringing a new drug to the market, that is once a lead compound has been identified through the process of drug discovery. And the natural products are the richest source of biologically active compounds. Many today's medicines are either obtained directly from natural source or developed from a lead compound originally obtained from a natural source. Here the some graphical presentation, role of natural products in drug development, that is sources microbial, animal sources, marine, and that plant kingdom. So in plant source, plants are considered as one of the richest source of the lead compounds. Plant-based natural products are often divided into two major classes, that is primary metabolites and that secondary metabolites. In that primary metabolites have a intrinsic function that is essential to the survival of the organism that produces them, and that secondary metabolites have an extrinsic function that mainly affects their other organism. Most of the biological active natural products are plant secondary metabolites, have useful medicinal properties with complex structure. Here in this slide, I am presenting some primary metabolites, that components of basic metabolic pathways that are required for life. They are associated with essential cellular functions such as nutrient, uh, second that energy production, and growth or development. This is some introduction related to secondary metabolites. Secondary metabolite compounds that are not directly involved in the normal growth, development, or reproduction of an organism. Unlike primary metabolite, absence of secondary metabolite uh, don't result in immediate death, but rather the organism survivability, that is depend. We are giving some example also, that morphine we are that is getting from papaver, cocaine, and the dioxazine and quinine. These are the some example of plant compound that is using as a medicine. Here I am presenting some anti-inflammatory agent. They are coming from plant sources, that is bidonolides, Bidania somnifera, and that curcumin, that turmeric, curcuma longa. These are some example of plant source that are uh, giving anti-inflammatory effect. In this slide, some cardiovascular agents that are coming from plant sources, that is diazonin and that aspirin. These are the some plant sources. Here the some anti-diabetic agents that is comes from plant sources. Anti-malaria agents, some that is artemisinin. I worked in CSIR CMAP. So that is the main work in our institute, that artemisinin that comes from Artemisia annua plant, and that pneumolides from neem, quinine, cinchona, that are the plant sources of these drugs. Anti-leishmanial agents, here the piperine comes from piper species, and some examples I showed here. These are the some antiviral agents that comes from plant source. Arsenic acid comes from many plant, gallic acid, the termina, chevula. These are the some examples. Anti-neoplastic agents that also comes from different kind of plants. Pelsitexal, that Texas plant, Camarastatia family, PDT, that is known as photophytotoxin, and that vinclastin, comptothecin. These are the some anti-neoplastic agent that comes from plant sources. These are the some animal sources. We are getting some compounds from animal sources. These are the some microbial sources, like penicillin, tetracycline. These are the some compounds that comes from microbial sources. These are the some marine sources, and we also did that synthetic modification. Semi-synthetic drug, a drug that is formed through the chemical reaction of a naturally occurring drug to form a new product. And that semi-synthesis or partial chemical synthesis is a type of chemical synthesis that uses chemical compound isolated from natural sources as the starting material to produce other novel compound with distinct chemical and medicinal properties. We having many compounds uh, and did their semi-synthesis analogs. They are also very active against different kind of disease. Here the quinine, chloroquine, artemisinin, and that artemisinin dimer analogs, different kind of compounds are that synthetic modifications did. So what I did in the field of natural product chemistry, I am presenting our small work in this presentation. That first one is inhibition of cathepsin D protease activity by Punica grantum fruit peel extract, isolates and semi-synthetic analogs. Second one, semi-synthetic hybrids of boswellic acids, a novel class of potential anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic agents. Design and synthesis of gallic acid-based benzimidazole as anti-tubercular agents. These are the three things uh, I am presenting here in this presentation. So first one, that inhibition of cathepsin D protease activity by Punica grantum fruit peel extract, isolates and semi-synthetic analogs. In this work, I taken Punica grantum fruit peel extract and uh, prepare different kind of extracts, polar and non-polar extract, and that did column and isolate different kind of compounds, that is pure compounds, and did their semi-synthetic modifications and did that cathepsin D protease activity. We did this hexane extract, chloroform, and ethyl acetate extract exhibited significant inhibition of cathepsin D protease activity. Then the bioactivity guided isolation. We did the bioactivity guided isolation of hexane and chloroform soluble fractions. Then we get that piperine or acid as bioactive constitutes. We did the column and collect the pure product compound, we got this piperine and orpholic acid. This is the structure of piperine and orpholic acid. And we did the semi-synthetic modifications of this orpholic acid. We prepared four that analogs from this orpholic acid. We use different kind of reagents to prepare these derivatives, and after semi-synthetic modifications of orpholic acid, we did this cathepsin D protease activity, and we got two compounds are very active. That is IC50 of those two compounds are 12.87 and 9.40 micromole reactivity. That pomegranate fruit peel extract may act as a breast cancer preventive agent, and we published this paper in that medicinal chemistry research journal. And in next, we did the semi-synthetic hybrids of bospholic acids. uh, this is a novel class of potential anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic agents. We taken bospholic acid, and we did the synthetic modifications of this bospholic acid. That a series of hybrid molecules of bospholic acids with well-known anti-inflammatory drugs like aspirin and ibuprofen and cinnamic acid. We synthesized different kind of derivatives of these bospholic acids with these anti-inflammatory drugs. Synthesized compounds are evaluated for their anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic activities. Two are hybrid compounds. We prepared this in that two are hybrid compounds bearing naproxen and VAKB unit have displayed promising anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic activities than the standard drugs. These are the some semi-synthetic hybrids of bospholic acids. Here we are giving some that structure related to that bospholic acids. Uh, we we are showing both type of prototype of bospholic acids, and we prepared semi-synthetic hybrids from these compounds. Semi-synthesized compounds are evaluated for their anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic activities. And I already said two compounds are very active. You can see here that 8 and 11, these two compounds are very active against anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic activities than the standard drugs. This work we also published in Medicinal Chemistry Research in 2015. And this is the third approach. We designed and synthesized gallic acid-based benzimidazole as anti-tubercular agents. We all know heterocyclic compounds are very active against different kind of diseases. So here we did the benzimidazole from gallic acid, and we did the anti-tubercular activity that synthesized compounds. We taken gallic acid and we did different kind of reactions, and with we got these two benzimidazoles. We used in this synthesis. We used that different kind of reactions, and in the column we use that 100 to 100 mass silica. And actually I did this reaction very green pathway with the silica gel. I did this reaction at that room temperature, 100 to 100 mass silica at room temperature. We got very efficient yield of these two uh, benzimidazoles. This is the time course experiment at 4 hours intervals. We taken the substrate ratio diamine and aldehyde. Diamine and aldehyde 1.2 to 1 molar ratio.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me,
Yes,
sir. Amit, sir. You please
yes.
kindly take another 5 minutes to close the presentation because we are out of time now. Hello.
Okay. Okay, okay. So this we taken different kind of molar ratio with that diamine and aldehyde 1.2 to 1 molar ratio and different time intervals. That yield we are showing in this slide yield of that benzimidazoles. I already told that we did this reaction with silica gel, the green synthesis of benzimidazoles. So here I am showing the reusability of silica gel up to 4. That third cycle I taken that silica gel. First I did fresh. After that up to 3 cycle we used that recycled silica gel and we got efficient yield of that benzimidazoles. Molar ratio same and the reaction time same, 12 hours. I also checked this reaction with silica gel and without silica gel, and with solvent and without solvent also. So that without solvent we are not getting any yield. So we used silica gel with solvents and the time ratio and molar ratio. Then we are getting better yield. I got in that time. This is the second synthesis I did, synthesis of benzimidazoles from gallic acid. This I did with molecular sieves. Earlier I told that I prepared benzimidazoles from amines, diamines, and different kind of aldehydes with that silica gel. Silica gel also is in nature is acidic, and at that time I thought molecular sieves are also acidic in nature. So in the next scheme I did this reaction with molecular sieves, and with molecular sieves we also found very good yield of that benzimidazoles, and we tried different kind of molecular sieves like 3 angstrom, 4 angstrom, 5 angstrom molecular sieves, and various solvent with reflux time 1.5 hours. Here I am showing this anti-tubercular activity of whatever I prepared, around 21 compounds I prepared in that series. NM5 compound was very active for this.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Kindly conclude, sir. Actually, we are running out of the time.
So please wait, madam, only 1 to 2 minutes. So this is the effect of NM5 compound as acute, single acute oral dose. Here the so this is the conclusion of this my presentation. Pomegranate fruit peel extracts may act as a breast cancer chemopreventive agent. Two of hybrid compounds 8 and 11 bearing that naproxen and BA-KBA unit has demonstrated promising anti-inflammatory and anti-arthritic activities than the standard drugs. New synthetic strategy has been developed for the preparation of 2-aryl benzimidazoles, and that 1,2-diaryl benzimidazoles shows better activity than the 2-aryl benzimidazoles. That is, the electron withdrawing substituents at aryl rings were inactive. The best compound of the series NM5 was non-toxic up to 300 mg per kg dose, but at 1000 mg per kg dose, it lowered the body weight of animals. So these benzimidazole derivatives may be FTS jet inhibitors and need to be evaluated against the target. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was a highly informative session, and session is open for the question. Anybody have query? Now I request Professor Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am kindly present the digital memento to our speaker, Amit Kumar Chaturvedi sir. Okay.
Sir, I can't see in the
Big
screen.
round of applause for
Okay.
Amit Kumar Chaturvedi, sir.
So I can't see the memento in the screen.
Ma'am, it is visible on my screen.
Acha, okay. Okay, my side some net problem is also there. Okay, sir. Dr. Amit, sir, this is token of appreciation for your precious time and for your invited to.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
And thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Let's move forward for the next segment of this session of our conference, the oral presentation. This session showcases the exceptional work of researchers and professionals who are pushing the boundaries of knowledge and innovation in field of biomaterial and tissue engineering. With the kind permission of our chairperson, we would like to begin the oral presentation for this session.
Yeah.
I kindly request all presenters to...
Yes.
thank
First
you, ma'am.
presenter is Sheetal Jaiswal.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask her
For
to
the
connect.
presentation, Sheetal, please share your screen.
Sheetal, you are having 5 minutes time only.
Hello, Shalini. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we have total 14 speakers, and we
Yes,
have
sir,
90
presented.
minutes. So each speaker has to wind up with the 5 minutes for presentation,
Yes, sure,
and
sir.
there will be 1 minute for any query or discussion. So keeping in
Yeah,
mind
sure,
that you need to wind up within 6 minutes, 5 minutes for the presentation, and 1 minute
Okay.
for any query or the question.
Yeah, sure,
So
sir.
first is Sheetal Jaiswal.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sheetal Jaiswal, can we share your screen?
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Sheetal Jaiswal, a senior research fellow working under the supervision of Professor Rajesh Kumar, Laboratory of Polymer Chemistry, Department of Chemistry, BHU. Today I am excited to share my research. My research topic is non-covalently cross-linked self-healing hydrogel for drug delivery, characterization, mechanical strength, and anti-cancer potential. Introduction. As we know, cancer is a leading global health issue with high mortality rate. Although treatment like chemotherapy have improved survival, they come with a tons of side effects and in many cases are not effective for all types of cancer. This underscores the urgent need for new, more effective therapeutic strategies. In recent years, hydrogel have become a hot topic in biomedical research. They stand out because of their remarkable properties. They are biocompatible, highly porous, and their mechanical property can be altered. This makes them perfect for applications like drug delivery, bioimaging, and even tissue engineering. In our research, we took advantage of these unique features and developed a hydrogel using modified guargum, which is biocompatible and adaptable. Guargum has properties that can be tailored to improve drug delivery, tissue engineering, and even anti-tumor applications. Ultimately, our goal is to design a hydrogel with advanced characteristics including self-healing, high mechanical strength, and controlled drug release. Here is the synthesis of the guargum succinate, polyacrylic acid, Fe3 plus hydrogel, in which we use a polymerization method to form a 3D structure of hydrogel from guargum succinate and polyacrylic acid cross-linked with Fe3 plus ion. This combination forms both hydrogen bond and Fe3 plus carboxylate bond, creating a tough yet a flexible hydrogel. In figure, you can see that the structure of hydrogel, which we verified by FTIR and HPL. The surface morphology of hydrogel is characterized by the same analysis, which reveals the porous structure of hydrogel, which is ideal for the drug loading and mimicking tissue structure. EDAX analysis of hydrogel presented in figure in this figure confirms the presence of 6 elements: carbon, oxygen, chlorine, iron, sodium, and gold. We also performed the XRD analysis to know the amorphous and crystalline nature of the hydrogel, which which indicates a decrease in the crystallinity of Gargum succinate. After the formation of hydrogel, indicate that the hydrogel has a good flexibility. That is a useful trait for the injectable and flexible drug delivery system. The thermal analysis of hydrogel was studied using TGA. This figure shows the TGA curve of gargum succinate polyacrylic acid, gargum succinate polyacrylic acid, and GGS PA Fe3 plus ion. From these results, it was observed that acid incorporation of Fe3 plus ion introduced an additional decomposition stage in the gargum succinate polyacrylic acid Fe3 plus hydrogel, which enhanced the stability of hydrogel.
Sorry to interrupt, Sheetal. Kindly bind up.
Okay.
Kindly go for the conclusion slide. Yeah, you have done some. Okay, yeah. Okay, no problem. Just this.
In conclusion, we successfully synthesized a Fe3 plus cross-linked hydrogel with promising self-healing, biocompatibility, and anti-cancer properties. These features make it a strong candidate for drug delivery application, particularly for cancer therapy. Self-healing property of hydrogel was observed due to the metal coordinate bonding between cross-linker Fe3 plus ion with carboxylic group of gargum succinate and polyacrylic acid chain. On the basis of above finding, our synthesized hydrogel has been found a good candidate and drug carrier for maintaining therapeutic drug levels through control and prolonged release. Thank you.
Okay. Any question, participants? Okay. What is PXRD? Sheetal? PXRD?
PXRD means powder
Powder
XRD.
XRD. Okay, okay. 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 Suddenly we'll go for the next presentation. Your work is good.
Thank you, Sheetal. Yes, ma'am.
Next presenter is Hemant.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
From MET.
Yes, yes. Yes, I am ready, ma'am.
Yeah,
Give me
yeah,
permission to share.
Yeah, you share the slide.
Okay. I hope my presentation is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present on the online dais. Myself, Hemant Chikle from Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, MET's Institute of Pharmacy from Nasik, Maharashtra, India. Today, my talk of presentation is design, synthesis, and pharmacological evaluation of novel substituted nitrogen-containing fuse heterocycles. We know very well that these heterocycle.
Sorry, Hemant.
Yes,
You go for your objective, methodology, and outcome of the work.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I will
What
start
is your
with
objective of the work? Why this work you are doing?
my work mostly deals with my research work for PhD. Okay.
Okay.
And this research work for PhD mostly comprising of the synthesis of some novel fuse heterocycles that are mostly combining with these benzoxazole, having these oxazopinone and 1,3,4-oxadiazole substitutions. So whatever the procedure or the material that I have used, mostly the compound that I have synthesized, mostly the reported procedures are there in the literatures. But somewhere when I go with some substitutions and using this particularly the reagent that is POCl3, C carbon disulfide, KOH, bromocyanide, then these bicarbonates. So when I go with these particular reagents at respective temperature, I've got these 9 components. And these 9 components, when I screen for their potential cytotoxic study, with the help of this neuroblastoma cell line, that is SSSY5Y, it shows some potential activity. So as with the novelty of this concerned compound, when I checked through this SciFinder, it was observed that none of the reaction is available, or none of the component that I have synthesized are available on the database of the SciFinder. So starting with this reaction, this is the first that we took this particular methyl 3-amino-4-hydroxybenzoate. So we use this particularly the Eton reagent to get this particular carboxylides, and these particularly when we have this particular substitution with the chlorine, most of these components are showing some effective activity as a cytotoxic for this particular SSHCY5Y. The scheme already up to this particular component it is reported, but afterwards hardly this compound whatever I have synthesized, they are not reported in the SciFinder. So that is the novelty of this component. When I check the mass of this particular synthesized component, so obviously they are observing at molecular ion peak. Same when I go with these oxazotine derivatives, some of the, now here we have written 10 oxazotine derivative, but hardly because of the purity issue and their solubility issue, we hardly get some few compounds which are going to be active against these cell line for their anti-cancer activity. Same procedure I have used, but only with this hydrazone with the help of this malic anhydride. We are going to get this starting component. Same this component when we put on the scheme spider, that is another tool for the novelty of this component. We found that zero, that means found zero result for this particular component. That means again, whatever this component or these synthesized compounds are there, they are not available in any database of the standard chemical abstract. So it proves the novelty of my research work.
Yeah. Okay, next slide.
Yeah, it is somehow
What?
it is get stuck. Okay. Okay. So this is the one component that is oxazotine derivative. So it is having molecular weight 541, and it is observing the particularly the molecular ion peak at this 541. So HNMR also there, but because of the time constraint, I am just moving forward to go with it. Going toward this pharmacological evaluation, no doubt this SS5Y cell line was procured from the ATCC, and these were cultured in Dubelco modified eagle medium with this particular procedure. So all these procedure are set, and when I go with this particular only 3 components that are positive, that is compound 1, compound 2, and 13. When I checked with this particular their cytotoxicity.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
we are running short on time, so I
Yes.
request you to please conclude.
Yes. Finally, I'm going to my comments. Okay. So when I go with this particular cytotoxicity, I observed that this compound 13 is slightly giving the IC50 of 0.1605 than the standard, that is this PTZ. Okay, so it's showing the IC50 of 21.30 millimolar. So same with the help of the cytotoxicity data, the non-toxic dose of the test compound was selected for this protective activity, and we are getting this data for the component. So we are observing these particular treatment groups with this particular proliferation of the activity. Finally, what I want to conclude from my activity, that whatever the compound that is 1, 2, and 13, they have significantly shows the protective effect against PTZ-induced toxicity. The proliferation rate varies from your 90.86 to 79.73. So the said compound are proved to show anti-cancer activity against neuroblastoma cell line, that is SSH5. What will be the future outcome? No doubt that unique structural feature of this synthesized compound combined with their biological activity make them invaluable in drug discovery and development. Same, that is the researcher continue to explore and optimize the component for their effective anti-inflammatory and more therapeutic innovation with this. These are the references that I use for my synthesis.
Okay,
No doubt this is
Hemant, it
limited.
is good presentation.
Yes,
Nice.
finally, I want to acknowledge The authors are likely to express their sincere appreciation to organizing team and the scientific committee of ICMR-NARFBR 2024 for granting the opportunity to present and share my research work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir,
Yes.
for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any questions,
Should I stop share my screen?
yes, sir.
If there is no question, next presenter, Neha.
Next, we have Dr. Madhu Toshniwal from Mahila Engineering College, Ajmer, Rajasthan. I request you to please share your screen and begin your presentation.
It's audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
And it's visible? Okay. So today's my presentation topic is toxicity prediction for biologically active heterocyclic compound. In silico studies, we were conducting on newly proposed benzothioazole derivative to select the best possible drug candidates based. Yes, sir.
Yes, carry on, ma'am, carry on.
Yes, sir. To select the best possible drug candidates based on drug discovery and bioactivity score of the compounds. So before synthesis, greener method like computer-aided drug design were used to predict their molecular property, drug likeness, overall drug score, and toxicity risk, which are essential parameter for a chemical to be qualified as a drug. The best possible drug candidate were reported after comprehensive analysis. So this is the stage in the drug discovery process. There is a preclinical study and the clinical study. In the preclinical study, some animal trials are there, and in the clinical study, trials on the human being also. So, determining the toxicity of a chemical is necessary to identify their harmful effect on humans, animal, plants, or the environment. It is also one of the main steps in the drug design. Animal models have been used for a long time for toxicity testing. However, in vivo animal tests are constrained by time, ethical consideration, and financial burden. So, therefore, computational methods for estimating the toxicity of chemicals are considered usefully. In silico toxicology is one type of toxicity assessment that uses computational methods to analyze, simulate, visualize, or predict the toxicity of chemicals. In silico toxicology aims to complement existing toxicity tests to predict toxicity, prioritize chemicals, guide toxicity test, and minimize last stage failure in drug design. So there are the material and methods. In the present analysis, all the probable optimized imidazole-benzothiazole derivatives were introduced in the in silico study and get data about toxicity risk. We use the online software, which is Osiris Property Explorer. So by this, we get the following type of toxicity. We get mutagenic, tumorigenic, irritant, and reproductive toxicity risk, which is measured. And it is found by the Registry of Toxic Effects of Chemical Substances database. The toxicity risk were estimated with color code. If it is undesired, it means if it is toxic, then it is displayed in red color, while if it is non-toxic, then it is displayed as green color. So following result are there. So all my the expected drugs shows the green color. It means that they are known
For
toxic.
single source procurement of this and advertisement.
So toxicity assessment, all the compounds showed green color, which indicate the drug confirmed behavior and no risk of mutagenicity, tumorigenicity, irritability, and reproductive effects. So this is the conclusion. In silico study for newly proposed imidazole-benzothiazole derivative using Osiris Property Explorer to select best possible drug candidates. They were subjected to predict the following risk toxicity. The excellent result further indicates the probable potentiality of these compounds as future drug and further research. The author are very thankful to the principal of Government Women Engineering College Ajmer and the Department of Chemistry, SPC Government College Ajmer. These are my references. Thank you for patience listening.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for your wonderful presentation. If any questions, next we have Mahesh M from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. You may please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Madam, visible, madam, my slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Today I am here to present my PhD research work on the development and validation of PHAs based on the LCMS-MS method for simultaneous quantification of ezetimibe and its active metabolite in the human plasma. So bioanalytical always be consideration for the separation and detection and identification, quantification of biological samples in a different setting modes, which are either the biological matters, proteins or peptides or DNA, other drugs, which are we are going to quantify in biological matrices. We are going to do the purposes. While in the bioanalytical method validation, there the process to quantify the analytical method which is suitable for biochemical applications. Here I have keep it on a bioanalytical process where how the process will be carried. Once the samples biological matrix are withdrawn from the healthy voluntaries, from there we are collecting biological samples, and that we are going to spike drugs or our analytical samples in that, and we are going to do extraction process. So bioanalytical method, there will be have traditional extraction procedures like protein precipitation method, liquid extraction method, solid phase extraction methods. From there extraction process over there, then we are going for method optimization, and then we are going for a method validation which has optimized the method. After method validation successfully gone through, then we are going for the subject study sample analysis for BA studies and pharmacokinetic sample analysis. This is the whole process of bioanalytical. So here my drug literature review has been carried. So from the literature review, we are gone through the inferences has been put it here. So in that there will be few bioanalytical work has been carried on ezetimibe, individual and alone, and analytical methods has been carried. But earlier bioanalytical method, they have concentrated on protein precipitations, which are inferior to the my present work, which Preacher's method, because the protein precipitation method will be causes a long run very difficulty, like they will be blocking tubules, and as well as there will be ion sources on mass instrumentation. There will be forms adducts on the ion sources, which will be degrade the sensitivity of the instrumentation also. So for that I have chosen my Preacher's method, which is very much buffered salts we are going to, and clean the all the biological matrices in the sample, and clear analytical sample will be attained. So I have chosen, these are the my drug profiles. They are in the drug profile I have keeping their structures of ezetimibe and their metabolite. So in that given the mechanism of also ezetimibe is giving for reduce the cholesterol in blood levels basically, and their metabolite also, it is going to work on their intestinal lower level of the intestinal at cholesterol level will be going to reduces. So my aim and objective of my work is to give sensitive, accurate and robust method by using Preacher's extraction procedure. In that my validation parameters will be applicable for FDA regulations as well as EMA. So this my object is another one is application which I have developed the method and the validation, which is going to demonstrate my pharmacokinetic studies, which I earlier I told BAB and clinical trial samples has been undergone to get reduce the instrument sensitivity along with the analyst will be going to exposure for LLE. They will be going to choose class 1, class 2 solvents which are causes toxicity for a human, and at the same time it will be going to cause environmental. For solid phase extraction, those cartridges will be very costlier, and it takes a time taking procedure, and manpower will be required for that extraction procedure. So those things has to avoid it, and have to keep that easiest and cheapest way. For that process I have chosen Quichere is earlier going to use for pesticides. This method is very familiar for pesticide analysis, so I have to incorporate in a bioanalytical process. So that is my main motto. And in this methodology I have chosen, these are the parameters which I have gone through for methodologies. First I have to tune the analytes and IST in the mass spectroscopy. After that, optimization mass parameters I have gone through for optimization of chromatography conditions like selection of column or mobile phases. And then I have gone for optimization for extraction procedure. And then before going validation, I want to perform pre-method validation, because in a validation we have to use the biological matrices which are in bulk volume to carry out. For that process I have chosen for pre-method validation, which may reduces the consumption of uh, biological samples. When it is successful in a pre-method validation, we will be gone through full method validation. So these are the chemicals and the reagents have been chosen in this method. These are the equipments which have been applicable. And while the selection of column in optimization of the chromatography conditions, one of that the column is thermo hypersil BDS 18, which I have chosen aqueous HQ samples, and those will be produce good peak shape and responses. And the mobile phase selection, I have gone through different trials, different proportionates of buffer along with the solvents. In that I have selected only one thing is astronitrile and 10 millimolar of ammonia formate, which gives a good recovery at the lower level, and their peak shape also very good when compared to other mobile phases. And these are the optimized chromatograph condition. And then
Sorry to interrupt you, sir,
yeah, ma'am.
but we are running short on time, so I request you please conclude your presentation.
Okay, madam. These are the validation parameters, madam. So in my conclusion, this Quichere method is extraction procedure is very successfully gone through. That method validation has been meted according to our guidelines, which are is simple and reliable, amenable to the pharmacokinetic studies, madam. All the validation parameters, there is no interference in any kind of thing, and stabilities we are going to only for time as well as temperatures and the pH variations. We are going to check it at the stability parameters. So in that also there is no degradations or any conversion of analyte in the biological matrices, madam. So this method is applicable for further biological screens BAB study samples, madam. And these are the chromatograms for this method, madam. So here my research work, madam.
Any question from audience?
Next, we have Shant Tiwari from Amity Institute of Microbial Technology. Ma'am, I request you to please share your screen and proceed with the presentation.
Sure, ma'am. I kindly request to turn on the sharing feature for me.
Sir, please share your screen.
Yeah, sure. A warm, very warm good evening to all the presenters present here and the jury members. I am going to present on the topic with the utilization of bacterial secondary metabolite as a biocontrol agent in tomato plant. And I am from MIT Institute of Microbial Technology, currently pursuing PhD in microbiology. Starting from the introduction part, the main aim of our experiment was to inculcate
John, kindly go to the objective. Go
Sure,
to the
sure.
objective and methodology and outcome of your work.
The main objective of our study is to devise a formula which we have chosen a peptide formula to be used under the crop for the betterment of the crop and make a crop pest resistant,
Okay.
which does not harm the human being. For which we chose a sustainable option of the bacterial development of peptide and which was eco-friendly. We cultivated Lactobacillus argentinosus in AMRS media, which is a very good bacteria and also has a property of anti-inflammatory properties and is being used largely in pharmaceuticals. For the experimental setup, we chose Solanum lycopersicum, which is scientific name of tomato. The variety used was PKM1. We growed all the plants under the controlled greenhouse conditions and minimized the external environment stress. After which we use the microbial peptide, which is one of the novel peptide obtained from our bacteria, which is Lactobacillus. And the usage and the interaction of the bacteria with the plant was being observed through the physical parameter growth such as root and shoot length. Also, it was observed that the chlorophyll content, soluble starch, flavonoid content were also increased. Various enzymatic assays were performed to assess the reduction of the disease as well as to assess the stress parameters of the plant. We observed that significantly the reduction of the disease was being seen which was bacterial wilt in the tomato plant due to the foliar spray method of the peptide. We also saw that there was increase in shoot and root biomass by 66%, which is a good a large amount, and the pathogen Ralstonia solanaceum was being suppressed. The same was being seen by the supernated as well as of pure bacterial culture too. But the highest efficiency was seen by our antimicrobial peptide, which is being observed as PR1. The chlorophyll content and the soluble starch also showed the increase of 73.8%, which showed that the plant responded well to the peptide. Also, the plant reduced the stress due to our peptide against Ralstonia solanaceum. The enzyme activity significantly decreased due to the Ralstonia when it was interacted with our peptide. The PPO and SOD activities were being also observed in the enzyme assays. We also went to check the mechanism of our peptide through the SAM, in which it was clearly observed that our antimicrobial peptide disrupted the bacterial membrane. The bacterial membrane was of the target pathogen, which was chosen as Ralstonia solanaceum, which causes the bacterial wilting in the tomato plant. The cell lysis leading in the Ralstonia solanaceum showed the death of the cell, which was only due to our pathogen interaction with the peptide, which was shown as PR1. The same interaction was being observed with the immune system of the plant too. The red arrow shows the holes marked in the cell membrane of the bacterial Ralstonium with the peptide concentration of 200 ppm. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question, next we have Pushpa Suryavanshi from HBTU Kanpur. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Myself, Puspa Suryavanshi, research scholar of HBTU Kanpur, and today I am present here to present my topic entitled Fabrication of Phytosan Trimetallic Nanocomposite for Catalytic Reduction of Hazardous Pollutants from Wastewater. These are the contents of my presentation. The objectives are synthesis of chitosan-based hydrogel with monomers DMAE, MMA, and NHMA as a crosslinker in presence of KPS initiator. Then synthesis of trimetallic nanoparticles, and these nanoparticles are then incorporated on the surface of synthesized hydrogel, and these hydrogel nanocomposites are then used for removal of methylene blue dye at different pH medium. Now moving to the introduction section, these hazardous pollutants are those substances which are presented in water entities, but when they exceed their threshold level value and affect human and environment, these are termed as hazardous, which is increased by many ways such as dyes, pharmaceutical products, heavy metal ions, and it affects on plants, human beings, animals, and environment. There are many methods for removing pollutants such as conventional method, stabilized recovery process, and emerging removal methods. Chitosan are natural polymers. It is polysaccharide and biodegradable polymer, and it derives from deacetylation of chitin. Hydrogel. These are 3D cross-linked polymeric network, and it has the property of swelling. It uses in many ways such as agriculture, contact lenses, in environmental remediation, in pharmaceutical industries, etc. Nanoparticles are of small particles which has the size range from 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer, and it has high surface area. It is applicable in drugs and medications, in environmental and in energy harvesting. Since nanoparticles have large surface area, so it has tendency to agglomerate. So to prevent this agglomeration process, the here hydrogel is used as a supporting material. Now moving to the experimental section. Synthesis of hydrogel. Firstly, chitosan is deacetylated using glacial acetic acid, and chitosan derivative is appeared, and then this chitosan derivative and by using the monomers DMAE, MMA, NHMA, and KPS initiator, the hydrogel is synthesized. It is the synthetic details of prepared grades of hydrogel in which NHMA crosslinker is varied to analyze the cross-linking effect on hydrogel. Synthesis of nanoparticles. Firstly, ferric chloride and ferrous sulfate is added in 1:1 ratio in presence of NH4OH. Ferric oxide is formed, and then copper sulfate and silver nitrate is added in it, and in presence of SDS and ascorbic acid, trimetallic nanoparticles are synthesized.
Sorry to interrupt you, but your slides are not changing.
Ma'am, sir,
Is there any error?
The slides were not changing, sir.
You have to reshare it. It will work.
hello? Now it's working or not?
You have to reshare it.
Okay, sir.
Reshare.
showing now or not?
Just change it. Change the slide.
Sir, I am changing the slide.
But it is not moving. No matter, you can briefly told about your content, the result and discussion, and the significance of your study.
Sir, in conclusion, it is applied in the application of synthesized material is in the reduction of the catalytic reduction in methylene blue dye in different pH mediums such as pH 4, pH 7, and pH 11 in presence of different reducing agent NaBH4. And in conclusion, it concludes that at pH 11 the reduction is faster than pH 4 and pH 7, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question. Next, we have Shrishti Sharma from Amity Institute of Microbial Technology. I request you to please share your screen and please proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. A very warm good evening to all present members here. Today my presentation topic is biotechnological potential of invertase in biosensor fabrication. I am working under Dr. Shalini Porwal. Start with the introduction. Industrial activities such as metallurgy and leather tanning release chromium in the environment. Chromium contamination poses a significant risk to ecosystem and human. Current detection methods are costly, time intensive, and often lack portability. Chromium hexavalent is highly toxic, carcinogenic, and soluble in water, making it a critical pollutant. Monitoring its concentration is essential to manage environmental and health impact. Enzyme-based biosensor provide a rapid, reliable, and eco-friendly approach to detect heavy metals, including chromium. These are my objectives. To develop a biosensor using oxidative enzyme to detect chromium hexavalent in aqueous solution and industrial effluents. Screen microbial isolates for enzyme activity, then characterize the enzyme such as hydrolase oxidoreductase for use in biosensor. Integrate nanomaterial to enhance biosensor performance, sensitivity, stability, and selectivity. Create a commercial viable biosensor for environmental and monitoring of heavy metals. This is the methodology where we start with the experimental workflow with the sample collection. Collected isolates from chromium contaminated environment. Then screening was done where 50 isolates for growth at 700 ppm chromium. Then selection of isolates was done by the choosing 8 promising isolates for detailed enzymatic studies. Qualitative tests are done by the performed Felling, Tollin, and Benedict test to identify the enzyme activity. Then phosphate solubilization test is conduct where evaluated acid phosphatase activity. Then biosensor development where we start with the integrated selected enzyme into detection system. Then enhanced enzyme stability and sensitivity using nanomaterials. Then screening of isolates were done. Results from 50 isolates. Isolates were grown on LB agar. containing 700 ppm chromium, where 8 isolate shows significant growth and indicating chromium tolerance. Then selection of strains was done by the isolate S2 and isolate S6, were chosen based on superior growth and enzyme production. Then advantage of selected isolates are demonstrated ability to produce enzyme capable of detecting reduced sugar. High phosphate solubilization index indicate functional acid phosphatase activity. Then qualitative analysis was done where the Tollent test give positive results, which given the dark gray precipitate indicate reducing sugar are present. Then Felling test give the brick red precipitate suggests sugar presence in isolate S2 and S6. Then Benedict test give the positive result by giving the dark red confirm color reducing sugar. Phosphate solubilization test is given the halo formation around colonies on PKB media confirm acid phosphatase activity. Then bioconstruction was done by the these process in which the core component biorecognition element where the enzyme is the biorecognition element, and the nanomaterials are also included which enhance stability, sensitivity and durability of biosensor. Then detection system, transducer convert biological interaction into measurable signals, example electrical and optical. Then how it works, then the enzyme bind to the chromium ion, then biochemical reaction produce a detectable signal. Signal is processed for chromium concentration measurement. Then application was done in the environmental monitoring, where the rapid detection of chromium hexavalent in water industrial effluent, particularly useful for tanneries, metallurgy sites, and polluted water bodies. Then industrial benefit reduce testing cost and time. Then portable device allows on-site analysis. Then future scalability is potential for multi-analyte detection system, can be adapted for other heavy metals such as lead and arsenic also. Then conclusion is enzyme-based biosensor provide a sustainable solution for detecting chromium in the environment. Then selected strain S2 and S6 demonstrate the promising enzyme activity for biosensor development. Then nanomaterial integration enhance functionality, addressing existing limitations. Then impact is step towards eco-friendly and efficient environmental monitoring system, support effort to mitigate the adverse effect of industrial pollution, continued research for optimization and large-scale applications. Thank you. Should I stop?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question. Next, we have Ira Singh from HBTU Kanpur. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to present my research entitled Porphyrin Integrated Chitosan Synthesis and Characterization for Advanced Gene and Drug Delivery. This work was done under the guidance of my mentor, Dr. Santosh Kumar, at the Department of Chemistry in HBTU Kanpur. To begin, let me introduce chitosan. Chitosan is a natural biopolymer derived from chitin, which is found in the exoskeleton of crustaceans such as crabs and shrimp. Its structure comprises linked D-glucosamine unit and N-acetyl D-glucosamine units, giving its unique properties like biocompatibility, making it a promising material for biomedical applications. Chitosan exhibits several remarkable properties. It is antimicrobial, bioactive, non-toxic, and positively charged, enabling it to interact with negatively charged substances like DNA and RNA. This is the difference between the chitosan and cellulose. The only chitosan is animal-based and cellulose is a plant-based material and also water insoluble. The main difference is in the C2 position of chitosan and cellulose. Chitosan has amine group and cellulose has OH group. Despite its advantages, chitosan faces limitations in practical applications like include poor water solubility under physiological conditions, low drug and DNA loading capacity, and limited transfection efficiency. Addressing these challenges is critical for harnessing its full potential in biomedical fields. Here we have synthesized porphyrin using the Rothemund reaction, a well-established method for porphyrin synthesis. The reaction involves the condensation of pyrrole in propanoic acid, yielding purple crystals of porphyrin with 40% yield. We then grafted chitosan or porphyrin onto chitosan using EDC and NHS, which activates the carboxylic acid groups of porphyrin to form amide linkage with the amine group of chitosan. This process resulted in a water-soluble material with improved functional properties. Then moving on, this is the chemical structure of the synthesis of porphyrin and porphyrin grafted chitosan. Then moving on to the physiochemical characterization, first we have UV visible, FTIR, then NMR, then fluorescence emission. UV visible, the synthesized PGC was thoroughly characterized using various techniques. UV visible spectroscopy showed characteristic shifts in the SORET and Q bands indicating successful grafting. Porphyrin has a SORET bands at 470 nanometer and 4 Q bands at 514, 547, 591 and 648 nanometer. The SORET bond then of porphyrin then shifted to 433 nanometer. The Q bands also shifted to 590, 519, 558 and 598 and 653 nanometer. Then FTI spectra revealed the disappearance of TC porphyrin carboxylic acid peak replaced by amide bond signals. Here we can see that porphyrin showed a significant peak at a 1685 centimeter inverse, indicating the presence of carboxylic group. Notably, the 1685 peak present in porphyrin disappeared in porphyrin grafted chitosan, possibly due to chitosan introduction. Then the NMR data. NMR confirmed the presence of new proton peaks corresponding to porphyrin in the grafted structure. The peak at 2.94 was associated with H2 and the peak at 1.86 with the methyl protons and of the N-acetyl groups in chitosan. Then fluorescence emission spectroscopy demonstrated an emission peak at 680 nanometer for porphyrin grafted chitosan, red shifted compared to porphyrin. This confirms the modified optical properties of the grafted material. Then moving on to the SEM analysis revealed submicron sized features in porphyrin grafted chitosan, reflecting its morphological modifications. In conclusion, we successfully synthesized porphyrin grafted chitosan, overcoming the solubility and loading limitations of native chitosan. Comprehensive characterization validated the grafting process and highlighted the enhanced properties of porphyrin grafted chitosan, making it a promising candidate for advanced biomedical applications. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question. Next we have.
Ira, I would like to know that why you have chosen porphyrin for this.
Because porphyrin has 4 carboxylic group in its structure, and that makes the after modification that makes the chitosan soluble in nature.
If anyone has any other question.
Yes, participant be interactive. We have a best interactive participation certificate. So you must unmute yourself and ask your question if you have any. Okay, thank you.
So next we have Kopal Kashraudan from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, everyone.
Your screen is not visible.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, it's still not visible.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kopal Kashodhan, research scholar from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. The topic of my today's presentation is synthesis and characterization of xanthan gum xanthates and their application for toxic metal ion removal from synthetic wastewater. So this is the outline of my presentation. So the introduction, the aim of our research work is wastewater treatment.
Objective, Gopal. Go for your
Yes, ma'am.
objective. Yeah.
So for wastewater treatment, we can use various polymers as an adsorbent. So first of all, I have prepared a xanthate for removing the heavy metals from wastewater. So why xanthates? So the main focus for choosing xanthate is that the xanthates contain double bond sulfur, that is sulfide bond. So the sulfur in xanthate and the metal ions form a soft acid and soft base bond, which is according to the HSAB principle the best bond. So we choose xanthate for wastewater treatment, that is heavy metal removal, which is the present objective of this work. So the xanthate preparation has been done by choosing xanthan gum, which was derived from Xanthomonas campestris, a bacteria, which is a natural product. So this xanthan gum has been firstly converted to its oxide form. The OH group in xanthan gum, which is obviously present in primary and secondary positions, is converted to its sodium sulfate form. Then it is treated with carbon disulfide to form xanthate. So this is the mechanism of xanthate preparation. So 3 grades have been prepared, out of which the best grade was 3rd grade. This is the schematic diagram of xanthate preparation. This xanthate has been further used for heavy metal ion removal, that is for copper sulfate, the removal of copper ion from copper sulfate solution, synthetic solution, and removal of cobalt from cobalt chloride solution. So various characterization techniques have been used to check this removal. So the xanthate formation has been confirmed by UV visible spectroscopy. So the 2 peaks obtained here for all the 3 grades of xanthate show pi to pi and n to pi transition, which occurs in xanthate, which was absent in xanthan gum. Then this xanthate preparation has also been confirmed by the FTIR spectroscopy, where carbon disulfide bond is visible in xanthates at 865 centimeter inverse, which was absent in xanthan gum, and the OH peaks which have been reduced. Then the point of zero analysis also shows the presence of xanthate in xanthan gum. Then the XRD analysis also shows that the xanthate group has been incorporated in the xanthan gum structure. Then its DSC has been performed, which is clearly visible difference in xanthan gum and xanthan gum xanthate structures. Then its SEM and EDS analysis have been performed, and the content of sulfur has been found in case of xanthate, the xanthate copper, and xanthate cobalt. Then its BET analysis has been done, which shows that the adsorbent xanthan gum xanthate shows a pore surface area of 21.041 meter square per gram, pore volume of 0.032 centimeter per gram, and centimeter cube per gram, and the pore diameter of 6.0906 nanometer respectively. So it has been used in the metal ion removal, and different studies have been performed, which includes the effect of dose of adsorbent on the removal of metal ion, then the effect of pH. So it has been so for copper it has been optimized at 120, and for cobalt at 150. pH was also different. Similarly, it has been performed for different temperature conditions, for different time, and different concentrations. On the basis of these results obtained, different applications have been done, like the concentration terms have been used to further study the isotherm models, and the time conditions, the time data has been used to further study the kinetic models. So 3 different type of kinetic and 4 different type of isotherm models have been studied for this material. So the Langmuir isotherm model, Friendlich isotherm model, and the Temkin isotherm model. 3 models have been studied for this adsorbent. So the fourth Debian-Radoslawicz isotherm model. So out of these 4 isotherm models, the data show that the best results obtained were for Langmuir-Resuther model, which fits exactly to this study. Whereas similarly, the time data has been used for studying 3 kinetic models, namely pseudo first order kinetic model, pseudo second order kinetic model, and intraparticle diffusion model. The graphs and the data obtained show that the pseudo second order model is the best fit for these studies. The temperature conditions have also been further used for thermodynamic studies. So the thermodynamic studies showed that the reaction is feasible, and the positive delta H and delta S values show that they are exothermic in nature. The cost study of the adsorbent preparation has also been done. So the adsorbent, when prepared, costs very cheap, that is around 5.069 INR per gram, and it is reusable up to 5 cycles for metal ion removal. So the conclusion of this study is that the adsorbent prepared has been synthesized, characterized, and the third grade was the best grade, and it can remove up to 93.6% of copper and 93.1% of copper and 93.6% of cobalt at an optimum dosage of 120 and 150 mg, pH of 5 and 8, temperature of 45 and 60, which has been optimized. Further, this xanthate can further be used to produce many hydrogels by incorporating some monomers on this xanthate group, on the xanthan gum xanthate, or we can further use some cross-linkers to produce more hydrogels and prepare better adsorbents than this xanthate. So this study has already been published in Journal of Dispersion Science and Technology. So these are the references of my work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question, next we have Poonam Kumari. I request you to please share your screen and start with your presentation. Poonam Kumari.
Hello.
No, I request you to please share your screen and start with your presentation.
Yeah, wait a minute. Actually, my screen is. Actually, I'm joining from this, from the mobile only. Just a minute.
Okay, Ista, move to next.
Okay, sir. Next we have Shushma Thapa from Kyushu Institute of Technology, Japan. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sushma Thapa. I'm excited to present my work on design and synthesis of NIR-sensitive squarine diprobe for selective detection of copper ion in biological system. Since my work is related to sensor, I'm very thankful to the person who named sensor, as each word explain what sensing is all about. Chemical sensor process is based on guest host interaction, where target molecule interact with the probe, which leads to physiochemical change, which monitor with different technique. These technique might be electrochemical, optical, mass, and temperature based. Accordingly, we select a transducer to get a measurable signal. Among various metal ion, copper ion has gained a significant attention in scientific community because it is highly abundant, and also it has a crucial role in various physiological process due to its catalytical and oxidative properties in living organism. However, excess of copper ion leads
to severe health issue such as kidney malfunction and neurological disorder. These are some copper ionophores. So based on this, the present aim of my research is to develop a copper ion sensor, keeping the condition that it should show the optical changes in NIR region. To fulfill my aim, I used squarine dye framework because it show high molar absorbability and sharp emission in NIR region and flanked them with the copper capturing unit. The design probe is synthesized with these methods. The intermediate and the final compound is confirmed with the mass spectroscopy and NMR. Now from here we can see the result. First I did the absorption spectra. So from this plot we can see the sharp NIR absorption. Also this sideband is associated with the aggregation, which means different solvent has a different extent of aggregation due to the solute-solvent interaction. Then I did the fluorescence spectra of my design probe in different solvent system. Unlike absorption spectra, this has a remarkable difference in emission depending upon the solvent. Highest fluorescence is there in the case of chloroform, while there is a complete quenching in the case of water. This can be explained due to the differential interaction of probe with metal ion. Then I explored the sensing possibility of my design probe in a different solvent system. When I use acetonitrile and water solvent system, we can see a clear spectral change in the case of copper and silver ion, which means it has a relatively better affinity with copper ion and silver. Similar trend is obtained in the case of methanol solvent system. Then when I use acetonitrile solvent system, again here we can see a clear spectral change in the case of copper ion, which means it has a relatively better affinity with copper ion. So compared to the other metal ion, this probe is copper selective, which we can also see from our naked eye. Then to and study what actually happening when it is making a complex. So for that, I did a Jobs plot analysis. This analysis suggests that 1:1 ratio, which means one molecule has a 2 binding sites. So I propose this model. Now from this plot, 1 by copper concentration to the power n into the 1 by change in absorbance gives a kinetic interaction, and it's give to the power 1, which further suggests that the result obtained from Jobs plot is same. And from this I estimated the association constant and gives free energy, and the limit of detection of the design probe is found to be 0.38 micromolar. In conclusion, we successfully synthesized squarine dye in an IR region, and they have a excellent selectivity and sensitivity toward copper ion. Through Jobs plot and Benesse-Hildebrand analysis, it suggests 1:1 molecular stoichiometry, and the limit of detection is found to be 0.38 micromolar. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question. Next, we have Simran Dikshit from Amity Institute of Pharmacy. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation. Simran Dikshit. Simran Dikshit, I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Simran Dikshit, are you there? Ishita, move to Aradhana Chaudhary.
Okay. Next, we have Aradhna Chaudhary from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I am audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, it is visible now.
No, Aradhana, it is not showing.
Yes, it's visible.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aradhna Chaudhary. I am pursuing PhD under supervision of Professor P.P. Pandey sir and co-supervision of Dr. Krishna Kumar, Department of Chemistry and Environmental Science, MUT, Gorakhpur. Topic of my presentation is fabrication of low-cost microgel ZNO-CU catalytic for rapid degradation of methylene blue dye. Now moving my next slide is content. And next slide is introduction. So let's a quick review on a microgel. Microgel are spherical size that is 100 to 10 to 1 to 100 micrometer. It was used in the field of drug delivery, agriculture, catalytic reduction, etc. Now moving my next slide is polymerization technique. These are the polymerization technique which include emulsion polymerization, solution polymerization, bulk polymerization, and ionic polymerization. This is the reaction of emulsion polymerization technique, solution polymerization technique, ionic polymerization technique, and bulk polymerization technique. Next is the journal synthesis of microgel, and here is the schematic representation of microgel synthesis, and this is the mimic structure of microgel. Now moving my next slide is the synthesis of nanoparticle. These are the some method of involved for the synthesis of nanoparticle. First, physical method. Second, biological method. Third, chemical method. Now moving my next slide is a synthesis of a nanocomposite. Microgel, this is the general schematic representation of nanoparticle composite synthesis. Next is application of microgel. Here is the graphical representation of absorption of toxic dye of microgel. Next is application of microgel, which include dye degradation, catalytics, separation and purification, wastewater treatment, superabsorbance, film fabrication, and control release. Next is research gap. First is synthesis of microgel without using a covalent crosslinker. Synthesis of microgel microporous in nature or having bigger pore size. Synthesis of stimuli, temperature, pH, and magnetic responses. Synthesis of microgel nanocomposite by using nanoparticle and quantum dot stability. Next is a topic of my presentation is a fabrication of low-cost microgel ZNO-CU catalytic for rapid degradation of methylene blue dye. Here is the abstract, which include microgel based nanocomposite were synthesized by using a free radical emulsion polymerization technique with HEMA concentration turned to control crosslinker. Copper and zinc oxide nanocomposite were incorporated into the microgel using a hydrothermal method to enhance photocatalytic activity. ZNO copper microgel composite exhibit photocatalytic performance under the UV visible light, facilitating by the microgel's high surface area for pollutant absorbent. Microgel at the rate ZNO-CU nanocomposite were successfully reduced for the dye degradation, showing excellent recyclability and long-term stability. Now moving my next slide is a synthesis of microgel ASH. We have synthesized this microgel with the help of acrylic acid, where styrene HEM, which is a crosslinker at a 60 degrees Celsius temperature. SDS used as a surfactant for the agglomeration of microgels, and KPS used as a initiator and formed this microgel. Now moving my next slide is synthetic detail of a synthesized grade of microgel. Here we have synthesized 3 different grade of microgel by the varying of HEMA, and grade third have given percent, which is 95.3%. Next is a synthesis of microgel nanocomposite. Microgel nanocomposite. Here we have synthesized microgel nanocomposite. 1 gram of microgel and 200 mg of nanocomposite into 20 ml of DD water for 20-minute stirrer and transferred to an autoclave at 160 degrees Celsius for 8 hours. Cooled and then worked out with methanol. Now moving my next slide is characterization. Characterization of microgel and their nanocomposite. Here figure
Sorry
first.
to interrupt you, but we are running short on time, so I request you to please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Here first figure show the FTIR spectra of AHS microgel and microgel nanocomposite. Here you have show the if our microgel and microgel nanocomposite, the metal peak was observed in nanocomposite, but microgel have no metal peak. So the basic difference, our microgel and microgel nanocomposite are successfully synthesized. And next figure is XRD of microgel and microgel nanocomposite. Now moving my next slide is TZA, SEM and TEM analysis of microgel and microgel nanocomposite. First figure show the TZA of microgel and microgel nanocomposite. Microgel and nanocomposite stable up to 455 degrees Celsius. And figure 7 show the SEM analysis of microgel and nanocomposite. The roughest surface show the ZN and CU composite are incorporated at the surface of microgel. And this is the SEM image of microgel and microgel nanocomposite. And next is EDX of microgel and microgel nanocomposite. EDX of microgel, this is figure A, so the same image of microgel, and figure second, figure 7th B, second, so the elementary spectra of microgel, and the third is a quantitative analysis of microgel, and this figure 8 show the same image of microgel nanocomposite and spectra of microgel nanocomposite, and quantitative analysis element present as a microgel nanocomposite. Now moving my application part is methylene blue dye removal. The absorption band, figure first, so the absorption band in the intensity of MB dye, so degradation with microgel nanocomposite under sunlight. Figure second, so figure B shows the percentage degradation of microgel microgel nanocomposite and without microgel nanocomposite. Without microgel nanocomposite, degradation percentage is 6.76% in 40 minutes, and with microgel nanocomposite, degradation
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are running short of time. Please conclude your slide.
Okay, ma'am. Next is the conclusion part. First, design microgel and bimetallic ZNO copper nanoparticle without using covalent divalent crosslinker. Conventional synthesize 3 grade were optimized by varying the HEMA to achieve more reactive toward degradation of water pollutant. Synthesized microgel and nanocomposite were characterized FTIR, XRD, EDX, SAM, TEM, TZA, and UV visible. Nanocatalytic degradation in MV dye in 40 minutes. Microgel nanocomposite biometallics perform excellent photocatalytic degradation methylene blue dye with the percentage of 99% after 40 minutes. Next is references. Now, thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question. Next, we have Shelja Rai from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelja Rai. I'm pursuing PhD from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. And
For disturbance, actually, I am requesting all the presenter, please switch on your camera because this event is also streaming live on YouTube and your face is not coming, only presentation is coming on YouTube. So I am requesting all the presenter to kindly switch on your camera during the presentation. Thank you. You may proceed.
okay, sir. So, topic of my presentation is reinforcement of urease through encapsulation with beta cyclodextrin based bioconjugate, a comparative analysis and kinetic assessment. These are the contents. Objective of my work is to design beta CD based chain transfer agent and attach it with polyacrylamide to design macroraft agent. And second is synthesize NO-mediated monomer, which is 2,5-dioxypyrrolidine 1-yle acrylate. The important thing which we are designing is enzyme polymer bioconjugate through raft polymerization grafting 2 techniques and implementation of urease enzyme into pH responsive monomer, which is methacrylic acid. And lastly, to study the kinetics of this bioconjugate by using Michaelis-Menten kinetic constant to perform the catalytic activities of urease for long-term storage at different pH and temperature conditions. Research gap is there are sorry, since enzyme stability is the kind of burning question nowadays. Some kind of hydrogel has already been developed to maintain the enzyme activity, but it get lost after some time. So this enzyme polymer bioconjugate is an appealing strategy for modifying and improving enzyme activity using stimuli responsive polymers. So stimuli responsive polymers we have used is basically stimuli responsive polymers. They are also called smart polymers. They undergo large reversible changes upon changing environmental conditions such as pH and temperature, chemicals, and magnetic fields. There are some type of polymerization techniques such as bulk polymerization, suspension, ionic emulsion, and solution polymerization. So one of the polymerization techniques is the raft polymerization technique, which is the part of solution polymerization techniques. It is reversible addition fragmentation chain transfer polymerization, in which there is an active species and dormant species. By this raft polymerization technique, we can get controlled molecular weight polymer with narrow PDI value. So we obviously need suitable raft agent for this. There are some type of suitable raft agents such as dithioester, trithiocarbonates, xanthates, by which we can get well-defined polymer with low PDI value and high functionality. So some grafting methods for polymer bioconjugates such as grafting to, grafting from, and grafting through. Grafting to method is a technique where pre-synthesized polymer chain are attached to a functionalized backbone. Grafting from method is a technique where the grafting chain is drawn directly from a reactive site on the backbone. Grafting through is a branch and polymer length tunability. So as we are working on enzyme activity to maintain enzyme activity at room temperature, firstly we should understand enzyme physiology. It's basically a specific for biological catalyst specific for chemical reactions. Quaternary structure of protein. It contains very complex structure whose shape and function can be affected by many factors such as pH and temperature.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Please be precise to your work and conclusion part.
Okay, ma'am. So the experimental section, this is the graphical abstract. Synthesis of bioconjugate. First step is synthesize the monomer 2,5-dioxypyrrolidine 1-acrylate. Step 2 is this is the beta CD mimic structure. Second step is beta CD preparation of beta CD raft agent, which is beta CD CTA chain transfer agent. Third is beta CD PAM by using acrylamide, which is also called macro raft agent. Third and final step is preparation of beta CD, preparation of enzyme polymer bioconjugate, which is also called beta CD PAM, PDPA, PMAA, which is all the monomers which has been included in this. In short term, it is called beta CD ADMU by using pH responsive polymer, which is monomer, which is methacrylic acid pH responsive monomer. Three grades have been synthesized by varying the amount of methacrylic acid. Grade 3 has got good yield. And these are the characterization which has been included: NMR, FTIR, XRD, TGA, EDEX, DLS, and UV visible spectroscopy. So first one is FTIR spectroscopy. Here we can see that in black line is for beta CD CTA, where OH 3362 centimeter inverse is for OH, 2925 is for pH, and C double bond basically the 1413 is for CO, and 1264 is for CF and CO group, which is mainly present in beta CD raft agent. And second is beta CD, red line is for beta CD PAM. Here acrylamide is used, so amide 1, amide 2, amide shift peaks has been shown, which is 1603, amide 1 and amide 2. Third is basically all the peaks has been similar to beta CD
Sorry to
PAM.
interrupt you, but we are running short on time, so
Okay,
I
ma'am.
request you to
Okay.
please conclude.
Second, yes, ma'am. Second is NMR spectroscopy. Third is XRD spectroscopy. This is the by this we can conclude the amorphous nature of the polymer. Third is TGA spectroscopy. All the weight loss has been shown. Fluorescence spectroscopy, we have got CMC analysis. We have got the CMC value 0.25 mg per ml and pH value 6.59, which is at which the micellization in acidic medium has occurred. This is the GPC analysis. 3 grades of the bioconjugate and macroraft has been done on this GPC analysis. Grade 3 has lower PDI value, and yes, SEM analysis. This is the SEM morphological study has been done. This is the EDEX analysis. First is SEM images. Second is elemental spectra. Third is weight percentage graph illustrating the elements. Fourth is all the elemental depiction on the SEM image. This is all the weight percentage and atomic percentage table. DLS measurements, hydrodynamic dynamometer has been done. All the grades has been synthesized in this measurements. Let's come to the application part of beta CD has been done by using UV visible spectroscopy and using Berthelot reaction. This is the schematic representation of urea urease assay by using Berthelot reaction. So by this graph, the kinetic study has been done by determining the Lineweaver Burke plot, and Km value has been synthesized by this. So our enzyme has completely maintained in acidic medium. Overall, the conclusion is we have successfully synthesized beta CD ADMU by raft polymerization grafting 2 process. 3 grades have been synthesized, and synthesis of block copolymer and has been confirmed by the micellization analysis, which is in which CMC was found at 0.25 mg per ml and PHCMC was found at 6.59, and all the 3 grades has been conducted for periods of 1, 3, 5, 7 and 15 days, as well as room temperature and 30 degrees Celsius temperature. So lower value of Km confirmed the stability of enzyme for longer period of time. This is the references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question.
Ma'am, in thermal analysis, there's no visible change. Thermal analysis data.
TGA
So I just want to ask that does it make any difference that to your purpose like this? There's no visible change in our range
In
in be a
TGL, you are
CD
asking
PAM
for
and
TGL, thermogrammetry
yes,
metric
ma'am.
analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
No, basically here we have shown the weight loss, all the weight loss, and
Okay.
at a particular temperature, it is constant. It gets constant.
Okay, it's just a thermal analysis of that particular, not
Yes, yes,
a
it's just
relative
normally a thermal
events
analysis, and
you have presented.
yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Next, we have Akansha Kashyap from University of Allahabad, Prayagraj. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Am I visible?
Yes, you are visible.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today, I am Akansha Kashyap, a research scholar, CMP Degree College, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj, working under supervision of Dr. Vishal Srivastava, is here to give a presentation on topic entitled Visible Light Mediated Metal-Free Photoredox Catalyzed Synthesis of Xanthine Derivatives. Now, first of all, I'm starting with introduction to heterocyclic compounds. They are widely distributed in nature and play a vital role in metabolism of all living cells. And also, tetrapyrrole is one such abundant pigment which is known to form the active core of compound with crucial biochemical activities. They are also present in DNA and RNA. All the 5 bases present in DNA and RNA are all heterocyclic compounds. And also, sugar, which is known to perform the function of storage of energy, play an intimate role in structure and function of DNA and RNA. Similarly, modified nucleosides are among the best antiviral compound, and AZT is a modified antiviral drug. Heterocyclic compounds are also known for their diverse biological properties, such as anti-cancer, antimicrobial, antiviral, antidiabetic, antimalarial, antipyretic, and so on. And even in recent time, diseases were cured from remedies which were obtained from natural sources. And until recently, it was not known that successful traditional treatment of this type are frequently triggered by the presence of heterocyclic compounds in extract of plant. And xanthine is one such heterocyclic compound, which is derived from the Greek word xanthos, meaning yellow, referring to yellow color derivative of this compound. It is tricyclic ring with central pyran ring, known for anti-cancer, antioxidant, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory properties. Now, if we talk about synthesizing heterocyclic compound, then traditional method of organic synthesis usually need longer heating time and tedious apparatus setup, which increases the cost of the process. And also, there is no control on temperature and pressure. And excessive use of solvent lead to environmental pollution. And limitation of using solvent depend on reflux condition and boiling point. These all concerns raise the need of search of more efficient, eco-friendly, and time-consuming process. And and there are a number of methods available as green synthetic approaches in modern scenario of
Sorry to
organic
interrupt,
synthesis.
Akansha. Kindly stick to the work that you have done and the result and conclusion part.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now, photocatalysis is one such green method. See, a vision has clear idea of importance of photosynthesis and role of chlorophyll unit in it. Example of chlorophyll in nature have shown that something of this type must be possible. The idea of using visible light to promote organic transformations is about a century ago when Siam mission first performed a photochemical reaction using visible light. Although the main ingredient of any photochemical reaction remains the catalyst, as most of the organic compounds are unable to absorb light on their own and need a catalyst system to get activated. In this regard, Macmillan, Yoon, and Stephenson have already demonstrated number of examples with ruthenium and iridium polypeptide complexes because of their good photophysical properties. But in spite of having good photophysical properties, the chemistry dependent on them is likely not sustainable as they suffer from expensive and toxic nature and limited future availability. And this is the reason that in recent years, organophotocatalysis have attracted immense attention of chemists as they are non-toxic, inexpensive, environment-friendly, and synthetic versatile. And here we have synthesized xanthine derivatives using, and here we have synthesized xanthine derivatives with dimidone and benzaldehyde as model substrate with riboflavin as photocatalyst in water ethanol medium at room temperature condition in just 15 to 30 minutes, yielding up to 98% of yield. This is the optimization table, which shows that riboflavin with blue light showing the best result among the various catalysts used. This is the substrate scope in which we have synthesized various derivatives with optimized risk, optimized conditions. This is the proposed mechanism in which riboflavin is working both as both as oxidizing and reducing agent, and oxygen is used as quencher, with oxygen being converted to superoxide radical anion. This is the spectroscopic data which shows the base compound have been synthesized. This is the molecular docking result. Molecular docking checks whether the compound is biologically active or not by predicting how well it binds with target enzyme or protein. Here showing the binding energy result of minus 7.3, which is pretty good, and it is speed of the drug discovery process. This is the drug likeness result. In conclusion, I can say that as a consequence of potent biological activities of heterocyclic compound, synthetic, as a consequence of potent biological activities of heterocyclic compound, there are many methods available, but visible light sensitization being a green chemical way for synthesizing heterocyclic compound. Here we have synthesized xanthine derivatives using benzaldehyde and dimidone as model substrate with riboflavin as photocatalyst, promoting eco-compatible and large-scale synthesis. This paper have already been published in Romanian Journal of Chemistry in this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you please show the docking result? So first of all, can you please tell me for this purpose, which software you have to use and why?
Sir, I have used Chimera and sir, Chimera and BioVia and other are available, PubChem and all other like मतलब all these two are only that that सर मतलब कि ये दोनों ही से डाउनलोड किए थे, बाकी जो थे वो ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है.
Do you know this software, it is offline or online?
सर ऑनलाइन यूज किया है.
Online. So this is not a software, this is the online tool. You know about the Autodog or Schrodinger?
Yes, sir.
So every software is based on some algorithm. So before
Yes,
doing
sir.
the docking was a prerequisite why we do the docking.
Yes, sir.
My question is that
Sir, docking just to check the bioactivity of compound.
how we can check it? What's the value by which we can say that this molecule is the one of the best?
So all I know is कि the target enzyme or protein, how well we can replace them with the compound we have synthesized. And binding energy calculation, the more negative the binding energy, more good the result is.
Okay, so the binding energy, the more negative is the binding energy, more good the result.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And
okay.
number of hydrogen bonds hydrogen bonds being formed between the compound and target protein or enzyme.
So did you validate your protein before doing
Yes,
the
sir.
molecular docking?
Yes, sir.
Did you validate your protein before doing the molecular docking?
No, sir. Sir, to be very honest, sir, my work is only on synthesis of heterocyclic compounds, and the docking result which I have shown is just to show that my compound that I have synthesized is biologically active. I just know little bit of molecular docking and drug likeness thing.
No, it's okay. But I think you don't know about this is the blind docking or what kind of docking it is. As I see the
This I
result,
don't know.
you don't know now.
No, this I don't know.
Then you publish your paper.
Yes, sir. The docking result is not being published in the paper. The
Okay.
paper only contains synthesized. This I have just show here in presentation to show that my compound is biologically active.
It's okay, but your compound is biologically active. You told before doing the docking, there is a prerequisite. I mean to say is the pipeline. So
Yes,
If
sir.
you follow that pipeline, then you go to the
Yes, sir.
docking, and you should tell what kind of docking you do and why you do the docking.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If anyone has any question. Next, we have Dr. Sunil Kumar Yadav from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Delhi NCR, Modi Nagar, Ghaziabad. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Please start the presentation.
Hello. Hello. I am audible. Good
Yes,
evening to
sir, you
all.
are audible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So my topic is yes. My topic is the establishment of the quality control parameters for the Nagarmotha oil. It is a very important crop. This is the native of our country, and so many uses are available in our country. So many products are uses, but there is no any standard available in a BIS. Although all the essential oils are available in a BIS, but Nagarmotha oil is not available in a BIS. So I have to do for the standardization. I have collected some samples, different states and districts, and then go for the distillation, simply distillation in a lab. This is the Clevenger apparatus. By the hydrodistillation, we have studied about the yield. First of all, I go for the yield. I have found different zones. The percentage of the yield is varied. Some zones having good yield and some zones having low yield. So this is a very important data for the standardization. If anyone go for the cultivation for that particular crops. And after that, I have go for the chemical composition, which is a very important part because this is the use in a various applications, such as in pharmaceutical and even traditional medicine. Although uses and in a cosmetic, like you can say skin creams and lotions, fragrances, in Ayurvedic massage oils, so many types of the uses are available because this it has a very spicy, woody, and earthy smell and very good fixative for the all fragrances or you can say this is the very important part of the today's in a as a byproduct it is a used in a like incense sticks and dhuk agarbatti. Okay, so there is a need of the standardization because this is the use in a human products. So I have got there the percentage of the basic molecule, that is the cyprin. Cyprin is a varies as a different zone. That is a very important molecule for use for that recognize this product. Everybody, first of all, when any producer or industries demanding the Nagarmotha oil, go for the analysis and asking about the percentage of the cyprin. So the variation is found at that from 15 or 20% to 30%. Whenever anybody says that our Nagarmotha oil having 25%, 27%, then all producer and industries asking about that, please go and ahead for the purchasing is ready. So this is a very important. Sometimes the today's are so many adulteration are causing for the money. So this is a need of the standardization, or you can say the parameters of this particular oil. So this is the our very short work and very useful work. So I have done and studied, but this data are available for that. But in this stage, we cannot go for the standardization because this analysis done by me and some laboratories. But there is a need of the such like different zones of the samples collected. That is that these samples are also distributed in the different laboratory and same conditions are shared to for the apply and they then go for the results for all laboratories. Then we can do for the standardization and then we can go for the file of the BIS standards. So So here I have found that the good products found from the Chhattisgarh are MP. MP and Chhattisgarh's Nagar Motha have a good percentage of the cyprin, so that is the acceptable. And so many regions are found, but the percentage of the cyprin is very low. So conclusion is also I have concluded with the our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any question, next we have Poonam Kumari. I request you to please share your screen and proceed with your presentation. Poonam Kumari, please share your screen.
I think Poonam Kumar is not here.
Sir, she's present.
Hello, Poonam.
If we have
Hello.
time range, Poonam, please share your PPT in group, and then it will be. And you are not audible too. Please.
Poonam, you are not audible.
Okay, we have given 3 chance to Poonam, but
Yes, sir.
she is not able to present.
Am
Sir,
I
shall
audible
I
now,
proceed?
sir?
Yes, Poonam, you are audible.
Okay. I just tried my slide is not share. Can I give my presentation without sharing? Because sharing is not turned on. It is written over here.
You can give presentation tomorrow. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So it's better to present your work tomorrow. We have a tomorrow session, oral session. So it will be.
Okay. Sir, but I want to know the problem. Why my slide is not? It is over written here that your slide is not there.
Poonam, am I
Turned
audible?
on.
You may forward the slide to us, then we will show you tomorrow.
Correct. Correct, sir.
Poonam, you need to mail the PPT to this conference email ID. Then we will tomorrow we will have the presentation. Okay.
Sure, sure, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to all oral presenters for their excellent talks. The breadth of research presented today has truly been inspiring. It's now time to conclude technical session 2. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed session chairpersons, Professor C. Gehlot sir and Professor Vinita Vishwakarma ma'am, for graciously presiding over this session. Your distinguished presence and insightful evaluation throughout the proceedings have greatly enriched the session, and we are deeply grateful for your contributions. At this point, may I kindly invite our distinguished session chairpersons to provide the concluding remarks for their session.
So good evening to all the participants and the members who have joined. So this whole session was very nice. So we have gone through the various titles they have presented in the field of biomedical and other fields. So that was a nice presentation of all the presenter. Then so I thanks to all the participants that who spared their valuable time and they have shared their findings. And I hope that the findings will be fruitful, will be useful for other co-workers to carry out their research and activities. So I would like to thank all the members who have attended and who have presented. So and Dr. Vishwakarma, Vishwakarma, I would like to thank Vishwakarma also that she has shared shared this session with me. Prof. Vinita Vishwakarma for the contribution in the technical session today.
Thank you, sir. Pranam, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. I would like to now invite Santosh sir to kindly felicitate our chairperson, Professor C.L. Gehlot sir, with a digital memento.
Thank you, sir, for given time, and this is the token of appreciation. Professor Gehlot, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you for the this token of regard. So thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So thank you all the audience and members.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, the feedback form is available in the Zoom chat box only. Kindly check the chat to access it and share your valuable feedback. That concludes the technical session 2. Thank you all for your active participation and for sharing your insights and knowledge. We look forward to continuing this vibrant discussion and exploring more fascinating topics tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.